presenting now or something like that?
I went into it in the bathroom.
Okay, yeah. That's hard.
He seemed to be getting ready for prime time.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
No
We
worries.
didn't know he would be presenting at the same time.
No worries.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, yeah. It was a couple minutes. Is there a list of participants and used to have that in the back of the room, but not anymore?
And they used to do sound sampling once. I don't know if they had that. But there's, you see it online. These kids are so excited.
I have
It's
it.
really good.
Like on the program, not online.
Yeah, there are like two versions of the online program. You click on something, but that's what I myself. If not, I can send it to you guys for the stopwatch. Oh, you have that? Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's bigger. We'll see how that works out. Yeah, yeah, maybe we can see where it is. If the show went more, yeah, you can start writing. So if you're just in that person. So Alan has an iPad.
Okay. It's 40 pages.
Yeah, 40. Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure where it is. But the errors are totally fine. Yeah, I love it. It's much better.
Morning, everyone. Thanks for the great sessions yesterday. We have more today. And all the talks today are 45-minute slots, where we're thinking 40 minutes for the talk and then 5 minutes for people to stretch or schmooze before the next talk. So without further ado, Tejo, please take it away.
Okay. Well, thanks so much for coming. It's an early morning session, and looking forward to the talk. So this is a joint work with Brighton Choripasil at Thammasat University and Kimonti Vaneventure at University of Toronto, and Crest, who is also in the room with us. And my name is Taeho Kim from the University of Toronto. So individual bargaining negotiation is very common, as we have seen documented in the recent literature, and employers expect it, and a lot of candidates do it when they get hired. And it's also common even under formal pay structures, as documented by Sidney Caldwell in 2025. But what matters perhaps most during negotiation, such as outside options and productivity, those are not directly observed by employers. So employers must infer them, and perhaps negotiation behavior, how candidates counteroffer, how they present themselves, and so on, those can be a signal for employers for these traits. And these inferences can be important down the stream. They can shape wages, even career placement, or hiring decisions. However, little is known about how employers form beliefs about how they interpret negotiation behavior, or how these beliefs translate into these important outcomes. So that's one piece that we want to delve into. Second piece is bargaining is a key source of gender inequality in pay setting, as documented over the years, but it's not clear. It's not clear whether it's driven by workers' behavior, how women and men negotiate differently, how they negotiate intensively, or is it employers' perception that is driving the differences? Same negotiation behavior, same qualification, but perhaps employers interpret differently based on the characteristics of the candidate. Both of these questions, important questions, need data on employer beliefs about identical negotiators, but so far, it has been really difficult to get this data. So we make headway in these two questions in three different ways. So first, we model employer learning from negotiation behavior. There are three pieces into this. One is counteroffer intensity by candidates, and employers infer outside options and productivity. And these translate into various outcomes that are important that we think are relevant in negotiation, wage and senior track decisions. I'll talk a little bit more about that later. And the beliefs about outside options and productivity would map differently onto each margin in this framework. Second is we run a large field experiment with real recruiters. We hire 493 recruiters on platform. They each evaluate 16 resumes, so a total around 7,000 applications. They consult us, the researchers, the employer, on final compensation packages. So the setting is to mimic the real world recruitment outsourcing. It's a method used by Egan Cowgill and G2025. It's common these days to outsource part or all of human resources or recruiting process to outside firms that specialize in these. Again, each recruiter evaluates 16 candidates per recruiter, and this is a post-screening bargaining stage, so not the initial ask or the candidate evaluation. Those stages have passed, and we tell each recruiter this is the candidate's resumes, and this is the counteroffer they came back to us with after having received initial offer. And they're actively negotiating, and we were asking them to advise us on various dimensions about what to do with this candidate. We randomized 4 things in this experiment. One is gender through the first name, and whether the fictitious candidate made a counteroffer above or below the salary target that we set to recruiters. How much within a batch are negotiating intensively over the target, and finally, a pay transparency regime that a recruiter is placed in. Yeah, Mitch. Yeah, so I'll tell a little bit more about that later. So we took measures to incorporate as much of the real world aspects as possible. I'll talk more about what the steps that we have taken. So high level, what we have found in the field experiments, the wage move symmetrically as candidates negotiate intensively by gender. So the gains from negotiating by men and women are similar in terms of wages. However, advancement decisions, that is how employers push the candidates toward a higher level position, senior track position, and whether to move forward with a candidacy at all, and assessments of the skills, they diverge by gender. Finally, we estimate a structural model of the first model that we have, and we do 3 things. One is we isolate how much of the divergence in these outcomes are driven by beliefs about skills, and we derive optimal counteroffers by gender. And third, we delve deeper into why we have that some interesting result in pay transparency, what moves about the employer decision making. So before data, I'm going to talk briefly about the conceptual framework that we have laid out. Mitch, excuse me, can I have that timer on? Is that possible? Or? Oh, I can also use mine too.
You've done 7 minutes.
7 minutes, okay. So 3 pieces in this conceptual framework. Candidates negotiate, and that intensity is captured by N. That's a counteroffer. and the outcomes that the recruiters decide are mainly wage and senior track as star. And along the way, they make decisions. They make inference about beliefs and outside options. Belief, that's standard in bargaining literature that determines wages. Skills, that may be a little bit less standard, but in our conceptual framework, that enters because there is complementarity between skills and senior tracks. Basically, the skilled are more productive when they are placed into a senior track. Okay. Importantly, the bridge between negotiation intensity and the skill and outside option inferences, those differ by groups. So the beta that differs by groups. So men and women have a different mapping between negotiation intensity and belief and outside option beliefs. That's all where gender enters in our conceptual framework. To talk a little bit more about a firm's problem, I can lay out a specific equation if anyone wants it. So negotiation N is a noisy signal of skill V and outside option omega, and there's a group-specific beta that maps onto those beliefs. So the partial equilibrium model, perfectly competitive market, and heterogeneous agents by gender. To fix ideas. And firms form beliefs about skills and outside option through Bayesian updating. And what they pick are wage and senior track, so W and senior track S. And they make a guess about acceptance probability of the candidate. Okay. There is some constraints on the wage and senior track decisions that recruiters can make. Wage specifically is anchored by a blend of outside option and some benchmark, and you can think of it as there's extra scrutiny if wage is given too high or too low compared to the pay band. Potential scrutiny from the employees or outside people. And also, so here, the important parameter that I want to point out is the kappa W there in the second equation, and kappa S, that's it makes it more costly for recruiters to make senior track available, right? They have to go through approval process, extra layers of approval, and extra scrutiny from deviating from standard positions. Okay. And we assume, as I mentioned, skill and seniority are complement in outputs. Firms maximize expected surplus net of these adjustment costs, as well as a potential rejection cost by the candidate, and they extend an offer only if the objective profit is greater than the outside value. So 3 core predictions came out of this framework. One is that the choice variables, wages and senior track recommendations don't need to move together. Especially when there is complementarity of the skill and senior tracks, wages could move. Wages could move when senior track does not move, or senior track could move when wages don't move. Right? And especially when outside option assessment goes up without a corresponding increase in skills, then that's bad news for the employer. So because of the lower surplus, and rejection of the candidacy is more likely. Okay. Second is, this is going to be important as we think about the later results. Gender differences, so gender gaps, come from differential belief updating. Right? So any difference in outcomes from asking for more, that comes from potentially two sources. Differential belief updating about outside option, omega, on the first component, or differential updating about skill belief, V. And because skill beliefs tend to push the senior track more than wages, if there is a skill belief differences, then you're more likely to see difference in senior tracks. If there is more differential beliefs in outside options, then you're more likely to see differences in wages. Third, pay transparency tightens institutional rigidity. The kappas that you have seen, the kappa W and kappa S, those tend to increase because of the scrutiny about the deviations from benchmarks, and those tend to dampen any differentials that we would see. All right, so I'm going to talk more about experimental design. So from between May and November 2024, we recruited 493 recruiters and HR professionals from a real contractor hiring platform. They're based mostly in the U.S., but some in Canada. And we hired everyone whose desired salary or whose is less than or equal to $150. They came to a mean salary about $60 to $70, and I'm going to talk later about how that compares to recruiters in the real or broader labor market. Okay. Actually, no. Okay, so compared to HR professional from the CPS, the current population survey, the gender composition and pay levels are similar from the recruiting platforms that and the wider labor markets. Attrition was minimal, about 1.7%, and they were unrelated to recruiter characteristics. Okay. So each recruiter evaluated 16 candidates as a paid consultant. Hourly wage only, we didn't give any bonus because we thought that the incentives through reputation system on this platform was enough, and we didn't want to kind of nudge their evaluations based on any kind of their strategic thinking about whether that's going to lead to higher bonus. Okay, so the design that we have balances two things. So of course, the first thing is realism that Mitch asked about. We took care to have as much realism as possible. So at the get-go, we talked to 3 recruiters, actual professional recruiters, and about the directions. And one of the recruiter was actually working on this platform, and she consulted us throughout the process. What was really important for us was to kind of make sure that the terms are not academic and more kind of HR parlance. And also, we used real resumes and constructive Frankenized random resumes, but they're based on real people. But it was important that the resumes kind of flowed consistently, right? So you don't want to have someone who has a senior position and then take an internship and then a senior position again. So we make sure that the flow of the resume was natural, for example. And we also use Google Forms instead of Qualtrics. I know Qualtrics is very convenient. I've used it a lot, and it's used widely by researchers, but it's barely used, I think, by the professionals in the private sector. What's more common is Google Forms. So although it is more kind of more difficult to clean, we use Google Forms instead of Qualtrics. Again, this whole process is meant to mimic real recruitment process outsourcing that has been on the rise, recently. Another side of thing, maybe the flip side of thing, is we wanted to also bound deception. Of course, we want, if we want to stretch realism as much as possible, then I think that comes with some trade-off too, maybe potentially related to some audit studies criticism. About spillovers and negative impact on the markets. So these recruiters that we hired are external evaluators, right? They're not part of a company. And also, because they don't make a call themselves, they don't reach out to candidates, there is no kind of potential spillovers from learning. Yeah.
This isn't specific to your
Yeah. Yeah, so that's a very good question. Because these are computer, so the industry that we said we're in is computer science, software engineer, and probably the candidates have the real candidates would have a wide presence online. That's something that we try to sidestep by having just the first names only and blacking out some of the kind of contact information, where entries, and so on. So, and the pretext was that this is a consulting part outside external consulting that we're getting help from, and we didn't want the pretext was that we didn't want to give out confidential information about the candidates.
Did you consider debriefing your participants after and asking them if they inferred that they were part of a research study?
Yeah, so that's a good question. I think we would consider that. So we haven't. This is we just wrapped up maybe a year ago, and we're still kind of thinking about potential follow-up survey. So we haven't debriefed them yet. But when we talked to the consultant that we mentioned that throughout the process, she seemed to think that this is okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, Laura.
But actually, Egan, Cowgill, and me, we did a version of this where we told people they're in a study and not, and it's in a working paper right now. So
Mm.
we can talk to them right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you also say anything about the nature?
Sorry.
Did
Yeah.
you say anything about the nature of your company that would be relevant for them?
Yeah.
Like we're a growth company or we're a very established company?
Yeah. So that's maybe I should have talked a little bit more about kind of what we said. So we said we were a software engineering company, and it's a little bit unusual that 16 candidates came back with counter offers. The way we kind of told them is we're in a hiring ramp because of AI, and we're growing. So we need external help in assessing this large pool of candidates who came back with counteroffers. So, yeah, I think to answer your question, I think we said it. We're a startup that is going through a big hiring ramp.
I see. If I was hiring for Harvard or UCSB, I might behave differently depending on how I thought that other people thought about my company. Have you thought on that? Or?
Huh. Yeah, that's a yeah. I haven't we haven't thought about that, but I think yeah, we would want to think about that. Yeah, but we didn't vary the firm identity or how we describe to the recruiters. Yeah.
Just one more aspect, because in general the recruiter will think about retention too, and there could be differences in the beliefs about different people's propensity to stay.
Yeah.
But in your model that wasn't part of it. Is the reason that these are kind of short-term positions that you're hiring for? Did you tell them that, or is that maybe part of their consideration?
Yeah. So I think the way that it would enter in our framework is the kind of outside option, thinking that if the outside option is too high, then that will push down the kind of acceptance probability. That's related to retention. It's not the same. But I think, yeah, I think in the potential, so there are couple compensation schemes. When we talk to actual recruiter, they would say it's a flat wage or kind of the bonus scheme based on retention. And we didn't want to kind of push toward the latter because that might impact how they evaluate candidates. So we wanted to kind of move away from that. Okay. So briefly, procedures, we kind of talked about it, but just to kind of visually, it helps to see. We hire recruiters around, so the mean is $63. And then we talked about this employer profile and what we need that we talked about, and then instructions. From that, we hired 493 recruiters, and job we gave them at that stage job advertisement that we fictitiously said we would we have given to the candidates. The job offer, we said that to all the candidates we have given $130,000, resume package 16 resumes, and then we gave them a spreadsheet of the counteroffer. Each 16 people, fictitious people, gave a counteroffer from that initial offer of $130,000. And then the main survey of the candidate evaluations and recommendations, and we had a post-experimental survey because we wanted to kind of ask deeper questions about their beliefs, but we didn't want to necessarily impact their evaluations at step 3. Okay. There are 4 things that we randomized. Again, we talked about it, but just laid out: gender of candidates, female and male name, and how much they counteroffer, the negotiation intensity, and the counteroffer distribution within the batch, so 25%, 50%, and 75%. We wanted to have an analysis on spillovers. And then finally, pay transparency. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a couple slides. This graph can be helpful in kind of how much counteroffer there was and how much what we mean by intense renegotiation. So to the very left, you have 130,000. That's the amount that we said we would we gave to candidates at the initial stage, and they came back with these distribution of counteroffers from 130,000 to 180,000. We have told all the recruiters that the pay band for this position is 130,000 to 155,000, and we would be willing to make exceptions to exceptional candidates. And so the middle part, that's the within range, right? Within the pay band of this role, and to the right you have above target, going above the 155,000. Green bars are male and white bars are female, so you can see that they're distributed evenly. Another thing to keep in mind is that the over-target counteroffer, the more intense counteroffers, are different from the lower one by about 20%. So, and that difference, the mean difference, is about $28,000. This to keep in mind as we think about the magnitudes. Okay, the pay transparency treatment. This is the only thing that is different amongst recruiters based on the pay transparency treatment. We said that so this is just to be clear, is a cross-firm treatment condition instead of within-firm pay transparency. We have said our allocated salary range for these roles is 115,000 to 155,000. Sorry, I misspoke. However, we are open to considering offers outside this range for exceptional candidates. And these are 2 different kind of treatment arms. So for treatment, we have posted, we said we posted range, basically to adhere to local labor laws concerning pay transparency in certain offices. We have explicitly mentioned this range in our job advertisement, and we also kind of posted on the job advertisement that we have shared with these recruiters. At the top, we have shared that range. For the non-pay transparency treatment, we said we did not mention this target salary range, the job advertisement. Yeah, Mitch.
Is negotiation on salary something that outsourced HR would do?
So that's something that so we didn't say set the salary or set the decisions. We were getting recommendations from them. So yeah. But to answer your question, so some outsourcing agents, they would kind of take over the entire part of recruiting, including the compensation kind of setting as well. Yeah, Ingrid.
For the first treatment, you kind of give an explanation, right, like a motive. For the second, you don't, right? So for the first one, you kind of explain why you're doing this, because there are many different reasons why you might want to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And what was the reason you did it for one and not the other? If you're fixing kind of participants' beliefs, what the underlying reasons why you're doing this. And for the second one, there are many things that you could keep in mind. Like, I don't want my competitors to know this is like a policy at the firms. We never do this. It might kind of affect how you.
Yeah.
How you see this.
I see. Yeah. So your comment is about, what we talked about, kind of pay transparency in the one treatment, but did not talk about pay transparency, kind of the motive behind it. Is that
The first treatment you chose to kind of provide context by saying the local labor
You know, I think so. I think we wanted to kind of have that balance between kind of having a kind of weakest treatment to kind of show that this is a to show that this is just the pay range being posted or not, and also kind of have a strong enough kind of treatment so that they notice, right? They could kind of skim through and they might not look at it. But I think what could be helpful is we have some descriptive evidence about how that treatment affected people's beliefs. Maybe we can, yeah, Alan.
Maybe just speak to the recruiter's effective function versus like the firms. Like the recruiter be fired if someone doesn't meet like observable criteria, or like are they worried about candidates turning down offers versus firm? Like is there reason to think about like that we should think about the recruiter and the firm's effective functions to be equivalent?
I see. Yeah, so that's a good point. Whether recruiters and employers, I mean, we loosely kind of combine them and use interchangeably, but how they could differ. I think to the extent that they think in terms of consulting role and they think about the reputation concerns, I think they would try to kind of have the firm's objective in mind. But I think that's something that we would want to think a bit more about. Yeah.
I think like at least like if the proposition is that the recruiter has some input into the wage, you might just be concerned about in the setting whether you're primarily concerned about like the worker turning down an offer versus the employer balking at it, or if like the recruiter would be concerned about like that if you terminated, they would be hired again as a recruiter. Seemingly they found forward a candidate where the recruiter gets really creative, like, oh no, you said this, but I think they could do this or whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So we want to kind of stick to the script perhaps.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll think about that. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah.
In Chris'
Laura.
mind, I think you might be able to do something with maybe where the worker, I mean, where your recruiter is working from. Maybe some of those places have pay transparency laws in effect and others don't, and maybe there's some heterogeneity
Yeah.
analysis you can do to speak to a little bit about.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for the comment. So we do have some heterogeneity based on the location, but maybe we can get to that and then we can talk a little bit more. Okay, so to talk about data, how the conceptual framework maps to our experiment. In the main survey, how it maps to the model, so we have a few things. Perceived skill. We asked about what's the technical skills that you evaluate, what's a teamwork skill, what's the initiatives, and we have these ratings, and they would map to perceived skills in the conceptual framework. Outside options, we asked about the candidates' other offers and current salary estimates. For decisions, we have asked what is the suggested salary offer to give to the candidate, and we have also said there is a concurrent. There may be a concurrent senior track position that may be available. Would you be willing to consider this candidate for that role as well? Okay. And then we asked about response to counteroffer. How would you want to respond? Do you want to do you want to reject the candidacy, or do you want to continue on, and so on? And we also asked about some amenities, work from home days. Would you recommend this candidate for work from home days? Okay. And post-experimental survey, we're going to talk more about that in the next couple of slides. Yeah.
Maybe I should have asked this earlier.
I'm sorry. Mitch, is that 9 minutes left?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it okay if I hold questions before I talk more about the results? Okay. So counteroffers over targets are common. We asked about the candidates to recruiters, and counteroffers over target for women are common too. But you can see that it is different by quite a bit. So 91% of the recruiters said that, but for women, counteroffers over targets are less, 61%. Okay. Basically, we have a to look at intensity of negotiation in the pooled sample, we have whether candidates ask over the target or not. And then we also have heterogeneity by gender, so interacting the over target with female dummies. Okay. And we also do heterogeneity analysis to look at impact of pay transparency. We would have a triple difference. And other specification would also rely on triple difference as well. Okay, so higher offers tend to signal both skill and outside options, and that you can see at the bottom. So when candidates ask over the target, they lead to higher technical skills, team skills, and initiative skills. And the way to look at the table is you have the below target on the left side, and then over target on the right-hand side, and then the third column is a difference between these two columns. And you can see that that also leads to higher salary offers, higher recommendation for senior positions, but then also on the flip side, you have a higher likelihood of rejecting the candidates. Okay. However, you see that men and women, the assessments tend to diverge. So you can see that skill increase that is driven by men only, especially the team skills, but you can see directionally the initiative skills and technical skills. For women, which is the orange bar, you see that that's closer to 0. Okay. And wage gains from negotiating are quite symmetric across gender. Would you mind if I go through, because I have 6 minutes? Yeah, we can talk more after we go through the results. And if you look at this slide only, then you will see the benefits from asking for more. The results are kind of symmetric. There is no gender differences. However, you can see that here, recommendation for senior positions, that's more driven by male candidates and female candidates, right? And that gap is about 10%. Tracking that is also rejection of the application. You can because the skills have increased only for men, whereas outside options are similarly increasing between men and women. Rejection of application, they're more likely to do that for female candidates that are asking for more than male candidates. Okay. I'm going to skip these 2 slides in the interest of time. Okay. This slide, I think it's very interesting. So we have a measure of gender bias from the Harvard implicit data set. So we have metro area for each recruiter, and we can map that to this data set to see which region that the recruiter is from has a higher bias or not. So this, just to speak a little bit briefly about it, so it's an association of gender with family, so female with family and men with career, how strongly residents in the metro area think in that terms. And we can see that recommendation for senior positions, the second column, you can see that the last row, you can see that the triple difference is loading on that. So the difference in the returns to negotiating more for senior positions, that's all driven by these high bias regions. Okay. Interestingly, when we do triple difference with the pay transparency, we see that that difference in senior recommendation that gets dampened in under pay transparency. So those last 2 columns are what you want to look at, where over target times female CV, that's negative, but then that gets flipped under pay transparency. Okay. So for the remaining few minutes, I'm going to talk about a few things that we did, interesting questions that we could answer through a structural estimation. 3 things. One is, how much of each gap does belief updating alone explain? What counteroffer is optimal for a candidate? And third, what does pay transparency change about the firm's rule? So we estimate the model that we have in the beginning. We add one thing that I want to highlight, residual terms. It's a further gender-specific contribution of senior recommendation and wage deviation to a firm's objective function. So we have four slopes, four rates for each outcome, so 8 rates, and that would give us an ability to see how much of the gap is remaining when we shut down the belief channel, right? So this would be something that we add in addition to what we have for the belief terms. Okay? So after we add this residual terms, we equalize beliefs across gender and then recompute the wage and senior choice variables from first order conditions, and we see whatever gender gap is remaining after taking into account the belief kind of being the same. Okay? And we see that that when we turn off the belief channel, what's remaining is a much smaller portion. So out of the 0.062 in the senior gap, about a third is this residual, and 0.04, a larger portion is belief. So what we conclude is that belief channel is a significant explanation for the outcome differences in senior recommendations. Okay, so we have seen that there are differences in returns to negotiations for senior recommendation, but also returns to negotiation for rejection of the candidates. And the wage, so how do you combine these two, combine these three? We calculate the optimal counter offers for men and women. We find that the headline result is for women, the optimal counter offer is between 11-12%, and for men it's 20-30%. It's a larger portion, and that difference remains consistent across a few different utility functions that we consider. Risk neutrality, CRRA with risk aversion ratio of 0.5, and reference-dependent Kahneman-Tversky utility based on that 130,000 initial offer. Okay. And lastly, we consider why does pay transparency narrow the gap? Why does it dampen the difference in the returns to negotiation for a senior recommendation? And we can do the similar kind of belief decomposition, residual belief decomposition across these two regimes. And what we see is that the belief channel remains similar between these two regimes. However, what's remaining is this residual, something that is not explained by these beliefs, that shrinks under pay transparency. Second thing that I want to say is, remember that kappa, that cost to giving more senior recommendation, that also increases, and that is consistent with recruiters growing more cautious about senior recommendation for everyone. However, we see that other belief parameters don't change between these two regimes. Okay, so with that, I'm going to conclude. So we have seen that negotiation contribute to gender differences in hiring beyond initial selection. We found that they shape beliefs about productivity and outside option, and that builds on a large literature on bargaining that mostly have taken these parameters as fixed. And we have also shown in the first evidence, field evidence on bargaining under varying transparency regimes, that some of the discretions that recruiters give tend to get smaller. Three implications. First is we have shown that a gender gap in hiring can emerge not just in the first initial stage or wage, but in these more subtle aspects of hiring. And missing some of that could have implication later because senior track recommendation and promotion, that can be an important role for a whole career. Second is that the gap is belief-driven, not purely behavioral. So that has implication of whether to push women to negotiate more when firms have beliefs about the capability skills. And third is that we find that pay transparency can attenuate the gap by constraining discretion And we have seen that that can play a role not just in pay, but also in other margins that are decided during hiring as well. Thanks so much. I'll conclude here.
We have a couple minutes before the next talk. Yeah, go ahead.
This is a really interesting paper, really good job. I just have a question on whether the beliefs of the recruiter interact with the setting. So here you're doing like a software company, right? So in the software field, most workers are men, about like 30% are women, and so there's kind of this issues on skills, and that can lead to, or beliefs about skills, the differential treatment. So my question is, imagine you have done this study, but now you're in the nursing profession, where you have many more women, fewer men. Would you obtain the same patterns? And how do they interact with these beliefs?
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting question. We have considered doing different industries, and of course, I think that the norms can play a role, and I think that's very interesting. We decided to move away because we wanted to kind of keep things kind of similar, so to maximize power. But yeah, we'd love to chat more about that. Yeah.
Great. Super interesting. I'm just curious to know if your recruiter platform, you can infer gender of the recruiter, maybe from names, and whether you've done the heterogeneity analysis for everything by the gender of the recruiter.
Yeah, so that's a great question. So quick answer would be we have found no results across female and male recruiters. But what we have found is, so in the second post-experimental survey, we asked each recruiter to name top 3 candidates, top 3 resumes that they like. And we could construct from this a measure about how male-favoring a recruiter is. And we have found that the differential results are driven by those male-favoring recruiters. So this suggests that there are some kind of more kind of intense. There's a discretion in some in some recruiters. So it's not like a uniform distribution.
Yeah, just to follow up a little bit, because the structural model, you're basically concluding that, there's certain type of counteroffer that a woman should do versus a man should do. And I was just thinking that maybe if I'm negotiating with a woman recruiter, that I could potentially have a different way that, maybe I could actually negotiate more or something like that.
Yeah.
Additional knowledge of that, and I know that you're, of course, you're proficient in that, but.
Right, right. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. So in the reduced form, we found there is no difference whether it's a female or male recruiter, but I have to think a little bit more about how that can fit into structure estimation.
We just going to present gender differences in responses to incentives. Yeah. Michelle?
There's lots of space here.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much to the organizers for including this paper and for scheduling it right after this very interesting paper we've just seen. I think it's a very interesting complement. So this paper looks at gender differences in the response to incentives, and I provide evidence from academia, so I'm going to do a nice bit of navel-gazing here. But the reason is because we know that women are underrepresented in academia as they are in other high-skilled professions, in knowledge work particularly. And this underrepresentation increases the higher up the ranks you go. Now, in academia specifically, various factors have been shown to contribute, ranging from gender differences in peer review, recognition for group work, gender-neutral tenure clock stopping policies, differential promotion and tenure rates, and differential mobility rates. Now, this paper asks whether gender differences in the response to different types of incentives could contribute as well. And the reason is, it might be pretty hard to change people, but incentives we can change. And particularly people in this room know a thing or two about this. Now, what I mean by different types of incentives is the following. in academia, as in other high-skilled professions, there are often both explicit performance incentives, so think of your publication bonuses, and implicit career concerns. Now, in this paper, I focus specifically on market-based career concerns incentives a la Holmstrom 8299. So these are incentives that arise whenever the market updates beliefs about the ability of workers based on output signals they observe, and then the market bases future pay on those updated beliefs. That in turn gives workers an incentive to exert effort to try and increase output and try and affect those beliefs and how they're updated. And so in practice, this would come about when you have attraction or retention bonuses or pay being negotiated as part of contract talks, as we've just seen in the previous paper happens frequently. Now, the response to explicit incentives has been studied quite extensively, and there's evidence to suggest that men and women respond similarly to explicit performance incentives. But these market-based career concerns have been studied much less, and there's much less empirical evidence on them. And there are various reasons to believe that maybe women won't respond as strongly to these career concerns incentives. For one, women tend to be less mobile, and so they would have a weaker bargaining position. Women have also been shown to be less likely to negotiate and not fare as well in negotiations. Again, see the earlier paper. And then career concerns incentives are implicit, and so they may be more subjective, and there may be more room for biased performance evaluation, perhaps. Now, if indeed there are differential responses to different types of incentives, in turn, that could affect both the performance of men and women and female representation. So in a companion paper, I show that career concerns incentives increase the likelihood of quality crowding, and they decrease the likelihood of positive selection. And so if men and women respond to different types of incentives, this could have implications for the kind of knowledge work that's being done, the kind of knowledge output, but it could also affect female underrepresentation. And some of those findings could spill over to other high-skilled professions to the extent that the underlying mechanism is generalizable. So in this paper, I studied gender differences in the response to explicit performance incentives and market-based career concerns. And I do this in the context of academia by exploiting the introduction of performance pay in German academia as a natural experiment. Now, this is a useful setting for these purposes for three reasons. The first is that this professorial pay reform introduced incentives in such a way that there is a differential incidence of incentives by tenure cohort and age, and that allows me to provide causal estimates of both the effort and selection response in difference frameworks. Secondly, the reform introduced a performance pay scheme that included both explicit performance incentives and market-based career concerns, and these incentives take effect at different points in time. And so that allows me to then separately estimate the effects of these two types of incentives. And finally, this was a nationwide reform, and I was able to construct a data set that encompasses the affiliations and publication histories of the universe of academics in Germany. So that allows me to look at responses not just across genders, but also across fields and across, for instance, productivity quantiles. And so that allows me to also try and look at mechanisms that might be driving differential responses to different types of incentives. So the key takeaways are as follows. First, I look at, do men and women respond to different types of incentives? And I find that yes, they do. On average, men have a positive and significant effort response to career concerns incentives only, and this amounts to an increase in research quantity by 16 to 19%. Women, on average, only have a positive and significant effort response to explicit performance incentives, and this causes their research quantity to increase by around 36 to 40%. Now, do these differential responses then also affect performance? And here we might be particularly interested in what happens to research quality. So, is there a difference there too? And I find that yes, there is. In response to explicit performance incentives, women increase the highest quality work, but I find that in response to the career concerns incentives, men do not produce more of the highest quality work. So maybe that bodes well for female representation. It doesn't. So I do find that women do positively self-select into performance pay, and actually there's only weak evidence of positive self-selection into performance pay by men. But when I look at who actually ends up switching and ends up under the performance pay scheme, more productive women are not more likely to end up in the performance pay scheme, more productive men are. And so that suggests that maybe more productive women are not necessarily more likely on average to receive outside offers. And that could then also explain why women don't, on average, respond to career concerns incentives. And so that's the final thing I look at. What could explain this differential response? And I find most evidence that aligns with a differential credit or signal noise in particularly fields where teams are very large. I find that more productive women don't tend to be more likely to receive outside offers, which would align with the market having a hard time updating beliefs about a female ability if she's part of a large team, which would align with the work of Heather Sarsens, for instance, but this is not true for men. For men, why don't they respond to explicit performance incentives? This really seems to be a convex effort story. So career concerns incentives tend to be very strong, particularly also in Germany, the way it was introduced. And so it's only in cases where there is less uncertainty about ability and career concerns incentives are weaker that I do see men respond to explicit performance incentives as well. But I probably won't have time to go into that here, so I'll leave this here for you to take away and ask me about later if you want to know more. Okay, so let's get into the meat, and I need to give you some institutional details first. So the professorial pay reform that I explored marked the change from an age-related pay scheme in which wages would go up every 2 years until the age of 49, and universities had very little discretion to adjust pay, and so there was little to no variation of pay across professors and certainly not based on performance. Now, this changed with the introduction of the performance pay scheme in German academia, because this performance pay scheme pays professors a basic wage, on top of which they can earn very substantial bonuses. And when I say very substantial, these could potentially more than double the pay of a professor. So these are high-powered incentives. Now, the reform was announced in 2002, and it was implemented in 2005. And what that means is that any appointment to a tenured position as of 2005 necessarily falls under the performance pay scheme, but any appointment that happened before falls under the age-related pay scheme. Now, you see where I'm going with this. I'm going to exploit this to estimate effort responses. So I observe academics who are appointed to a tenured affiliation in 2000, and then as long as they don't move, they are paid according to the age-related pay scheme. They continue to be paid according to that pay scheme. I also observe academics who are appointed to a tenured position in, let's say, 2006. They are appointed under the performance pay scheme. They will never have seen the age-related pay scheme. So by looking at how the output of these types of academics or cohorts of academics changes from before to after the implementation of the reform, I can estimate the effort response to the incentives that were introduced with the reform. Now, I also observe academics who are initially appointed under the age-related pay scheme, let's say in 2003, but then they move elsewhere or they renegotiate their contract, let's say in 2007, and in doing so, they switch to the performance pay scheme. So by looking at who switches, I can estimate the selection effect into this performance pay scheme. Now, a little bit more about the bonuses that were introduced with this performance pay scheme. There are two types of performance bonuses. The first are attraction and retention bonuses. So these are very much akin to the kind of recruitment and retention bonuses that you see in the US. So these are determined in negotiation with a hiring department, where the hiring department looks at the qualifications and past achievements of an academic, looking at certainly achievements in research output, publications where they were published, but also looking at grants, as well as any achievements in teaching and promotion of young scholars. So these incentives really give rise to career concerns incentives. And importantly, these incentives should kick in from the moment that the reform is announced in 2002, because from that moment onward, academics who anticipate they will fall under the age-related pay scheme once it's implemented as of 2005 have an incentive to try and beef up their CV to be in a better bargaining position, a better negotiation position once the performance pay scheme rolls around. Now, the other type of bonus are on-the-job bonuses. So these are bonuses that are awarded for performance on a job in a particular position. So again, here performance encompasses both research output, the success rate of attracting grants, but also exceptional teaching performance or promotion of young scholars. Generally speaking, these kind of on-the-job bonuses are stipulated in contracts, either individual target agreements or stipulated in university statutes. So these are really explicit performance incentives, and they should take effect from the moment that the reform is actually implemented, or more specifically, from the moment that someone actually enters into the performance-based scheme. Mitch?
Are these one-time bonuses or permanent salary increases?
It differs. They're often initially one-time bonuses, so the contract would stipulate over the next 3 or 5 years, if you get these many publications there and there, or this type of grant, you will get this pay supplement paid in. And then if you continue to do well, there's often the opportunity to make that permanent. So if your performance continues to be high, but it's not a given. So generally speaking, they're one-time bonuses initially, but then they can become, and what I mean by initially, they're not just a lump sum pay paid once, but an increase in your pay for a while, for a couple of years, and then if you continue to do well, that become permanent.
Okay, so for the attraction and the retention bonus too, that's not a permanent salary.
So generally speaking, the attraction and retention bonus works in the same way. So it's an increase in your pay, often for a period of 3 to 5 years, and then if you continue to do well, that becomes a permanent pay supplement. There was another question, I believe, or yeah, please.
I'm wondering whether these changing incentives also affect selection into academia or into PhD programs and the gender composition and types in general. People that enter academia with such a PhD program, and men care more about men, maybe we see more men enter a PhD program. See any of that?
So I'll get back to that when I look at the selection effect. So I look at selection into performance pay, but to the extent that these types of incentives also affect who selects into academia, this should be indicative of the kind of direction of selection into academia that we see. For the estimation that I'll show you here, also especially when it comes to effort responses, I make sure to look at a fixed sample of academics who were already part of academia, and as it works in German academia, you are only qualified to be appointed to a tenured position once you have completed your PhD, and then traditionally a postdoctoral qualification, the Habilitation. So those are specifically the people I look at. So that's quite a bit removed from when people actually decide to try to enter academia and do a PhD, for instance. Okay, so what should be the case is that the career concerns incentives really kick in from the moment the reform is announced, 2002, but then the explicit performance incentives really only start to take effect from the moment that the reform is actually rolled out, so after 2005, or more specifically, when someone is actually appointed to a tenured position under this performance-based scheme. And so that should allow me to then estimate the effects of these two types of incentives separately. Okay, so I'll look at the effort responses first, and I do this with a data set that encompasses the affiliations and publication histories of the universe of German academics. I compiled that panel data set from 3 mostly unstructured data sets. The first is Kirchner's Deutsche Gelehrtenkalender, which is effectively a directory of academics that has a history of affiliations and some basic information about academics, including their gender. I supplement this with information from Forschung und Lehre, which is Germany's largest academic professional magazine. And this publishes every month an overview of academic offers that were extended, accepted, and rejected. And then I extract publication histories from Web of Science, and I use journal citation reports to get impact factors and citations. So, yeah, please go ahead.
I have a question on the prior slide, which is that, I guess with the explicit performance pay, I would expect anticipation effects, because, I mean, our research projects take a very long time, and that we're not the only field where that's true. So I guess I'm not sure that you can actually disentangle the implicit from explicit by using that pre-period on the explicit.
Yeah. So it's a great question. There's sort of two things. The explicit performance incentives really apply to the kind of, let's say, research output. That's what I'm looking at. That you are able to generate, so the kind of publications that you are able to generate in a 3 to 5 year period after you've started a job. And so any publications that you have managed to generate before that time won't help you get that kind of bonus. And so anticipating would work in a sense that you can try and get some nice projects started and then hopefully get them published during that 3 to 5 year period. But I shouldn't see any publications before the explicit performance incentives really kick in, and I do. The other thing is I shouldn't see any of the differential responses that I'll show you when I start to also get into the mechanism. So I don't find any evidence of anticipation effects, again, also because that wouldn't actually help you to get these on-the-job bonuses. The final thing I can say about this is, relative to the attraction and retention bonuses, the on-the-job bonuses tend to be much lower. And so people have, in some sense, a much greater incentive to try and publish more the moment that the reform is announced, to be able to get such a lucrative attraction and retention bonus rather than try and delay publication, for instance. But I'll show you a couple of pictures that really suggest that's not a concern. Okay, so in order to estimate the effort effect, I compare the research output of academics in a treated cohort. These are academics who are appointed to a first tenured affiliation directly after the reform and so fall under the performance-based scheme. And the control cohort here, academics who are appointed to a first tenured affiliation directly before implementation of the reform, so they fall under the age-related pay scheme. Now here, of course, I have a parallel trends assumption, but on top of this, I need to assume that the timing of the appointment to the first tenured position is exogenous, so that there is exogenous assignment to treatment and control, and I have various pieces of evidence to suggest that this is fulfilled. So my difference in difference framework here is a little bit different from the standard one in that I have two before and after periods. So the first is a interaction of post-O2 and treatment. This picks up on the timing at which the career concerns incentives should kick in. And then the second before and after is before and after appointment to the first tenured affiliation, which is when the explicit performance incentives should kick in. So what do I find? And I'm showing you the results for men here first, and this is a key figure, and there's a lot here. So let me walk you through it. The blue bars show the coefficient estimates of the interaction of post-O2 and treatment. So this is my effort effect estimate for men in this case. And then the orange bars show the coefficient estimate of the interaction of tenure and treatment. So this should pick up on the effort effect of the explicit performance incentives. Every pair of blue and orange bars show the coefficient estimates of one regression with a different dependent variable. And these dependent variables are from left to right: the number of publications, impact factor rated number of publications, and citation weighted number of publications. So what this shows is that on average, men only have a positive and significant effort response to career concerns incentives, the blue bars, and this amounts to their research output quantity increasing by 16 to 19%. And this picture looks very different for women. So for women, I find that on average, there is a positive and significant effort response to explicit performance incentives only, and this causes their research quantity to increase by 36 to 40%. Now, there is a whole list of identification of robustness checks I do. I find no evidence of pre-trends. I find when I look at placebo diff and diff comparing cohorts that make tenure before the reform and so have no differences in incentives, that there is no differential effect. Oops, oh gosh. That should not have happened. I'm very sorry about that. I checked the links this morning. Sorry about that. So I hope you will believe me. This should work here. I'm going to try once more. For some reason, all the links are thrown off. I'm very sorry about this. Okay, so I hope you will believe me that I find no evidence of pre-trends. I also find when I do a placebo difference that there are no differential research output coefficients for a placebo treatment and control. And the strongest test that I can provide is looking at synthetic cohorts, where I don't let the assignment to treatment and control cohort be determined by the actual timing of appointment to a first tenured position, but by the average age at which academics are appointed to a first tenured position, and all of the results go through. The other thing I want to mention is you might be concerned that some of the academics in the control cohort are actually treated. And so this would cause the baseline effort response estimates that I just showed you to be a conservative estimate. So when I take out academics who I observe switching to the performance-based scheme from the control cohort, indeed, if anything, the effort effect estimates become stronger, as one would expect. And again, I would have shown you all of this, and I hope you believe me that the results are here, but for some reason, the links are messed up. Okay, so, yes, please, Ellen.
I believe you. But,
Thank you.
But I guess I also wonder, I mean, is there like an age story? I guess I would have my prior would have been women tend to be younger, career concerns would be greater for women. But I guess you find the reverse, that they're more concerned about explicit risk incentives. I was wondering is this I don't know, is there an age effect going on, given that men are probably correlated with age as well?
So I don't find that, across fields there's some difference, as you would expect, in sort of the average age when appointment to first tenure position happens, but there isn't a massive difference in that age for when men and women, or there's some variation across fields, but on average, and I looked at this and I should know this, I don't think I found that women are on average younger when they're appointed to their first tenured position, but I could check. Or if there is a difference, it's not large at all. So these are really people who are of a similar age that I'm looking at in the treatment and control cohort. Yes, please.
I walked in late, so apologies if you said this. I don't know if you're going to get to mechanisms, but if we think in the behavioral literature, there's
Yeah.
sort of the classic, right, to what extent are women more risk averse than men, and so on and so on. Are you going to be able to unpack any of this as potential mechanisms, or we won't?
So hopefully, if I have time, I'll end with mechanism. Though I'll disappoint you right off the bat. I don't have data that allows me to estimate anything regarding risk aversion or risk preferences. I do find evidence that suggests that there might be other factors that are at play here that seem to be really important, at least. I can't rule it out, though. Oh, yeah, please go ahead.
Really quickly, is there another promotion decision looming in front of them, like full professor? And in that case, if the timing is endogenous of that, then women coming up maybe a little bit later or delaying, kind of going into the age thing, then that could be another incentive that's in there, and that's obviously in the rapid timing of things.
Yeah, that's actually a great question. So, academics can be a point. So, they're under the performance-based scheme. There are two pay levels that sort of align with the equivalent of the associate professorship and the full professorship, the W2 and the W3. When people are appointed to their first tenured affiliation, it's not necessarily always in the W2 first and then the W3. They can be appointed immediately to the W3, and so that means for people who are immediately promoted to the equivalent of the full professorship, there are no further promotion incentives, but people under the performance-based scheme continue to effectively have incentives to try and get outside offers, because that would allow them to re-enter into these negotiations. So I think the career concern incentives would persist also after you're in the age-related pay scheme and the explicit performance incentives kick in. It's just that for men, and here, if I could show you the dynamic responses, you really just see an increase in the research output of the treated cohort when the career concern incentives kick in, and then no additional response when the explicit performance incentives are added on top of this. Whereas for women, it's really the opposite. There's no significant response when the career concern incentives first kick in, and then there is that significant difference once the explicit performance kick in. Charlie.
Are the measures of quality, measured in the short run when the committee giving out the bonuses would be looking at them, or are these longer run measures of impact?
So I look at the 5-year impact factor rating, and then for citations, I have at least 6 years from when a publication happened until when I measure the citations, and that's the same for the treated and the control cohort. So everything is, of course, measured sort of in the same year.
It's interesting to break the citations into the ones that would have been available to the review committee at the time the money was given out.
Yeah. So this is yeah, I love where you're going with this. So I find that this matters a lot for men. So when I try to look at whether the fact that on average I don't find that men respond to explicit performance incentives, is that a convex effort cost story, I find that once I look at fields specifically where there appears to be less uncertainty about the ability of newly tenured academics, where I look at how much variance is there in the citations the publications would garner at the time of appointment to tenure, I find that the less uncertainty there is, that's where explicit performance incentives are stronger, that's where men respond to it. So there is something like this, and it allows me to get at some of these mechanisms. But again, I don't find this for women.
It's related to that. Do you see a difference in grant-based fields versus not? Because you have pretty strong incentives in grant-based fields the whole time, right? Because if you don't publish, you don't get grants.
Yes.
That kinds of thing.
So I look at, so very briefly, I hope to get to this because this gets at the mechanism story. I find some difference for women when I look at lab versus non-lab fields, which is looking at sort of team-based field. Often lab fields are also more reliant on grants. I do find some interesting differences there, but they seem to really be coming from in lab fields, grant-based fields. You often tend to have larger teams as well, where women may just have a harder time signaling their own ability. But I'll hope to get to that and then get back to your question. Okay, so it seems to be the case that men and women respond to different types of incentives. And so I wonder how this affects the kind of research that we get. And particularly, we might be interested in what happens to the kind of research quality as evidenced by citations or also novelty and impact. Now, I won't have time to go into novelty and impact. I used textual analysis-based metrics there. But I do want to show you what I see when I look at just the quality of the research that's produced in response to these incentives. So in order to do that, I look at the number of publications that authors publish in different citation quantiles. So in order to do this, I construct for every field and every publication year the different citation quantiles, the bottom 10%, bottom quartile, and so on and so forth. And then for every author, I count how many publications they have in each citation quantile. And then I use those citation quantile frequency variables as dependent variables for the baseline effort effect response, which really allows me to estimate, are there differences in the output that the treated and control cohort produce in different citation quantiles? Or let me just show you what I find. Effectively, I can estimate the quality response distribution. And so for men on the left, in response to the career concerns incentives, I find that men produce more low to medium highly cited papers, but I don't find that in the aggregate, there's an increase in the most highly cited papers. For women, in response to the explicit performance incentives, there is an increase, not just in medium highly cited papers, but also in the most highly cited papers. Now, if my links would work, shall I try once more? Okay, I'm going to try once more. Yes, okay. I can dig a little deeper and look at heterogeneity in these response distributions. And the reason I want to look at this is, based on theory, we would expect a higher likelihood of quality crowding in response to career concerns incentives, particularly in sort of the subtop productive academics. And so I look at whether I find any evidence of that by looking at these quality response distributions for different academic productivity quantiles. And so what I find that for men, in response to the career concerns incentives, the most productive academics, so in the top left corner, they produce more medium to very highly cited papers. But in the subtop, I actually find evidence of quality crowding. So they reduce the number of most highly cited papers they produce to be able to produce more medium highly cited papers. And there's no such evidence for women. I find that the most productive and the subtop productive academics, in response to explicit performance incentives, increase more of the medium to very highly cited papers. Now I hope I can go back again. Beautiful. Okay. So next, I want to see what this means for female representation. And so in order to do that, I look at who actually switches to performance pay, because to the extent that people are attracted or repulsed by the kind of incentives that are in effect in academia, this should tell us something about who might select into academia or higher positions in academia in general. So the first thing I do is I look at switching rates. Yeah, go ahead.
Does the law say how the career incentives or the explicit incentives are supposed to be determined? Are they supposed to be determined by negotiation, or are they supposed to be set?
So the law at the federal level leave a lot of leeway to the states and then the universities. In general, there's some variation across states, but in general, it's really just left to the universities to decide how they do that. So it's really for the explicit performance incentives, there is generally some framework of what these bonuses can be based on in the university statutes. And then when it comes to the attraction and retention bonuses, it's much more open, but it's really across the board being determined in these negotiations, and universities really have the discretion. So in order to look at who switches to performance pay, I look at academics who start out in an age-related pay scheme, and then I look at who moves elsewhere, changes position, or renegotiates their contract because they get an outside offer. So all of these I would refer to as contract changes. Do I see that more productive academics are more likely to make that switch to performance pay scheme? And so I find that for men, indeed, more productive men are more likely to switch to performance pay. But for women, that's not the case. Now, this, of course, is the result of two-sided matching. It's the result of who receives the outside offer and who decides to accept it. So in order to try and separate those two, I can estimate self-selection into performance pay by exploiting variation along two dimensions, age and cohort. So cohort, again, is when are you appointed to your first tenured affiliation? But here, the treated and control cohort are swapped. So now the treated cohort are academics who are appointed before implementation of the reform. These are the ones that start out under age-related pay, so they're the only ones that can actually change to performance pay by changing a contract. And then the other dimension is age, and this is simply because there is a single crossing property of the basic wages under the performance pay scheme and the age-related pay scheme. It goes up with age under age-related pay, but not under performance pay. So the performance pay scheme is relatively less attractive for older academics. And so if there is positive selection, self-selection into performance pay scheme, what I should see is that treated academics who are more productive are more likely to change their contract, but moreover, treated academics who are more productive and older should be less likely to change their contract. Or put another way, when you're older and treated, you need to be of even higher productivity in order to change your contract. And so that's exactly what I find for women. More productive women who are treated are more likely to change their contract, less so when they're older. For men, there's actually less strongly evidence of positive self-selection, again, aligned with empirical or the theoretical prediction that career concerns and centers should be less likely to give rise to positive self-selection. Now, what that then also means is there is positive self-selection for women, but they're not more likely to end up under the performance-based scheme. And so it really seems to be the case that more productive women are, on average, not more likely to receive the outside offer that would enable them or allow them to switch. And so that gets me to the last part, which is looking at mechanisms. So why do women not respond to career concerns incentives? And so the first thing I want to check is it true that on average, more productive women are not more likely to receive outside offers? And so that, unfortunately, does seem to be the case. More productive men have a higher offer rate. More productive women do not. Now, that then begs the question, why? So here there's a couple of reasons, a couple of possible drivers. One could be, this might be a signal noise story, so perhaps the market has a hard time inferring the ability of women, particularly if they perform their work as part of large teams, so this would be aligning with, for instance, Hedda Sarson's work. It could be because of biased performance evaluation. So one idea could be that especially when women are evaluated by men, perhaps their performance is not evaluated as positively as men would evaluate the performance of men. Or is this because of differences in mobility? Now, because I have only a few minutes left, I won't be able to show you the last two drivers, but the takeaway is I don't find very significant evidence to suggest that it's either a biased performance evaluation story or mobility story. But I do find evidence that suggests that it's more of a signal noise or a differential credit story. So I want to show you that. So what I mean by differences in signal noise or credit is really the following. If women work in a field in which research is performed as part of larger teams, the market might have a harder time figuring out what the contribution is of the women to that product, and so they may update their beliefs about the ability of the woman less. And so that really just means that women have a harder time providing a credible or clear signal about their own ability through their work. And so if that is the case, what I should see is that in fields in which the average team size is larger, women don't respond to career concerns incentives because they have no way to try and show the market what their worth is, what their ability is. But if they work in teams that are small on average, there perhaps we could find a response to the career concerns incentives. And so that's exactly what I find. When I look at teams with a below median fraction of single author papers where women can credibly signal their ability, their productivity, I do find that there is a positive and significant response to the career concerns incentives, but it's really in the fields in which teams are very large that I find that women only respond to the explicit performance incentives. And so coming back to your earlier question, I do find a similar pattern when I look at lab fields that tend to have larger teams versus non-lab fields, which tend to have smaller teams. But I don't find as clear evidence, and also what I'll show you next, I don't find any difference between lab and non-lab fields. So the last question then is it then also true that more productive women in fields with smaller teams are also more likely to receive those outside offers? Because that would be the last piece of the puzzle. And so I find that indeed that is the case. It's really only in fields in which teams are on average smaller, and particularly there is a higher fraction of single author papers, that more productive women are more likely to receive outside offers. And so they have something to work for. They have the ability to actually try and negotiate higher pay. And so they actually do face career concerns incentives, but not so much in the large teams. So to conclude, I find evidence that men and women respond to different types of performance incentives. I find that on average, men only have a significant effort response to career concerns incentives that causes their research quantity to increase by 16 to 90%. Women on average only respond to explicit performance incentives, and that causes their quantity to increase by 36 to 40%. Now, this has implications for the type of research output we get, because in response to the explicit performance incentives, I actually find that women increase not just any output, but also output of the highest quality. But on average, I find that this is not the case for men in response to the career concerns incentives. And then when it comes to female representation, I find that even though there's positive self-selection into performance pay by women, and actually only weakly so for men, because more productive women on average don't seem to be more likely to receive outside offers, they're not more likely to be able to actually make that switch to performance pay. And so that also suggests they may not be more likely to sort of rise through the ranks or make it in academia in general. And finally, what is then the underlying mechanism? I find evidence that suggests that this is really down to signal noise or differential credit attribution. When women work as part of larger teams, the market has or seems to have a harder time updating their beliefs about the ability of the woman. And so women have fewer ways or have a harder time signaling their own ability through their effort. And so that means they effectively don't face career concerns incentives or not as strong. And so this then ultimately would have implications for optimal incentive design, because I really hope there would be something along the lines of, great, perhaps women respond to different types of incentives, the explicit performance incentives, but they respond in a way that we want them to respond. They produce more of the highest quality work. And so as long as the market responds to that and then also gives these productive women outside offers, then we're golden. But unfortunately, there's the kicker. That doesn't seem to happen. And so it looks like we need more than just incentive designs. We do need to change the people a little bit, or change how the market reads research produced as part of large teams. And so this is a single author paper. I'd like to point that out. Yes, please. And that's all.
Thank you so much. I have two comments. One is, I was surprised by your large team, because my understanding is that in those fields with labs, there is a clear understanding of who is the first author, with like alphabetical ordering, and who is the PI in the grant. So in fact, I feel like the signals are
So great points. Let me start with your second point about mobility. So I do use an indicator or proxy for whether a woman is married or not as my proxy for how mobile she might be. Now here, as a proxy for whether the woman is married or not, I use whether she has a double or hyphenated last name, which traditionally is still quite common in Germany. When a woman marries, she takes her husband's last name and hyphenated it. So if I proxy for married women, and so this is a proxy, I'm almost surely undercounting who is married or not, so I'll caveat that. I actually find, if anything, that women by this proxy who appear to be married might have a slightly stronger response to career consistency centers rather than the other way around. Now, this is very noisy, but I certainly do not find any evidence of the women who appear not to be married of responding to career concerns incentives at all. So in my, again, very noisy proxy, I really don't find any evidence of that. I was as surprised as you are. And if you have other ideas of how I could proxy this, I'd love to look into this more. To your first point of large versus small teams, now there is a strong correlation between the size of or the average size of a team in a field and whether it's a lab or non-lab field, but it's not a perfect correlation. And so actually the cleanest results that I showed you earlier are really when I make the differentiation by what is the size of the team rather than lab versus non-lab field. Having said that, I'm actually working on doing some more research into the co-authorship position, and what I'm curious about, let me put it this way, is even in lab fields, I wonder what is the probability that a woman is even the first author, or what is, the most significant author position. Because it could be that even though the position is very clear, it might be harder for women to get that position that really tells you you are the one that did the most important contribution to this work. And so I'm working on some additional analysis that hopefully sheds some more light on this. I've depressed the entire room. Sorry. Thank you so much.
And we'll kick this off in 15 minutes.
Thank you.
making more people not to feel really how we go.
All right.
Just see the trailer. There was public joy. There was something that attracted the crowd.
I don't know what this is, but I was able to see that there's a theory paper that I read someday that I was okay. I understand it, but I don't know what it was. It happens to me all the time.
So you delegate it. What, are you for Sunday? It depends on what you define as hard work. Is that hard work? I don't know. Maybe not actually. I thought, okay, so you have yes, some of the hard work actually. And I'm gonna sharpen. I'm gonna sharpen my knives. Go for it. I'm good at ducking. Well, the hardest part of this project was to work with the data from this device. And you had to do it through a sort of dynamic build where you send Python code to them, and they embed it and then run it and disclose it. And so preparing or working with this entire pipeline that was the hard part. We had a PhD student who got really good at it. Yes. It was tough.
I didn't wanna, I saw, I don't want to
She was there, so
so looking forward to the another person with back.
Good enough. You
I take anyway.
You take credit.
Going.
Good. How are you doing?
I said my
back
back
hurts.
hurts.
So far, my body's doing okay. So far, my body's doing okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you all for being here. We're excited to be on the program, thanks to the organizers. And this is a new project on dual career ladders, joined with Nicola Bianchi, who's here, and also Lydia Kao, one of our PhD students, great student, and Trang Nguyen at Melbourne. And we start the project with the observation that, of course, promotions into management are the key avenue of advancement within firms. Right? Everyone has kind of this pyramid in mind when they think about the organizational structure of firms, and you come in as an individual contributor, you don't supervise people yet, that's at the bottom of the hierarchy, and the way up is to move into these managerial positions further up in the ranks. Now we want to point out with this paper that this is not the only way to progress within firm hierarchies. And actually what I'll show you with our data that we'll get to is that the org chart typically looks more like this. So there's going to be a lot of individual contributors, meaning that they do not have any direct reports, also in the middle and in the top levels of an organization. Okay, and so this really then means that workers have two pathways, and firms routinely keep dual career ladders here. A worker could move up by being promoted into management, as we said before, but they could also try to climb the ladder of kind of the IC ladder along this kind of alternative track into the middle and upper ranks. To give you an idea, just to fix ideas, give you some examples, we went and looked up for different companies the typical examples of these types of IC roles at the junior, mid-level, but also at the senior level. And so what comes out of these examples that I'm putting up here is across many different industries, across different functions within these firms, what we're seeing is dedicated, tracks for ICs where there's a clear kind of junior, mid-level role, but also a more senior role that's typically associated with more responsibility for processes, for products, right? And so I don't want you to think about these senior IC roles as people working in isolation. Of course, they will collaborate with other specialists to solve complex problems, if you think about an engineer in a manufacturing zone. But the key distinction is that these workers do not have people management responsibility. Okay, so they do not have direct reports. That's the definition that we're working with. And these dedicated tracks within this IC pathway, oops, I went the wrong way here. Yes, they're very salient for workers. So there's a lot of public debate about how attractive these pathways are as an alternative to becoming a manager. And of course, there's a lot in that debate. There's always this notion, are these ladders created equal or not? What is the financial harm if I don't move into management? And so in this paper, what we really want to do is want to study the careers of individual contributors within modern organizations, understanding what these career ladders for ICs look like, how they differ from managerial careers, and how, if you think about this as an organizational design problem, how different firms design these dual ladders differently. And then once we understand that design choice, it will have distributional consequences as well. And so we want to understand how firms assign workers across tracks, promote workers along these pathways. Now, to make progress on this set of questions, we really need a novel data source that will, oops, again, I'm clicking on the same button, but sometimes it goes forward, sometimes backwards. So that'll be a surprise. We're using a really novel data set here, which is HR data for 43 different firms in multiple sectors. And so what's really good about that data source is that we can see the direct reporting relationships among workers in each of these firms, which allows us to construct the full organizational chart and produce new descriptive facts about these IC careers. And not only that, we can then sort of, based on the heterogeneity across firms that we see, think about what types of production technology, what types of primitives drive firms' choices in designing these ladders differently. Okay, so that's where we bring sort of some new theory to the table that will help us interpret the heterogeneity in the data and also allows us to think through how different types of firms that we see organizing differently might also then respond perhaps differently to shocks, for example, to the rise of AI, and how they might want to restructure these ladders. And then based on the differences we document and interpret with the model, we turn back to the worker level and we think about the distributional consequences in terms of who gets assigned, who stays on an IC track, who moves from IC to manager positions. And so the promotional practices of firms differentially across our sample, and in particular by gender and race. So I'll give you a quick overview of the main findings. That'll also be the structure of the talk, kind of later walking through these. So the first main finding will be that ICs are common across the hierarchy, exactly like I've hinted at with the first diagram I showed you. They will show up prevalently in the middle and top levels of organizations as well. But the two ladders are not equally valuable. ICs, even in comparable positions to managers, are paid substantially less, and their career progression is much slower as well. Now, these are average findings that we see systematically across all the firms in our data, but we also see wide dispersion in the relative value of an IC career compared to a manager across firms. And we further interpret these differences in the shape of these dual ladders through the lens of a knowledge hierarchy model that I'll get to. But it will allow us to create a typology of firms that further helps us to interpret these differences and where they come from in terms of the production problems these firms solve. And then when we look at what these different tracks imply for distributional impact, we see clear importance of track assignment to explain key within firm inequality patterns. Okay, so for example, women and minority workers are more likely to be assigned to IC positions, which are paid lower, and that helps explain a substantial share of the pay gap within firms that we see. So those are the main findings, and now it went back on me again. Okay, I'm gonna give up on this one. Quickly on the literature, we don't have that much time. Obviously, many people in the room have contributed to the study of firm hierarchies and worker careers within organizations. What we'll bring to the table here is this focus on the dual tracks, which will arise from a specialization, really task specialization on a horizontal level between supervision tasks and problem-solving tasks that I'll talk about from the theory side. And then we'll contribute, kind of complement with the evidence that shows how, using our personnel records across firms with the direct reporting links can really show that specialization, can show how these career progressions compare, within the managerial and IC tracks. And the assignment will matter a lot, as I already hinted at, as a margin behind pay gaps, for example. Okay, I'll turn to the data. And the data comes from a provider called Vizier. This is a workforce analytics provider located in Vancouver. This company offers HR analytics services. Basically, they're working with client firms that hand over the raw data, their personnel records, HR data, to this provider. And the provider offers benchmarking, offers different machine learning products to do predictive modeling around hiring, around organizational design questions, compensation. So this is their business model. And what's great about it is this is how we're getting access to all these firms' HR data, but it's also that we can do a consistent analysis within and across firms, because this provider, in order to do all these services, has sort of systems to harmonize the data, to clean up and harmonize the data in useful ways for us as researchers as well. Now, one caveat here is I cannot tell you which firms will be in our sample, okay? But I can tell you, well, you can just go on their website right now, and they will advertise current and former client firms, and some of them are household names that you'll recognize. So this is a picture that they have on their website with some of the companies, and you'll see, they range from finance to tech to manufacturing across the board. So specifically our sample of 43 firms, it comes from this what's called the Visio Community Database. We will see for each of these firms at the employee months level, the reporting relationships. Who do I report to, for example? What job am I in? This is categorized within job functions. This is very important. And we can track in the panel within each firm workers' moves across the organization. We also have rich information about the demographics. So we do have age and race and gender in order to do these comparisons by demographic groups later. And our key pay variable will be the annual direct compensation, which is the sum of the baseline salary, overtime, and cash bonus payments. You can see on the right side here, the overall data is around 10 million worker month observations. The firm distribution these are medium and large firms. The typical firm is in our sample for 81 months. So we have a pretty long panel for each of these firms. They have pretty deep hierarchies with an average of almost 8 layers. And you can see the distribution across broader sectors, a lot of them in tech, in manufacturing, and in finance. And except for one of the firms, the largest share of the workforce is located in the US. Okay, now based on this data, we can start with some core empirical facts. The first one is that ICs remain common at the middle and top of the organization. For this, right, so firms have different depth. And so to illustrate this point easily for you, visualize that more clearly, what we're doing here is basically coursing the layers into sort of the top, middle, and bottom of the organization. So if I'm a firm with 5 layers depth, then the 5th layer is my bottom. But if I'm a firm with 10 layers, then the 5th layer would be in the middle, if that makes sense. And so we're going to just use that to more simply characterize the share of ICs at these different tiers, let's call them. Okay, yeah. So layer is defined as the distance from the CEO that we can construct based on the direct reporting links that are basically, mapping the whole org chart. Yes. Yeah, and that is exactly, that's provided by the data provider.
So if you were the administrative assistant to the CEO, you would be at the top.
Yes. That's exactly why we have 2 colored bars here. So, the dark bars, that's all workers. And so the share of ICs is 90% in the bottom, which, would be mechanically 100% if it was just the lowest layer. But it's sort of this aggregation. Now it goes to 64 and remains at, 44%. But then what you're saying could be a concern, that how interested are we in sort of the assistant to people in the C-suite? I mean, they are relevant and there are IC roles at the top. But actually, when we take out all admin workers, we see that, then the shares remain really high. They go down a little bit at the top, consistent with what you're saying, but it's also true that across these different functions, in sales, in R&D, in production, we still see a large share of ICs at the middle and top ranks as well. Yeah. Okay. Yes, please, Alan.
Sorry, I missed that. So do you have applications for internal promotions?
No. We only see the realized moves.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was wondering, so you have this interesting finding about women being more in the IC tracks, and the IC tracks
Yes.
also promotions. I think about Ingrid's and the
Yep.
supply side
Yep.
interests, and it's kind of an interesting thought experiment because you also have if women are more in IC tracks, that could be a compositional effect on lower promotion rates, but also IC for other reasons also might have lower.
Yes, and we think part of that is going on. We don't have direct evidence of that, but we have some patterns that I'll get to in the third part that are absolutely consistent with this. That the candidate pools between men and women are quite different. And so when we go more to the margin, they will look more similar. At some firms, I have to elaborate on that, but we'll get to this. Good, yes. Okay, so number 2, given that these ICs are represented everywhere in the firm, we look at the ladder shape, and we see that now the thought experiment is going to be compare 2 workers, right, that have the same age, same tenure, meaning they joined this firm at the same moment in time. Today, we see these 2 workers in the same job function and in the same hierarchical layer, but one of them is an IC and one of them is a manager, and the average pay difference is 31 log points. So the IC gets paid, roughly 24% less on average. That's what that means, right? And it's not just a level difference. We also take other outcomes that describe the career progression, such as promotion probability, the monthly pay rise. These are also significantly lower for ICs than for managers. So that means the ladder is not just lower, it's also flatter for them. And another way to see that is if you look at the pay gap by tier, right? Then at the bottom, it's 28 log points. It goes all the way up to almost 50 at the top. Okay, so it is that sort of widening of the gap between the two ladders. And then you won't be surprised if I now show you that moving from an IC to a managerial role is going to come with a huge pay raise. But those types of moves are rare. They happen, less than 0.5% of in employee months. If you do get, yeah.
That's within firm, right?
Everything within firm, yes.
Do you have any idea how much these moves happen between firms?
Yeah, it would be great. So this is a constraint in our data that we cannot track workers across firms, only within an organization. So here we cannot speak to it. Yeah. We could benchmark it maybe a little bit to some of the other admin sources we've both worked with, but we haven't done that yet. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, let me turn. So basically what we've seen so far is that ICs are across the board in the organization and their career ladder looks less valuable than for managers. This is an average statement that's true at all firms, but the extent to which that's the case varies across firms. So what we're seeing is the share of ICs and also the pay gap between ICs and managers varies widely. So here, each of the pictures ranks firms from the lowest to the highest value of the characteristic. And on the left, it's the IC share in the firm overall. So it ranges from, the lowest is around 70% to more than 95%. And then if you look at the pay difference between ICs and managers on average at each of our firms, it can range from, less than 10 log points to more than 50 or up to 60 on average.
Can I ask a question? So if I have in my knowledge workers as an R&D worker,
Yep.
I thought that R&D workers that develop project have a skill component to them. And so the same person could be starting in a small R&D and it's a small company, but a copy of the same person in a bigger firm that engages in larger scale R&D may have direct reports. So do you see two questions? Do you see ICs that eventually become individuals with direct reports? And is it true that the person with the same type of R&D knowledge, occupation, and firms of different size tend to be having a different probability of having reports? I'm thinking that the role is just a matter of scale. And I'm doing the same job in a big company. I have 3 people working with me in the lab. In a small company, it's just me.
Yeah. So we have looked a little bit at how these patterns correlate with firm size. I mean, I agree with you. There's going to be a mechanical ceiling on how far you can climb as an IC because you can kind of report to the C-suite, but you cannot be an IC there. So that would be, so there's going to be that limit. What you're describing is, I mean, what we're seeing, some of the examples that I showed you, there's going to be people managers within these science teams and others who are focused on the substance. And we think in those types of settings, these are often experts that are, I mean, we know this, right? Who's the department chair in an econ department? So it's basically an expert that is then sort of shifting the task focus or specialization to managerial tasks. And yeah, maybe we could do a little bit more with the size of the function at overall. We haven't done as much, so that's a good point, yeah. Okay, so let me move forward. Based on the patterns I've shown you and this wide heterogeneity, I kind of want to interpret the data a little bit further through the lens of a model. And the question really is, how do firms choose to design these two ladders? Which primitives explain the differences we see? And how might firms then adjust to shocks, restructuring those ladders? And really here, we're going to start from a model of knowledge hierarchies, Gary Conner 2000. So this is, many people will be very familiar with this. The logic is the firm is solving problems, and the optimal structure is that workers will receive these problems. If they cannot solve them themselves, they will try to escalate up the hierarchy, looking for experts who can help them out with more difficult or rarer issues, right? And then it can be escalated further. Now, we're introducing in that type of framework a new friction, which is, that type of escalation can create, coordination frictions. So, I don't know what to do with my problem, and I turn to Mitch, but Mitch has a line outside his office of people waiting for help from him, right? And that type of situation could be mitigated if we had a manager who knew kind of who was available as a pool of experts and could contribute some of that help and kind of mix and match efficiently, right? That's just one example how we think about a dedicated role of a manager in that type of hierarchy that provides coordination and supervision to facilitate that problem-solving process. So a little bit more detail. I won't go in all the detail on the model here in that talk, but I kind of want to sketch out what it looks like to give you a sense. So as in Garicano, we're going to have a firm with, let's say, L+1 organizational layers, right? At the bottom, this is the production floor where people receive problems, or a customer calls in, and then now we need to sort of either solve directly on the spot or then sort of find others to help out. Now, above the production floor, we're going to have at each level now basically these two roles that I described. Okay, so, and that'll be an endogenous choice of the firm, how many managers I want to have compared to how many, problem solvers I see. And the difference is that the manager will do two tasks. Okay, they could specialize, but they can do some mix of two tasks. They can supervise workers to provide this type of coordination, for example, that I described, or they can help solve problems, because oftentimes when we think about these teams, they will be experts. These managers will potentially be experts, having expertise to help out themselves. Okay, and that's different from an IC who is fully specialized in the problem-solving part. Now, when we think about this supervision, it will also come with a time cost. And the way we model it here is, so maybe just to point you to a little bit of notation here in the middle, right? The time cost of supervision is going to be a fixed component F at this layer, right? What is this fixed cost? Well, we're going to have group meetings. The manager's going to need to know, the rule book, things like that are sort of fixed time-consuming tasks, and a variable component which depends on the size of the team you supervise. This is the second component, right? And that component, we're actually modeling it as a convex cost, because the more people you supervise, the more idiosyncratic problems will arise, and the harder it might be to manage all of them. Right? That's basically the idea.
Those two components are additive.
Yes. So
Is there complementarity between having one component and having the other component?
by component, or do you mean the different costs of supervision, or do you mean supervision versus problem solving?
Supervision versus problem solving.
Ah, good. We're going to think of them as kind of you're segmenting, you're basically scheduling your day, and there's going to be a time for supervision and a time for problem solving.
You could be better in supervision if you do more problem solving, or maybe, whatever the dynamics is.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's right now, and that's not in the model. I will think about that. Yeah. So we don't have sort of clear intuition yet for that. Yeah. Okay, and then if you solve problems, there's going to be a time cost associated with that as well, how long it takes to help one worker out. And that's denoted by T. Okay, so this is, you can see how close this is to Garicano, but with this separate function of a manager. And there's a separate component here, which is how do we think about the value added of these two different tasks, of these two different roles, right? And so here, the assumption we're making is that pay reflects the output lost when a worker is removed while the rest of the organization remains in place. Okay, so if you think of an IC and they're fully specialized in problem solving, their value added is the expertise they have relative to what people below them know, and then scaled by how many problems they can solve per unit of time. Right? That's essentially their leverage. And that's how their value added is determined.
Sorry.
Oh,
Following up on Christian,
Yeah.
it could be that individually there's a time constraint, so there are competing views of my time in the two roles of supervision and solving. But there could be, I didn't see the output, the production function, but it could be that in the aggregate there's complementarity between the supervision activities and the
So, yes, so this is now, the way we think about this comes up here. So what is the value added of a manager's supervision activity? It's basically, if I take the manager away, then there will be an output cost. We're going to parameterize this with a share kappa of the output produced by the subordinates that will not be realized. So this is the way we currently have it in there, but there might be alternatives. I will think about it. Yeah, that's good. Okay, but that's basically the manager is going to be, the value added is a weighted average of how they spend their time, problem solving value added, and supervision value added, because they facilitate the team's production. Okay, now,
How do you think about worker heterogeneity?
well, workers will be heterogeneous across layers, right, in terms of the knowledge that they have here.
In terms of talent or ability, they are all identical.
Within a layer, yes.
There is no sorting going on. So how do they sort into these different tasks? So is this exogenous or how?
Right now, this simple framework, yes, it will treat it as exogenous. I mean, we could go back to Gibbons and Waldman and others, kind of think about kind of job assignment, a job ladder and uncertainty about ability. We did not build this in here. We're keeping this very simple. I mean, what I'm throwing at you here is basically how parsimonious this model really is. Right? It has a few, and there's no uncertainty. It has these, the primitives are the costs of supervision and problem solving, the knowledge ladder. This is your question. So this is going to be exogenous for us. And the impact of the manager, basically how big is this friction that I described, right? And the nice thing is, in this simple framework, we get closed form solutions for the key objects we're interested in, for in particular the span of control of the manager across the hierarchy, the share of ICs at each layer, the difference in pay that arises between ICs and managers at each layer, the slope of these pay, basically the pay gradient across layers for each of the roles. And that is all of these things we can measure at each firm in our data, which means that we have a formal proof of identification in the paper, how we can, using these moments as targeted moments in estimation, how we can identify sort of these, the parsimonious vector of parameters from the model to further characterize, where the differences across firms that we showed in the facts are coming from, right? Yes, please.
Question. Just the peg you say reflects the loss of output, but could it reflect other things like compensating differentials? 'Cause
Yeah.
From the advertisement, it's like, come and join our firm.
It's a great point.
People.
Right now, basically the way we think about it is these are differential returns on different tasks, right? And so, yes, I think in the model, there's a value to being a manager, and you're getting compensated for that, and so that's optimal. I think in the common public debate, there's sort of a sense. If I talk to my MBA students, they're not always happy that they're here doing this as trained engineers who only can make sort of big money in their lifetime moving into management. So it's not. So there's some of that, and other people have studied the extent to which these roles differ by flexibility or amenity value. So I think there's more that we cannot see here, and so we're not building it into the model now. But it doesn't mean that that's not part of it. Yes, thank you. Okay, so I won't show you the details of the estimation, but the model performs surprisingly well, not only on the targeted, but also on some of the untargeted moments, like the shape of the pyramid. And it really, I won't spend that much time on it, but what it gives us, I want to show you the typology of firms that we get out of it, because one interesting parameter or outcome, choice of the firm that you could look at now is, well, how much time do managers at each of our firms spend on supervision as opposed to problem solving? Okay, that's going to be a function of the primitives that we estimate. And so I've just summarized this here in a picture where the red bar on the right, these are firms where we estimate managers to be almost fully or fully specialized on supervision. So 90% or more of their time through the lens of our model is spent on supervision tasks, not problem solving. Okay, and then there's other firms, there's a pretty wide dispersion, where managers are much more involved in the problem-solving process itself. Okay? Now, this comes from sort of this matching between the span of control, the pay differences, and so on. But we can take this typology and bring it back to observable firm characteristics that we did not use here in the estimation process, and they're quite revealing about the underlying production differences. So when we do this, so let's compare basically red to blue, right? The firms that are highly specialized versus less specialized. And what we're seeing here is actually the firms that are less specialized, they're highly represented in the tech sector. They have a much flatter career ladder for managers than the highly specialized firms. They pay on average ICs substantially more, and they have a much higher share of skilled workers, and you can see it in the composition, the functional job composition as well. They have many more workers represented in, R&D, computer and math type of occupations, and they have a lower admin share. So what we're seeing here is that basically the simple approach through the model helped us to categorize. When you look at the heterogeneity in the data, it's very rich and difficult to kind of see the patterns across. But through the lens of the model, we were able to categorize in a simple way that's informative about sort of these underlying production differences. And we use it in the paper then to think about how these different firms might then restructure in the face of important organizational shocks. There were two questions. Mitch, you want to go?
You said the monthly transition rate from IC to
It's very low.
is 0.5%.
Yes.
Does that seem low to you? Just to push back slightly, like if that's 6% per year, so like over a 5 or 10-year period, that's pretty high. It seems so. Like, is that low, or because that would change the interpretation of every 5 to 10 years.
Yeah.
There's a really high chance that you move into being manager. Then that feels like two different, not so much two different tracks.
I mean, we should look at how long these people are typically at these firms to get a better benchmark for you. And I don't remember, we have looked at that, but I don't remember off the top of my head now. The share always seemed low to us. There's also the opposite movement, right? There's kind of the IC expert who moved into management and then moves back to IC. So that has even lower frequency, but that sometimes happens. We could talk more about it offline. But yes, maybe, these transitions, they will play an interesting role in the next part that I'll get to. Because I showed you in the beginning, this is very consequential. Like, it puts you on a different trajectory. And so how many people on average can get put on that trajectory, we can probably benchmark better just to give a sense of magnitude. Yeah. Okay, so I kept sort of the counterfactual part, that analysis of what happens if the knowledge ladder compresses because AI makes it easier to solve some of the problems, or what happens if it takes less time to solve a problem, right? We can kind of think through these types of shocks. I will skip that. If you're interested, this is your motivation to look at the paper or talk more with me and Nicola over lunch or one of the breaks. I will spend my remaining time on the third piece, which is, given that these ladders are so different, what are sort of the distributional consequences? Yeah, there was another question.
Just building on Mitch's point.
Yeah.
Do you see most of the transitions from IC to management happening at lower levels? Because that also seems like more consistent with two tracks. It's like once you've gone up the ranks to IC, you're not going to switch over.
Yes. Okay, so we need to add that to the patterns we document. I think that'll be great. That's a great suggestion. Yeah. It's always a little bit of a struggle to disclose more things from this company. If you're working with this type of data, want to work with this type of data, let's talk, because there's a lot of detail there that I don't have time to share, but I think it's interesting, could be helpful. Yeah. Okay, so on to the demographics here of the IC workforce. Really, the question is, how do firms promote and assign workers across the two tracks? And this will be mostly across the board and not quite answering your question, but we can do more on that. We're going to focus on women and minority workers in particular, and to what extent, firms' promotion practices differ across groups. So I wasn't sure how much time I would have at this point, so I'm basically first giving you a bit of an overview, and then I think one of those, the part on promotion, I will dive in a little bit in more detail. Yes.
So, in order to answer that question, I would think I need a production technology where input are those two types of workers
Mhm.
and they very much interact with each other. And to answer that question, I need to understand that a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean,
How do you think? I mean, not all firms are the same; they're very different. And then again, worker heterogeneity is an important part to address.
yes.
Address that.
So in
Look at workers and assign them to one of those two, depending on how productive they are in one versus the other.
yeah, no, and okay. So there's long and short answer to that. We can kind of go back to the model, and the model makes very specific assumptions here. And of course, there's sort of more heterogeneity that we should think about. For this particular approach, yes, I think when we look at average patterns, there will be a lot of there could be a lot of compositional differences across firms that relate back to the types of workers they hire, the type of production process they have. All of the analysis we're gonna do is gonna be within firm. We will have sort of the results by firm. We will pool them, and so we're making an underlying assumption that there's a comparable argument there, which I think is maybe more plausible the more we move to sort of the margins. But I mean, the moment where you try to be sort of more representative and think about across firms, which is really important given that we often work with one specific firm and wonder about sort of the generalizability, that's sort of the trade-off, right? And I think we could do more comparing within an industry. We have that, or different tiers as was suggested before. So I think those are great suggestions. That part we haven't done yet. Yeah. Okay, let me summarize some of the results and then dig into the last part. So what do we find here? We can show at each one of our firms, essentially, and on average, that women and minority workers are more likely to be ICs. And actually the gap is already there in the bottom, but it widens towards the top. And at the same time, well, if you think back to the first part of the evidence that I presented, within these cells, right, which is within a hierarchy layer, within the function, the difference in pay between ICs and managers is large. And so even sort of moderate differences in representation sort of multiplied by the large differences can contribute quite a bit. And so what we're finding is 15-20% of the gender pay gap conditional on these cells is explained by the differential track assignment, for example. That's sort of finding number one. Finding number two is there's equal pay for equal work. So it's not true, on top of what I just said, that if you look at ICs within the same kind of role that differ by demographics, right, between men and women, between different racial groups, we're not finding systematically different pay. Okay. So take those two things together, it means who is and stays an IC is really important, right? And that means we want to understand better how firms actually promote out of these IC roles into management. And this is a hard problem, especially kind of with Christian, what we were just saying. How are we going to compare firms, and how can we do that type of analysis? So what we're doing, in order to be as representative as we can across our sample, we're going to basically want to compare average performance of managers post-promotion, comparing women to men, comparing racial minority groups to white workers. Right, and we can do that comparison on average by using subordinate pay, average subordinate pay, as our outcome measure. That's sort of a very imperfect measure. We have some alternatives. We also have performance ratings to do what Alan and others did in previous work, but that sample will become smaller. So we're focusing on the pay. Remember that includes performance-based pay as well. So the manager drives part of the success that the team will do better. And so when we do that, systematically we see that post-promotion performance of women and minorities is lower than for the majority or male counterparts. But these are the average comparisons, right? And so it's complicated to interpret that. Right? This could be that firms set different thresholds of promotion for these groups, but it could just be that the candidate pools differ. This is Alan, this is what we're talking about before, that maybe, it could be the type of project assignments that women get along the way. It could be whether they even apply for these types of roles. It could be a lot of factors that have been discussed in the literature, why the pools might be different themselves. Could also be that, these groups get assigned to different teams, right? And so glass cliff type of argument, if you get assigned to a worse team in a difficult situation, that will show up in the averages as well. And so what do? Beyond sort of this OLS average comparison, we want to refine in two ways, right? We want to look at conditional on team assignment, which is we want to do sort of a two-way fixed effect, extracting the manager value added. That's one thing. And we want to move sort of from the average pool to promotions on the margin for each group, right? And therefore, we use an IV approach. We're basically closely following and inspired by Alan and Danielle and Kelly's work, in sales. So let's see. I will just quickly show you those results. So this is what I said before. When you do the OLS, so this is all in pay ranks in order to make this more comparable across firms in terms of the units. And so the average performance of minority workers, except Asian, interestingly, and for women is significantly lower on average. But then when we use an IV, which the instrument is basically the share of transitions within your firm and month in your function, but not in your team. Okay, so this is very similar to the Peter Principle logic, right? Basically, if you're pushed into the managerial role only because the firm now has a substantial need to fill these slots, then, some of those differences go away, especially for women, suggesting and consistent with what we said before, that the pools overall on average are different, on the margin less so, right? Not distinguishable anymore. If we go to the value-added measure instead of the average log pay, we're also seeing that the significance goes away and the coefficients shrink for the other minorities, suggesting some of that glass cliff logic that I hinted at. Now, these are all average results across the firms in our sample, but we can do this by firm, right? And the average hides a lot of heterogeneity, actually. So this is the last slide I want to show you here on results. So this is basically for each of the groups, right? So women are in orange, and then there's the blue squares for the Asian and the green triangles for the other minority groups. What we're seeing is, if you remember the Klein-Evans-Walters studies on discrimination in hiring, right, and kind of the contact rates and how they differ for different groups across firms, well, this is essentially an analogous type of insight about promotion practices within firms, where there's a lot of firms in the middle where we don't find any significant differences, but there's also the two extremes, where still at some firms we find that on the margin, using the IV and the value-added measure, women or minority managers outperform the baseline groups, or perform lower on average than the baseline group. Okay. All right, so let me conclude. What we did in this paper is we kind of put the spotlight on ICs and their career paths. We show that they're important across the hierarchy, but their ladder typically looks much worse than for managers, and firms differ systematically in how they design these ladders, and we can get some traction from a knowledge hierarchy model thinking about this task specialization within horizontal levels. And, distributional consequences of these differences in ladders are large. They impact women and minority workers, as we show in our results. And of course, this could extend further into, well, now that firms face organizational shocks, they're going to restructure. How will that change the shape of these dual ladders and maybe impact differentially the different groups? So I'll stop here. Thanks very much. Oops, how do I get out of this? Oh yeah, thank you.
That's what I thought.
People can relax for 2 or 3 minutes. Unless, sorry, I didn't mean to cut it. Like,
Oh, Ben went away. Oh, no,
I'm
you're
here.
here.
Yeah, I went handy in plain sight.
Can I
then also the relative pay.
So size of the team and day of IC.
Yeah, because you can basically, okay, one intuition you can have, you can maybe supervise a large team, but you're not paid much different compared to an IC. So then you're probably spending more time actually on also on problem solving because the value added that you add on average is not that different from an IC. That's because it's kind of a time-weighted average. Yeah. This is not the full answer, but it's it's a little bit of intuition that comes from it. It's a more like higher skill, really specialized. You're right. We have a lot more options to create types. This one is more intuitive because it basically, if the role of ICs is elevated in your firm, then what we think is that the manager does more of the expert work as well. So they're kind of, they're also an expert. If you want to be a manager at Google, you have to be a great coder. And then you're going to be respected by your team. You're actually going to do some of the work yourself.
But then in some sense you're promoted to an IC yourself at that point.
Yes, and that's why the pay difference might not be as big.
And so to visualize, suppose I want to have like an example of, so suppose we have two docs, so one from the model, one from using the high specialization type, one from the low specialization type.
Yes.
Same in this job.
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
So in terms of these trade-offs, what would be the high specialization firm? Would have what?
They would have a larger span of control, so managers do more
Flatten
supervise.
the hierarchy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And you would see sort of higher pay progression and higher pay difference between managers and ICs.
So ICs are
We should probably restart again to stay on schedule. We have another talk now, right?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. All right. Oh, and after this we have lunch. So Rob Shannon informs us that we have like a special area at Monteverdi for lunch if you want to join the personnel crowd for lunch. But Monteverdi is the little Italian place. Yeah, it's like just down the hall. Yeah.
All right. Good morning. I'm Silvia Castro, and I'm going to present evidence on what drives employees to help each other in the workplace. We know that workers help each other and that this is important for the productivity of firms. When a high productive employee sits next to a lower performer or a more junior person, the productivity of the second person goes up on average. And a key channel that has been identified as driving this improvement in productivity is knowledge sharing or learning. This high-skilled employee is able to teach some job-specific tips, strategies, learn information to the second one. But we also know that when a high productive employee is helping, it's taking away from their own individual work, and this can reduce her output. And firms care about both these tasks. They care about people being productive and doing their individual work, but they also care about workers helping each other. And for firms, this has an added level of complexity because one of the tasks, namely this individual productivity task, is easier to verify. Right? It's easier to measure, it's easier to add to contracts, and it's easier to incentivize than this meaningful support to peers. And as a consequence, this has been studied, a lot in the literature. And nowadays, a lot of firms still believe that their employees are helping each other, not as much as they could. And this is the case of the firm that we work with in this study. It's a large East African bank, and they have very high quality and high frequency individual productivity data. This is the number of loans that their officers are going to disburse per month and the quality of those loans. But this is going to be a job that is mostly learned by doing. It's going to be complex credit analysis of hundreds of thousands of borrowers of different type of financial needs, different type of financial products, and most of the, once you join the firm, you have 1 or 2 weeks of onboarding, but right away you go to the branches and you're supposed to start dealing with borrowers, okay? This is going to be non-routine work with a lot of on-the-job learning. They heavily incentivize on individual productivity, but they care also about this, and they try to encourage it as part of, let's say, culture. Like, this is who we are, helping is important, and we help each other, but this second type of work falls outside the traditional incentives scheme of the firm. Okay? And we are going to study in this project whether recognizing and rewarding this helping behavior is going to have an effect on helping. If we're going to observe now their junior staff getting more help. This is the research question that we answer in this project. How are we going to tackle this? It's going to be through a randomized control trial. The first thing that we're going to do is going to be identify those that are the most helpful in the firm, and we're going to rely on peer nominations. So we're going to ask people to just select who are the most supportive. And then those most supportive in half of the branches of the bank, they're going to receive a recognition. It's a public recognition. In this case, it's going to be a certificate given publicly at the branch. Now, the literature has studied different type of rewards and incentives, and there could be many incentives that might fit that we could discuss. In this case, we're going to use this certificate because it was something that worked for the firm, something that allowed us to answer the question, but of course we could discuss whether another type of non-tangible or tangible or monetary, non-monetary incentive could have worked. So I hope I convinced you that this one was effective, but there are alternatives. Yes?
Just a clarifying question.
Yes.
So should I think of helpful and supportive as also you know what you're talking about?
Like as I have more experience and I give you my experience?
Something like that. Yeah, in other words, I might be very helpful, but I'm actually have no
Ah.
clue what I'm talking about. I'm leaning in the wrong direction, but I think
Yes.
using those synonyms.
Yes, here we're thinking of help that is, it helps the profits of the firm. Mostly it helps the productivity of the low performers. Yes. But this help can have many forms. I'm going to discuss a bit. It can be that I am not going to be able to look at whether it's just purely sharing knowledge, right? Could be that you motivate someone, yeah. And half of the branches of the bank, they're going to remain business as usual. This is going to be my counterfactual. So the treatment is going to be that the top most supportive or most helpful employees in half of the branches of the bank are going to receive the award. This is a cluster randomized control trial because the treatment is going to be public, and whether you receive the award or not, you belong to one of those branches. Okay? And then we're going to wait some time and look at helping behavior. So we're going to wait 2 and 6 months after the first award and look at survey-based measures of help. Okay? And we're going to wait 1 year to also look at productivity measures. Why do we want to look at help and not directly at productivity? Many reasons, but the key one is the award or the recognition could have changed productivity for other reasons that are not help. Help is the more plausible channel because we're giving an award for helping, but it could be then also that now everyone's super motivated and they increase their productivity, but no one is learning anything or helping each other. So we're going to look at whether the channels via changes in help. And we're also going to be able to talk about mechanisms. This is going to be minute 30 or so of my talk. We're going to disentangle them. We're going to use a second layer of randomization because, as I told you, we just have one treatment and one control arm. So disentangle exogenous mechanism is not going to be possible with the award, but we're going to have a second layer of randomization to talk about mechanisms. What type of mechanisms? Well, an award can change, for example, reputation. It can also change career concerns because the manager is going to be the one giving the award. It can change intrinsic motivation. And different, maybe not all of these matter, maybe they all do. This is what we're going to try to say something about. What do we find? We find that help increases. We have a variety of measures, and we observe that people are more willing to offer, to supply help. So we're looking at this, mostly at this, the supply. We also see that the productivity of the junior staff goes up. So they are now on average in the treated branches compared to the control, disbursing more loans per month. We don't find an effect on actually those receiving the award. So we're not going to see that this comes at the cost of their productivity, and we're going to discuss a bit why not. This is not the case in this setting in particular. Okay. In mechanisms, what drives the effect are career concerns and peer reputation. We're not going to find an effect either crowding out of intrinsic motivation or increase our morale. We're not going to see this as the driver. Okay? I'm going to go now in detail in the context and the design. So the firm is a large East African bank. It's headquartered in Kampala. We work with the Ugandan division, has 3 million borrowers, and 80 branches spread across the country, and around 3,500 employees, of course, staff. The branches are divided in two parts, like branches in the US. There's the credit and the banking. In the banking section, you open a bank account, you pay for your bills, it's more routine work. And then there's the credit section that does the credit analysis, that talks to the borrowers, that decides on financial products, that approves them. This is where is this non-routine work, and this is the section we work with, because it's where the firm believed they need, the juniors were not getting as much help as they needed. Okay? So banking is more routine, it's easier to learn. In terms of structure in the branches, it's a hierarchical structure with branch manager and supervisors. And our sample is going to be the people at the bottom of the pyramid. So why? Because we are studying here informal help, not the formal help that is already built into the structure of a firm. Like supervisors are supposed to help you. That's their job. A supervisor supervises normally 7, 8 people. And this is already part of the incentives, let's say, right, and the structure. But here, help among peers is what remains more on the role of informal and is not part of your job description, so to say. The task that these bankers do, I already mentioned, is credit evaluation. So they go to the clients, or the client comes to them in the office, then they go visit the business that they want to expand, the land they want to buy, they collect data, they collect the financials, all the information, and then they do the analysis and propose a loan to the committee. Okay, this is their role. The bank has more than 60 financial products. Each person manages around 200, 300 borrower portfolios, so it's a complex job. They're busy in terms of thinking. Okay, timeline and experimental design. We started the project with a baseline survey. We time our work with the baseline survey that takes place from HR at the end of, so 3 months before the first intervention. This is in November 2023. And why at this time? Because, as I mentioned, we needed to select or figure out who were these most supportive people so that we could then later introduce the incentive, the reward. Okay? And think of a normal workplace climate survey with leadership questions, with engagement questions, etc. And at the end, we're going to have 2 questions for the officers to elicit these nominations. Okay? What questions are those? Are these 2 at the top? Basically, from which officers do you receive frequent help? They see the list of other officers in their branch, and they can select 1, 2, 3. If they selected, well, they can select as many as they want. There's no limit on this. Then second is, if you selected many or more than one, we ask them, okay, of those, who is the most? Okay. And there's going to be a third question for the supervisors that asks them, okay, of the list of your supervisees, how frequently does this person engage in helping others? 2 things that I want to mention here is, why do we have 3 questions? Is because we need to do these nominations. We wanted to make sure that the nominations are robust. And when we were collecting feedback on how to do this, there was a lot of doubts on whether, for example, people would just select, everyone, or in my firm, yeah, everyone helps me, then it would be very difficult. So we had the second question that forced the most. This didn't happen. We have the supervisor because there were concerns about maybe only men are going to be voted or people are going to do funny stuff. So we had these questions as robustness. What I can say is it worked very well. The first question would have been enough. But also as the award is introduced and time passes, maybe having this robust measure takes importance. Yeah.
What are their baseline incentives to be helpful? Like you mentioned, or do as part of their subjective performance evaluations as being helpful criteria?
Not yes and no. So when it comes to you being promoted, when it comes any incentive, any career, anything, it's about productivity. They call it the high flyers, the people that disburse loans per month. Now, in terms of the social norms, maybe, of the firm, you are expected to help, okay? So it's more like this is who we are as a firm, and what happens to a lot of people, and the type of help we see here is a paid forward help. Someone helped me in the past, so now I'm helping someone else, okay? In terms of performance, no, and also, let me tell you that this is the supervisor's assessment is very uncorrelated to actual helping. So it's hard, and it seems it's very hard in the firm to really have a good, that supervisors don't see it, right? At least they don't match with what the worker said and then what actually we see in the data. Yeah?
I'm a little confused about the timeline because I thought that here the purpose is to have people who do not usually help or support to actually come in and mentor. And so there are always people that do this work and it's unobserved, unrewarded.
Yes.
And there will be other people that don't do it. And I thought the question was like, by introducing this incentive, non-monetary, I would love to see a financial incentive here as well. Can we induce people that don't do this kind of mentoring to actually do it? But from this timeline, I'm kind of confused because it seems that you are taking the ones that were already doing the
Yes.
mentoring, and they're
No,
already
you're
doing
absolutely,
the
yeah.
to do it. And
You're absolutely right. So this is what we do, and this is what we find. The way how we do it is we need to give the reward to people that are helping, right? If we would give this reward to people that are not helping to change their behavior, the reward would lose meaning. How we think about this is the following. There's two options. We could have give the classic incentive, say, we're going to give you this money of this reward, work very hard, you might win. Or what you can do is do it post facto, meaning I am going to recognize those that help. I'm going to even have management, make it visible to management. Management walk the talk, kind of, we say this is important. And now see if this signal that the firm is sending, and also the reputation, all this, is able to move those that were not helping as much. So instead of work hard for this, is more, I am now doing something that's going to affect your behavior going on. Like imagine if now you get, when you get these refereeing prizes that we get in our profession, or mentoring, right? There was recently, also ESA was giving these mentoring prizes, and then after you receive these prizes, maybe harder for you to reject help, but also maybe others see that actually this is more expected. This is the idea. But I'm going to show you the results. Let's see, but this is a very good point. It's either an incentive or an X factor reward.
So I missed, what are the 1/3?
Yes. So we get these three questions, then we give them 1/3 of the weight to each to create a score, okay? And the score is going to go from 0 to 1. And here we're going to divide it by the number of people. So for example, if 5 people in your branch said that you held them frequently, divided by the 10 people that were in your branch, or the 20, because the branches vary in size, you get a score here of 0.5. And then we aggregate it. And I'm going to show you how the distribution, the density of this score looks like, so that you get a bit an idea of the helping behavior. In fact, in the next slide.
I can also just
Yes?
understand the spirit and content of the empirical strategy. I may be thinking that there's a productivity gain currently on the future, so I may not show up in pay personally, the help I give as an outcome, but it may foster my career advancement at the firm. Or there could be a warm glow aspect to it, like presence versus productivity.
Yes.
That an amenity of the job is this climate that I help building
Yes.
by helping someone else.
those are exactly the channels we were thinking of, that the recognition might change, and we have evidence on them. Yes, but exactly, so this is exactly the case. So this is the scoring, the density, smooth. So you could get maximum 1.0 if your supervisor thought you were fantastic, if everyone selected you, etc. And those that are gonna be selected as the top, so that it's gonna be the top 20%, fall somewhere, okay, let me do maybe like this, fall somewhere here. Depends a bit on the branch, because we're gonna, what here is gonna be important is the most supportive within the branch, okay? So, and it's normally gonna be an average of 0.6 to 0.8. Those are gonna be in the treatment group, the one that received the award, okay? And I want to mention one last thing for us to understand about the firm and helping in the firm, which is what are the characteristics of those people, similar to what you were asking, that give help. And very simply, for example, I create a table and do averages on those top 20% and the rest. I see that they are more experienced, they have been longer in the firm, in the branch, and also they're more productive. If I do conditional correlations, I see that the more years you've been in the firm, the more people are on average selecting you as helping. And the reverse, okay? For if you've been less time, much less people select you as helping. So we are in a firm where there's heterogeneity on expertise, and the help is going from the most productive to the least productive. I'm sure there's also some reciprocal help. Imagine you give me a ride tomorrow, I'll give it to you, but the key part is that we have different levels of expertise, and that's why it's very important to encourage more experienced, helpful people to help others. Okay, then, yeah? Yeah, so 40% of the staff is women, of the, not the management. They are no, they're not more likely. They're as likely as men, meaning that we have 40% of women in the branches, and we have 40% of women getting the award. This is what we have here. There's some gender dynamics down the line, not yet here. Okay, but there's some we don't have it in the paper, but there's some, women care more about the award, for example, which was against my priors initially, but yeah, there's some gender difference. I can talk about them in the conclusion. Yes?
Now that time has passed between 2024 and now, can you see if the supportiveness has a predictive power in promotion?
We're looking into this. I'm going to discuss it in the conclusion. Yeah, that's interesting. So the award, we have these scores for everyone, control and treatment. Then we divide the branches into two parts, and we check with the manager, or HR checks with the managers in the treatment branches about the people that were selected in case there was necessary to make some corrections. No corrections were made, which was encouraging. They said, yeah, these are the most helpful people in my branch. Of course, sometimes they say, can I get one more award or not? We didn't introduce it at this time. And then, in the first, in one of the team meetings in the month of February, so they hold weekly meetings in the branches, this is the award that's going to be given. It's a certificate with the name of the person and indicating that it's honoring this outstanding support to peers. So the bank has other recognitions for productivity, for tenure in the firm, other things, but in terms of support, recognition, this is the first one that they do. And what's important, and it's signed by the head of HR and the managing director of the bank. So it carries this career visibility, so to say. It's given to the top 20%. Why 20 and not 10 or 30? It's because the award needed to be attainable but scarce. And this was a number that fit with the numbers of the branches, because there was in the small branches at least one person, and in the big ones, 4 or 5. Okay? And I have some pictures that I can show of the awards. They were given by the branch managers. They were supposed to say a few words about helping in the firm, why helping is important, and also about the person or the people receiving it. And they were giving in a normal, one of the team meetings, a bit of time was allocated for it. This is like a team, one of the team pictures, and as you can see here, the board is gonna bundle a bunch of stuff, like it was mentioned here. Your peers see you, they voted you, You are maybe happier. There's the manager right here. So it will bundle a few things, and we're going to disentangle them later. Now, to the outcomes. Yes?
So when they received this award, was that kind of with the expectation next year there would be another award, or this is only time?
Yes.
ever?
It was not discussed because, of course, we wanted to see the results and then talk to the organization. In fact, you see here baseline, award, end line, which means we pre-register one round. Then in the end, we could do a second. But yeah, they did not know. Also, they did not know exactly how the voting was weighted. They knew they voted and that this was aggregated somehow. So here there's still a bit of uncertainty. And yeah, sometimes in firms a bit like this. You start something and you don't know exactly how many years you're going to continue it. But yeah.
Just to clarify, in the control group,
Yes.
were people still asked?
Yes.
So, okay, so
The control does everything the same. Yeah.
So the question, so I'm still evaluating my peers or whatever, right, on supportiveness.
Mm.
Because that in itself being asked could cause me to be like, question, oh wait, maybe I should be.
Could be, could be. It's true that they anyway have questions on self-reported, like, do you receive help from as much help as you need from your manager, from your supervisor, from your peers? That was there. Now, what's new is actually asking the nominations. If it's changing something in the control, I'm anyway going to look at difference between control and treatment. But I cannot rule this out. Yes?
Building on that point, I mean, if you ask people something but then don't act on it, could that signal incompetence?
That's a good point. We don't, so they are just asked, oh, who do you frequently receive help from? We don't say anything about an award anywhere. Because we didn't even know, right? If they would say, no, I don't receive help, this is terrible, we wouldn't have done this in this firm. So they just know that they vote. It's not completely strange because they have other sort of activities where they need to select people not for helping, but even when someone receives the career prizes and a bunch of stuff, they do that. So yeah, I don't think, so nothing that we did, we were very careful to work closely with them, nothing that we did was super artificial because it was done through HR, but yes, this is still a scientific study. So, and they, especially when it comes to data, they know there's researchers involved because they give permission to use the data. Okay, so the end line. And here is going to be the measures of help, and let's see if, how you find this. So, next round of HR service happens in April 2024, 2 months. So here I'm putting the months. M2 means 2 months after intervention. And the key part here is same HR, but then the measure of help. And we're going to have a reveal choice measure of help. And we thought very, very hard how to do this together with the organization. Why? Because in settings where you work hybrid or you work maybe a bit from home, it's easier to see if people are helping each other, right? Like if you comment on someone's code, maybe even with team messages. But when the help is in person, when you're sitting in the branch and the help comes from going 2 desks over and asking someone is difficult for us to observe. So what we did is to get 3 measures of help that we systematically could compare across all the branches, and that we could embed at the end of the survey so that we could record the answers. How this is going to be, and midline is going to be, once they finish the survey, there's a pop-up, and what this tells them is that the firm is collecting information on strategies, on knowledge, on how to overcome a few challenges that junior people face. This is to build a repository with these tips and strategies. And in this case, it's going to be particularly about when borrowers are falling behind. This is described. They know it will take them around 10 minutes, and they can choose whether they want to help or not. Okay? This is going to be a reveal choice proxy for helping, nothing else. And we're going to look at whether in treatment and control people choose to help more or not. Then there's going to be, 1 month later, another round of awards. And again, we're going to have 2 measures of help, different ones, that we embed 6 months after the first award. And I think one that is very quick and easy to follow and very prevalent in every firm is the buddy system, right? This having some person that when you join the firm, I have it now at INSEAD, it helps you the first few months, right? And there's a list for this, there's a pool. So at the end of the survey, there's the opening that they're collecting the pool for the year after. Do you want to sign up to be a junior mentor or not? Again, those are proxies. That's going to help me see whether something is changing or people offering help. Okay? And I'm going to describe them a bit more when we go to results. So yeah?
No, you said the questions in the follow-up are different.
Yes.
And that's because for consistency? Or
No, because it needed to be something that the firm needs at that time. That's one. Second, yeah, I cannot do the mentor list twice. This is when they need it. This is something that helps me get it. Yeah, it's a bit depending on it being authentic and realistic and something that the firm actually needs, so that we can think about this helping the firm or juniors in the firm. Yeah. So, a recap. We're going to have measures of help. I'm going to share with you these three at the top. We also have self-reported measures. They're in the paper and can discuss in the conclusion if time allows. I don't think so. And then productivity. And we have a lot of productivity data. I'm going to show you the number of loans disbursed per month, because this is the core key thing that determines everything. Okay? But we have also incentives, turnover, etc. Okay. Homework. We pre-register. What I showed you is pre-register. We have ethics approval in the country and at our institutions. We're balanced in pre-treatment. Yeah, we're randomized, we're balanced, and then we have very high response rates. That's why we were doing the surveys with HR, right? Because if only 20% of people would vote and nominate, the study wouldn't work. All right, to the results. I'm going to show you graph bars with confidence intervals the 95%, okay? I have the regressions in the appendix. They're also in the paper that's linked to the program, but this is a very simple treatment versus control, so the results are the same. What you have here is at month 2, and then at month 6 months after the first award, the average of people that are helping. And what we see is that in the control group, 43% of people select, yes, I want to share my expertise, I'm happy to help right now. This is already not low. As linking to a question that I got earlier, this is a firm where people are helping. Yes, that I got from you. They're helping. The juniors need more help, so they are trying to see if more people could help. We're not a zero. I don't know if this would have worked in a firm where no one already is helping. Probably not, okay? And this goes up by 14%, 7 percentage points in the treated branches. And we see the same similar level increase also 6 months after the first award, okay? So there's an increase between 14%, 20-something percent, for example, here. So more people are offering to help. Okay, so we are bringing some people in.
Are you able, sorry, to tell how much this is specific to a function or a task? I'm thinking about tellers in the United States. You go to a commercial bank, you see sometimes they're flanked by someone younger who's been, so to speak, inducted into the job.
Could
But
this...
in terms of for mortgages, it could be different.
Yes, could this have worked in routine work? I don't know. I don't know. In routine work is much easier to learn, yet, I mean, there's a lot of evidence that show that help is important. You learn quicker. I would say that conditional and observables, I think this holds just with changing the observables. I don't know. It would be interesting to think about it. We thought about it a little bit. Maybe I can think about it a bit more.
Not quite related, but
yeah.
In different contexts, is this a space where AI could become your help?
Yes. Yes. So I think, I'm going to show you results. I think, yeah, now we can prompt an AI. I don't need a peer. I have a project with them now on agentic AI. That's in the field. But yes, actually, yeah. Actually, I'm going to show you results, but it might mean that actually the incentives of the firm now work better, because now I have heavy individual incentives and I need less help. Still, how to deal with a complicated borrower that is refusing to pay, I'm not sure AI yet is there. But in analysis, yes. Okay, the big question is now why? And what is it about the award that is now bringing some people on board? This is the mechanisms, but before showing the mechanisms, I'm sure you're wondering about the productivity. So I'm going to make a parenthesis, show the productivity effect, and then link back to the mechanisms, okay? Is there a question?
Just a quick question about what happened. I might have missed this in the timeline. You know, what actually happens after 2 months? I thought there was a follow-up survey after 6
Yes. What happens is I give the award on month 0, the first one. Then 2 months later, I collect data. Then we give another award, and then we again collect data. So this is, it says MC, sorry, XC, sorry if it's confusing, I should have mentioned. 6 months after the first award started, because once the first started, you're treated. That's what it means. So 2 different points in time. Okay, I have 8 minutes. Productivity. I'm going to look at the number of loans that we disburse. You see in the y-axis, we're going to have the difference between treatment and control. I'm going to show an event study type graph where I looked over time with relative to the month of the first award. So it's going to be February 2024. And what we see is that there's no difference between the treatment and the control group. Sorry, I didn't mention. In the left side, we have the juniors, okay? Those that need the help the most, let's put it that way. The first award comes in, we see a positive trend, not yet significant, and then we see an increase on the number of loans that they disperse per month compared to the control group. Okay, and this lasts over a year, which is as much as I could look. You see wide confidence intervals is because I have around 1,000 workers, the juniors are 10%. I'm here comparing 50 people to 50 people, max, okay? When I look at those that receive the award, now already my sample is a bit bigger, I don't see a negative effect on their productivity. Okay, they don't disburse more or less loans than the control group. I don't mean that this is not costing them time or effort or anything, but I don't find, and I looked at many different measures, I look at also the non-performing ratio, the incentives, etc. We don't find that the recognition is strong enough to somehow distort the hard performance incentives that they have. Is 60% of the variable, the whole promotion all depends on this, and these are experienced people. Okay? So I don't find an effect. This is the full sample. That is if I exclude the first 2 graphs, it's not decreasing productivity of other people. Because I have only 6 minutes, I will go over, but I have a lot of productivity analysis in the paper. Okay? So I just want to conclude with the mechanisms. What is driving people to help more? What is the award that people care about, or that is bringing some people that initially were not helping over? And there's 3 channels that we thought about. They can be formalized. We do so in the paper. I'm here just going to give you the intuition. The first one is intrinsic motivation. Right? The award can increase morale, or it could, for example, crowd out your motivation. It also could make changes in peer reputation. Now, I see that my peers pay more attention to this, or there's also evidence showing that actually when you do something for an external reward, it changes meaning, so it could also decrease. And then there's career concerns, and here the predictions, likely this goes up. Right? People care about career concerns, and this should mean that help goes up when there is an award. Okay? How do we measure this? Well, we could have designed an intervention that shuts down every channel to try to disentangle, but that's very difficult with a public recognition in a firm. So what we did is to add exogenous variation in the help measure, meaning we looked at whether people were helping or not under different visibility conditions. So, at month 2, at the Endland survey, we added 1 sentence, just in this measure, not on the other one, on who would be aware that you're helping. Okay? It's going to go here, and I'm going to show you the sentences. We're going to randomize at the individual level, because if you remember, this is people answering on their computer, the help. So I can randomize now at the individual level. So I'm going to have a cross-randomization, so factorial design here. And some people are going to see that their contributions will be anonymous. Do you want to help? Only you know that you helped. Okay? And we believe this is going to get us at this intrinsic motivation. Other people are going to see that your peers will learn that you have help. They might learn. We're going to share an email just with the peers in the branch. And this is going to add this layer of reputation among my peers. Now, maybe I received the award, and my peers are going to know that I chose not to help or that I could help. That's the idea. And then the last one is management, right? The people who help are going to be known to management. We mentioned just the contributor's name, not what you say, okay? Just the names. what are we going to find? Again, graph bar. You see now what changes in the x-axis is the different visibility conditions. So I'm going to show you how many people help, for example, when they know the manager helps. Manager will know. And here what's interesting is first the control group. And the first control group looks very interestingly flat, right? So whether you're going to tell management or whether you're going to tell my peers, the control group, it doesn't matter, right? There's a number of people that are helping, and this is not enough to convince more to join. Okay. Also, we don't find any effect, for example, on crowding out of intrinsic motivation or an increase in morale. The whole effect comes from reputation, like this peer visibility and career concerns. Okay? What seems to matter is this combination of there is a recognition, there's now a new norm, a new expectation, professional reputation. So both matter when it comes to bringing these people on board. Okay, and that's it. And I have 2 minutes to conclude. What are my key takeaways? Well, adding subjective, let's say, reward, complementing the objective rewards that the firm has, can have a positive effect on the productivity of juniors. And is bringing people on board because of these career concerns and or peer reputation. This was a single firm study, but we replicated it in a second firm. So this was, as I said, a local Ugandan bank. We also did it in a US bank that has divisions in East Africa, and we did it with the division in Uganda. It's a very different workplace culture, but the same business. Credit analysis, non-routine work, juniors learning on the job, etc. But it's also a bank, okay? But we didn't do it in the US. We did it in Uganda because I got sometimes the people then told me I did it in the US. We also have a lot of other data. We looked very, very hard to see if we could find out regarding the awardees. Like, for example, is it decreasing their work-life balance? Are they feeling now less supported? The only thing we found in respect to those that now are supposed to help more is that they do feel pressure to help. So there's an increase in the expectation that you can help and you shouldn't say no to helping. And yeah, we're still looking on promotions and retention. Of course, we see that the juniors are more likely to stay because now they're performing better, right? So that's the reason, likely. We don't find anything on the promotions of the awarded. It takes time, right, to see something on promotion. And also, I don't have a lot of power because I have 1,000-something people. So even if some 10 are now more likely to be promoted, I cannot. There's noise, a lot of noise. Anyway, this is it. Thank you so much. And yeah, I think I have 3 seconds for questions. Yes?
I was wondering if, like, one possibility, maybe this is under career concerns, but I think by having a recognition program, you're kind of signaling that you should be asking for help, and you're kind of signaling this should be a low-cost activity.
That you should ask.
You should ask. I mean, it kind of reminds me of, like, Chris's work, too. Like, some of the, you want, like, mentoring has the biggest effect on people who don't ask.
Yes.
Ask for
Yes.
it, you know?
Yes.
So some of these
Yes.
people might be, like, kind of just, they don't want to ask for help, but then he's like, okay, well, it's actually okay to do this.
Yes. The productivity effects can be driven actually from juniors now knowing who to ask. I cannot say no, that's true. We do see that the supply is also changing. Right? Yeah. People are now more willing to offer.
I wonder
but
if you
yes.
look at like who's asking for more. Like
who is asking?
Like the distribution.
Mm-hmm.
Like if this, like where the intensive margin is. Like
mm-hmm. Noted. All right. Oh, Irina, yes. We can also talk at lunch if anyone has comments. Huh? No, you go, but. Yes. 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 So I didn't look at juniors per se as selecting, but one thing that happens, and this is why it's good that the scoring rule is how it is suddenly in the next round of awards, women are not winning, right? As per the peers, but because we have the supervisors that more or less clears the problem. But yes, there's some funny dynamics, gender dynamics particularly, that we see in the next rounds. We made sure that the award is not inducing gender discrimination or anything. That's why we had this complicated measure. But I do see in terms of who now is reported to help and not, it's very interesting because women at baseline are reported to help a little bit less. They care much more about the award. I thought men would care about the award. So they help more now, but others perceive them as helping less. Yes, we don't put anything on gender in the paper, but it would give for, I think, a good second paper on gender. All right, thank you so much.
Again, lunch is at Monteverde next to the registration desk.
racks on the second floor? Yeah, that's a good point. So just, really there's a spiral staircase. I would just like take a couple of well, but like we have to
the main
like,
or is Rich next?
I think it's just a good budget that we should it's possible. I think there is definitely a role for people, they like to
It's a full plate of food like a minute ago.
Did you get the sense of what time it is, or is it the one presenting?
By the speed he was eating, I think you beat him.
Really quick.
Yeah.
Is it the one presenting?
I think so.
How are things? Yes.
Good. How about yourself?
Yeah. I'm coming out of a sabbatical, so.
Disability
Yeah.
stuff,
Nice,
who's a
nice.
computer
Now
scientist.
gearing up for
So it's interesting
strong
to chat with
relationship.
her.
But yeah, but it was great. Yeah, exactly. That's how it works. They take
The value
people.
of it is that, like she had like a very different, it was one of those conversations where like before she decided to start like thinking about how she should take pictures, like evaluating, so it's kind of
recovered?
So well, true. I got a tampon, and I have to like dive for like 30 minutes every morning for 7 days. It's probably good habit. Just by doing that, it's a year and a half after now.
It's just the challenge is getting a lot of
So could have got a little bit that way, but I got much better. I'm now more fun. I did that with Kristen. The Thursday was very productive.
And you have like your 40 minutes left. Okay.
Teaching in the fall, now it's almost August, and you cannot pretend like I'm not teaching.
All right. Mitch, kick us off.
Thanks. This is joint with Yanyo Chen, who's sitting right there from University of Toronto, as well as Huilan Zhu and Zhou Yuan. While it's well known that workers with disabilities struggle in the labor market, unfortunately less is clear about what works in improving their outcomes. And various common policies seem to have unintended side effects. So in Elena's work and other people's work, they find that the Americans with Disabilities Act actually appears to decrease the employment of workers with disabilities. Quotas, which are a common policy in many countries, which require a certain share of jobs be filled by people with disabilities, actually seem to lead firms to hire disabled workers to lower paying jobs. One explanation is that these policies don't address firms' underlying concerns about people with disabilities. And perhaps disability-focused AI tools, which could increase disabled workers' productivity directly,
could be more beneficial. So we're going to ask two questions. First, in the same job, how do disabled and non-disabled workers compare in productivity, compensation, and profitability? And second, can AI-enabled tools improve workplace outcomes for disabled workers? We're going to use data from one of the two big food delivery platforms in China, and you should think of DoorDash or Uber Eats, but on motorbikes in a very large scale. So on the two platforms, there are about 10 million workers. The overall gig economy in China has about 200 million workers, so actually larger than the entire US labor force. So obviously specific to one particular context, but we think an economically significant one. One thing we like about our setting is, unlike many settings, everyone is quote unquote hired. You don't have differential hiring standards for getting on the platform, so that doesn't confound productivity comparisons between disabled and non-disabled people, which might occur if firms were putting in different hiring thresholds. The other thing is we're going to have granular high-frequency data on many aspects of worker behavior. We're going to focus on deaf and hard of hearing workers, which we abbreviate DHH. This is one of the most common disabilities, which is obviously a concern about external validity. What we like about it is it's very specific, concrete, and easy to define. In the literature on disability, there's this big debate about what is a disability. If you're temporarily disabled, does that count as a disability? So by focusing on one concrete thing, we kind of sidestep some of those challenges. So what we find, before the AI-enabled tool, people with disabilities are a bit slower, especially on tasks that involve customer communication, and they get worse customer ratings. As a result, they earn about 10% less per hour, but they work more hours and are substantially less likely to quit. In fact, they're a bit more profitable for the platform than our non-disabled workers, especially because of this working more and retention angle. The tool we study is an AI-enabled tool called Intelligent Outbound Calling that's suddenly introduced by the platform in mid-2022. It's for DHH workers only, and it's realistic text-to-speech. So this is an AI-enabled technology that's been around for a few years. You're probably familiar with the robocalls of yore, which are also a form of text-to-speech, but are very unpleasant to listen to. If you get a robocall, it's not very nice. Now I can listen to the New York Times and have an AI voice read to me in a very nice way. And we're going to argue and provide evidence that in China this is actually very important. That even though there are other types of text-to-voice tools, that the AI aspect of this is important in getting customers to listen to and pay attention to the calls. And we're going to find very large effects, so it's going to close much of the gaps that we observe in speed, bad ratings, wages, and profits. We're going to find that the effects are especially larger for the profoundly disabled, which we think is indicative that the mechanism is improving communication as opposed to other mechanisms like people feeling sorry for people with disabilities. So very quickly on the contribution, please correct us and let us know if you know of other papers, but as far as we know, this is the first large-scale evidence in any academic field on productivity differences between disabled and non-disabled people in the same job. It's also the largest impact of any intervention we know of on closing the disability wage gap. There's obviously a large and growing literature on AI tools and productivity. Our focus is going to be the first evaluation of an AI-enabled tool on outcomes of disabled workers as opposed to certain types of workers. And it relates to this conversation by Doron Asamoglu and co-authors on pro-worker AI, that there's a concern that AI will take jobs from people, but this is the first causal evaluation of a specific pro-worker AI tool that's designed to complement people's skills and enable them to do their work better as opposed to taking work away. And then finally, it relates to work on firm returns from disadvantaged workers, like some of Alan's work. So ours is the first large-scale evidence we know of on the profitability of workers with disabilities to firms. Okay, so the platform is all over China, but especially in big cities. There are two types of work on the platform. One is gig workers, which are akin to US gig workers. They work by themselves. They choose orders from a pool of orders. And then there are team workers who work under a station manager and have their tasks assigned to them. There is an algorithm that we call the matching score that depends on their tenure, their service, and whether they accept jobs. The biggest effect of the algorithm is to affect how many orders a driver can carry at one time, but it also can affect what types of jobs you are allocated. So Yanyo actually worked in this job from several days, and so did one of our other co-authors. And it's kind of grueling work. You're delivering lots of orders at the same time. You're often going up in high-rise buildings. So the people on the platform who are disabled are predominantly DHH, and this is based on a certificate of disability, which is the same certificate you use in China to apply to the modest DI benefits that they offer, and it requires formal medical evaluation. So I couldn't just lie and say that I'm DHH. So pre-AI, the customers are informed when a driver is DHH, but the problem is that many customers don't see notifications. I had this the other day when my Uber driver was deaf or hard of hearing, but they don't call you. They send you a notification. And in China, there's an expectation to get a call from your driver. So our data is going to be a worker week panel from 2021 to 2023. We have all newly hired DHH workers. There are about 4,300, and then a randomly selected 40,000 newly hired non-disabled workers. We don't have all the workers for proprietary reasons. The firm doesn't want to give all of their data, but we have a very large sample randomly selected of non-disabled workers. From the data shared with us, they excluded workers with any non-hearing disability, so we're going to be comparing non-disabled workers to DHH workers. China roughly follows the WHO hearing loss schedule. So in our data, in order to get to be DHH, you have to have hearing loss of, I think, 40 decibels, right? Or is it? Yeah. And about 50% of the sample have profound hearing loss, which is hearing loss of greater than 90 decibels, which is, can't even hear shouted speech. So very severe loss. Attrition is not defined in our data. We're going to define it as not working for 8 weeks. We are going to impute the wages using the very detailed productivity data and a lot of institutional information from the platform. And in doing so, we're going to account for some differences between the gig and team workers getting paid. We're going to account for the increasing step function orders, so you get paid per order, but if you do more orders, you can get a larger amount. So, yes.
What is the reason why the firm are hiring these people because they're in quota?
Sorry, your question was, are they doing so because of the quota? No. So, while China has a quota, these workers are not employees; they're independent contractors. Yeah. So I don't think they're bound by the Chinese quota. Yeah.
Just 2 questions. Can you tell us a little bit about why the firm wanted to adopt this AI tool, and also maybe a little bit about the labor market? I mean, I guess what I'm wondering is, like, from the intro, it sounded like maybe the outside option of the DHH workers is worse, and so the firm might have a little bit more monopsony power over them, and so they might not actually, like, maybe that kind of disincentivizes adoption of these types of tools. So it just wasn't kind of like obvious that the firm would want to do this.
So the differences in outside options are going to be really important, and we think that's driving a lot of our results, and that's actually how we're going to model differences between DHH and non-disabled workers. I'll return to talking about the other platform. Actually, after our firm adopts, several months later, the other main platform adopts, and we can show that our results are robust to either looking only at the period where our firm is using it or also both firms using it at the same time. So we don't think our results are driven by cannibalization of customers or workers because of it. But I think, yeah, that's actually one thing that our policy led the other one to do. So how we model it, so we're going to present the model here and then derive several implications that we test. And then later we're going to do a sufficient statistics welfare analysis of how much was the welfare gain to workers as a result of the AI-enabled tool. So on the platform, we assume that workers get a piece rate W per order. Z is their productivity or speed, and H is their share of time, work time on the platform. 1 minus H then is the share of their time that they spend not on the platform. So that could include doing other work. And beta will denote the concavity of the return to their outside option. So you can find using that, where R is the value of the outside option, that as their outside option gets better, they devote less time to work on the platform. As their productivity gets better, they devote more time on the platform, and that there's a positive cross derivative between the two. And to make predictions about how things will differ between DHH and non-disabled people, we're going to make two assumptions. One is that the efficiency of DHH people will be less than that of non-disabled people pre-I. This is not a statement about inherent capabilities. This also reflects discrimination, other, lack of accommodations. The other assumption is that DHH people have worse outside options than non-disabled people, and that's consistent with a large audit study literature that deaf people also get discriminated against. So,
Can I ask is the wage linear for efficiency units? You would think that they had some sort of bonus or their pay by the delivery, so that really depends on age.
yes, so we will account for that in our empirical analysis of wages, but that's not part of the conceptual framework for simplicity. So pre-AI, disabled people will have lower efficiency in wages than non-disabled people. That's just a restatement of our assumption that ZD is less than ZN. Did I go too fast through the model? Does anyone have any questions? Well, I'll go back to it as I go through these. So differences in labor supply between DHH and non-disabled people will be ambiguous, and that's because there are two things pushing in opposite directions. So because they have worse outside options, they are more likely to work on the platform, but because they have lower efficiency, that makes them less likely to work. So theory does not make a clear prediction, but if we observe that people with disabilities work more, that's suggestive of the gap in outside options being large relative to the gap in efficiency. Because hours are ambiguous, that's going to make output, income, and profits also ambiguous, so that's important for us to study the data. Now, imagine that there is an AI-enabled tool that raises Z, that increases ZD, that will increase labor supply, output, wages, and profits of DHH workers. We can also use the conceptual framework to make two heterogeneity predictions. The first is that pre-AI, if we think of people who are profoundly disabled to people who are non-profoundly disabled as there being kind of mere differences to disabled and non-disabled, then profound hearing loss workers will have lower efficiency and wages pre-AI, but that AI will have larger effects on them. And then finally, due to the positive cross derivative here between the outside option and Z, in strong local labor markets, there are going to be larger effects of the AI tool on hours, output, income, and profits. Okay. Any questions? So to test this, we're going to have a number of... Yeah.
One is, I think someone asked before, how competitive do you think is the market for the two types of labor services? And the other one, if you think of AI, there's an intensive and an extensive choice. And we think about limited individuals, somehow that's facing a higher cost for participating. And does that factor in, you think it's a relevant dimension?
So on your latter point, one thing we're going to think of with the AI tool is also how it affects entry.
Yeah.
So we're going to find that, I didn't include these results today, but and it's a different type of analysis because you do the analysis at the worker disability type level as opposed to the sample of incumbents, but we find that the AI tool appears to increase entry of disabled workers by 28%. So big effects on entry. In terms of competitiveness, I mean, it's a very large market. There are lots of workers there, so they're not going to have, they're not like a surgeon who's going to negotiate his or her contract in that way. But yeah, I don't know to what extent there's monopsony or not. But yeah, it's that they're. Daniel, how would you answer that question?
Yeah, that could worker with very little bargaining power. If you think about bargaining as a stand-in for whatever wage determination mechanism.
Totally. We kind of asked them like what other alternative jobs they may do. So they likely to be assembly line workers. So those are the main outside options.
Because then the last point was that people estimate very low labor supply elasticity, but the question is there is enough complexity due to the customer participation. So conditional upon working, actually, it's not always that their labor supply is less elastic.
Yes, we do not find a low implied labor supply elasticity. So in our context, as a result of the AI-enabled tool, hours goes up by about 10%. We're finding an implied labor supply elasticity of about 3 to the platform, which compared to other, there's a JPE paper on Uber drivers that's about 1 to 2. That actually will come up into our structural simulation later, but yeah, I don't think we find low elasticity. Yeah. So we have a couple different ways of measuring efficiency. So we observe the speed per driver week at each stage of the delivery process. We see how fast they accept orders, how fast they go from accepting the order to picking it up at the restaurant, how fast from picking it up at the restaurant to the customer, whether they get bad ratings for customers, the share of deliveries that are substantially late, which is called the overtime rate. Then we observe the number of days they work each week, the number of hours they work on the platform, and then attrition. And then we have our measures of output. We're going to start by using the pre-AI data and estimating descriptive regressions, regressing output or other outcomes on a dummy for being DHH and various controls. Now, we're going to be very particular about controls because we don't want to control for things that are potential ways in which DHH and non-disabled people differ. So we're deliberately not going to control for tenure because tenure might be a mechanism by which DHH and non-disabled people differ. We're also not going to control for the variables we have that measure the difficulty of the orders that you're doing. The latter thing actually doesn't matter very much if you control for or not for the results, but the tenure is actually very important. I'm going to show you how the results vary based on whether you're looking overall or whether you're controlling for tenure. So starting with the green bars, can everyone see that, or is it hard to see in the back? So the green measure efficiency variables. So you see people who are DHH, they're slightly slower to accept orders. They're 4.5% slower on delivery time, but you see the largest differences in these adverse left tail outcomes. So they're 9% more likely to have late deliveries, and they get 31% more bad customer ratings relative to non-disabled people. However, they work more, so they work about 5% more hours per week, and they're 41% less likely to quit than non-disabled workers. Because they're working more hours, they actually do more orders per week, and that's especially true in the team configuration. So we think a reason for this is that the team workers have more support. There's a team manager, there are other people to talk to. So it might be that DHH people benefit from having kind of a network of support as opposed to working separately. So our hours data are not available for the whole sample. So we're going to show you our income results overall and restricting to the hours. Yeah, Nina?
The likelihood of getting back rating is so much higher than everything else, but in some way that's subjective. It could be discrimination on the part of the customer. So do we really want to think about that one as efficiency, or is it hard for the customer to see their hard of hearing or not? I shouldn't think about that.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could be infected by discrimination. It's an outcome, though, that the platform cares a lot about. When people get bad ratings or give bad ratings, they're more likely to drop off the platform and maybe switch to other ones. So even though it could be infected by discrimination, it's still relevant for the platform. Yeah. So when you restrict to the sample of drivers for which we have hours, there's no difference in income. So if you combine no difference in income with working more hours, you get an hourly wage gap of about 10%. Coming to Amnina's question, so when you get bad ratings, it's consequential not only for the platform, but for yourself individually. You have to pay a little fine. Actually, not so little. You have to pay a fine to the platform. So about 10% of the hourly wage gap is due to disabled people having to pay this fine more frequently. Most of it, though, is that they work more hours but don't do more orders. So this is the learning by doing curves comparing disabled and non-disabled people. This looks at their time to accept the orders. There's a bit of a gap initially where disabled people are slower, but over time these curves converge. If you look at the speed at which they arrive at restaurants, there's really no difference between disabled and non-disabled people. The biggest gaps that you see, though, are on the customer delivery part. And here these gaps don't go away with tenure. So even after 6 or 9 months of tenure, these are pretty noisy because a lot of people quit fast, that there's some gaps between DHH and non-disabled people. And now, these are not huge in an absolute sense. So if you look at the y-axis, these are gaps of about half a minute to 1 minute, but just averaged over doing lots of deliveries, it can be substantial. This looks at the gap in bad reviews from customers. Bad reviews are a rare event, so people only get bad ratings on about 20 per 10,000 orders, but there's a very large percentage gap between DHH and non-disabled people. It's about a 50% gap to start. But conversely, you see that DHH people are much less likely to quit the platform than non-disabled people, and we think that's because of outside option differences. This looks at orders. Now you recall, if you look at the graph, that DHH people did more orders in the overall sample than non-disabled people. But how is that consistent with this? I mean, these curves are right on top of each other. The answer is that DHH people are much less likely to quit. So they're more likely to be higher up on this tenure productivity curve than the non-disabled workers. Okay, so now let's talk more about the tool. And I'm very interested to getting your feedback and how you think about this. So pre-AI, DHH workers, particularly those who are unable to speak, were limited to communicating with customers through in-app messaging. And there's an expectation in China that people generally call when food is delivered. In TNOT, the platform introduces an intelligent outbound calling system to help DHH workers. And I'll show you what the calls look like. The workers could call customers using preset and customized messages. And it uses AI-based text-to-speech. Text-to-speech has been around for a long time, but the AI innovation in text-to-speech has made it much more realistic and much more pleasant to people. So pre-AI TTS often sounded robotic and was often ignored as spam. So we aren't disclosing the exact month in order to protect firm identity, but it's some month in between April and September of 2022. It was built as part of the platform's CSR innovation policy of technology for good. It was built by 3 developers in their free time over several months. So it seems to be altruistically motivated, but we're also going to assess, was it profitable for the platform too? So we have a simple design. It's a difference in difference design where we compare disabled and non-disabled workers pre and post the AI tool. And we're going to have worker fixed effects. For most of our results, we're not going to show time varying controls, but adding time varying controls doesn't affect the results. So this is what some of the default messages look like. You could choose things like the rider urgently needs to contact you, your food will be placed in a locker, and then you can add additional prompts yourself. I can't go up in the elevator, security won't let me in, delivery has arrived, so you could add your own text on that. Yeah.
I assume you don't have anything else about the ratings, like what went into the ratings. Like, is it just a star rating, or are there any comments associated with
it is actually not a star rating. It is either good rating, bad rating, or no rating.
Oh, okay.
And most of the time, people leave no rating. There are some good ratings too. These are emphasized much less by the platform because they don't affect profits very much for them, and it doesn't affect the worker earnings. There is not much of a gap that is affected by the AI on the good ratings. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
But we don't know why, like specifically why people got bad ratings.
no. Yeah. I think we looked at some analyses of correlations of the bad ratings with like being late more, and so it is correlated with that. Yeah. Okay, so let's look at the results. So there's no effect of the AI-enabled tool on the first 2 stages of the delivery process, where the tool is not being used, because the tool is only being used to contact customers. So you only see the effect on delivery time, where it eliminates 3/4 of the pre-AI gap in terms of delivery speed. It eliminates 100% of the gap in significantly late deliveries and about 2/3 of the gap in bad ratings. Now, initially, the DHH workers had higher labor supply than non-disabled workers, and the tool serves to accentuate those gaps. So the labor supply effect is positive, so now DHH workers work even more, and their attrition further goes down. Output goes up by about 10%, so do income. Now, coming to wages, because income is going up and so are hours, the effect on wages is more muted. So it only increases DHH worker wages by about 3.5%, so that closes about 1/3 of the hourly wage gap between DHH and non-disabled workers. Clementine.
Sorry to miss that, but this tool was available only for workers with disabilities or also potentially for others?
No, only for DHH people. Yeah.
I think, Mitch, do you think this technology, I'm thinking about Uber and Lyft, where, I mean, most non-English speaking drivers rather like to text, and I don't think there's any AI, we just text to each other. So you think is AI particularly being helping, or any app-based, text-based communication would do the job?
So they already had text pre-AI, and people would send messages through the platform. But in China, there's an expectation that you call the customer, and that's what the DHH workers struggle with. So thinking about Uber is very useful, but it is a different cultural context than the U.S. Yeah, but we think our results are not entirely specific to food delivery in China, because there are a lot of we think of localized bottlenecks in different jobs that if you have a disability might be a challenge. Yeah.
I guess just to follow up regarding my question, do you think it's possible that it's also changing the norm of the quality of communication for non-visible workers, in a sense that if customers are now used to having very clear communication whenever they are interacting with a disabled worker, then whenever they encounter a non-disabled worker that is confusing in his communication, then you could have a negative effect on that.
That's interesting. I mean, DHH people are only about 1% of the platform, so I doubt there are big spillovers, but that's an interesting thing to think about. Yeah. Other questions? Okay, so let's jump into the event study. So if you start with orders completed, it seems like that takes some time to ramp up. And it's true that it doesn't happen in the first month, but the orders do increase relatively rapidly. So starting in the second month, though it's not statistically significant, there's about a 5% increase in orders, and that gradually ramps up to about 10%. You see broadly similar patterns for delivery time, where not right away. That could be consistent with people learning how to use the AI-enabled tool a bit, where they're not sure in like the first month or so, but learning pretty quickly. For bad ratings, you see broadly similar things. There you do see a bit of an effect right away, but overall the time patterns of the event studies are pretty similar. For late deliveries, also you have somewhat larger confidence intervals, but you start seeing negative effects within a couple months. Finally, labor supply. This is one where you do see somewhat larger effects immediately, and we think that's consistent with labor supply being a choice variable that you could start choosing right away, whereas the others might depend on how you use the tool a bit more. But for all our outcome variables, you don't see a pre-trend, and you do see effects that tend to grow over time. Now, if we look at how the AI-enabled tool affects the learning by doing curves, it's not just affecting one part of the curve, but it seems to be shifting the curve. So this looks at the tenure curves and orders, where you recall that initially the curves are right on top of each other, but after the AI-enabled tool, that the curves seem to separate, so that now actually DHH people do more orders per week, starting at a few months of tenure. Now forward and backwards, yeah. You recall there was a sizable initial gap in terms of bad reviews from customers. This doesn't close it entirely, but it closes a lot of the gap, and it does it within a couple months. So in terms of magnitude, for bad ratings, our effects are roughly akin to moving about 3 months down the tenure productivity curve. Likewise, for delivery time, our effects are akin to moving about 6 months down the tenure productivity curve. There was a paper that studies on generative AI that found that the generative AI tool was worth about 4 months of tenure, so our results are broadly consistent with those in a different context. If we think about the benefits and costs to the platform, so it's increasing profits per DHH worker by 17%, and that's very, very large relative to the costs. So the cost to develop the tool was, free time of engineers for several months. So we estimate, that's no more than about $20,000. So we estimate that the tool actually paid for itself to the platform in about 4 days. Now, when you do that calculation, you're assuming that DHH people are not taking work away from non-disabled work, but even if you assume a relatively large amount of substitution, you still get that the tool pays for itself very fast. Now, we found that income goes up, but so do hours. And if the disabled people are substituting away from their outside option, it's less clear then how this should affect welfare. So in order to estimate how much worker welfare is being affected, we're going to use the envelope theorem, and we're going to find that you can write out the effect of a marginal change for DHH workers as a function of how much their wage is going up plus any reoptimization gain. So if you told me, look, your wage is going to go up 5%, then relative to my pre-AI income, my welfare shouldn't go up by any less than 5%. But if I then have the opportunity to reoptimize in addition to that, then my welfare might go up by more. So that's going to be our baseline welfare analysis. Now, one thing, coming back to the discussion with Elaine about labor supply elasticity, so we find in our context the effect on hours relative to wages is about 3, because hours are going up by 10%, even though wages are only going up by about 3%. And this is actually fairly large relative to some of the estimates that people have found in the gig economy. One possibility for this is that our tool is also affecting amenities. So it might make it more enjoyable or less stressful to be a DHH worker, and that's actually very consistent with the qualitative evidence that we gather. So we're also going to do our welfare analysis, assuming that part of the reason why labor supply goes up is because the job is also becoming more enjoyable. So the way that we do this is that we will assume different true levels of the labor supply elasticity to the firm, and then compare that to the measured implied elasticity, and assume that the difference is due to an improvement in amenities. If there are people who work in this literature who want to let us know if they think that's a good or bad thing, we'd be very keen to get feedback on that thing, because this part is brand new. So we estimate that worker surplus, if you assume no amenity benefit, is 3.9%. And about 90% of that is due to the wage going up, and the other 10% of that is due to reoptimization. So people choosing to spend more time on the platform as opposed to doing the outside thing. Now, this benefit, though, is very heterogeneous. So I'm going to show you heterogeneity effects by severity of disability, but you find that for profoundly disabled people, their welfare is going up by 7.4% relative to their pre-AI income, but for non-profoundly people, the improvement is not statistically significant. Now, when you account for the effect, if you assume labor supply elasticities between 1 and 2, which is what the Uber paper finds, then we get welfare benefits on the order to about 6 to 12%. So these are pretty substantial welfare gains to the DHH workers. Now, turning to profits, why do firm profits? Yeah, Ben.
So is the idea that you say suppose you know the labor supply elasticity, then look at how hours actually change in response to wages? Anything above beyond that must be some unobserved amenity?
Exactly.
Amazing, yeah.
Do you,
that sounds very neat, yeah.
Do you think that's crazy? Does that seem reasonable?
I wonder whether you have some wage variation where you could also trace off the labor supply curve to kind of validate it in your sample in a sense. But yeah, this sounds great.
I don't think we have wage variation that we've, yeah, I don't think so. So another thing that you might ask is, of the profit benefits, both pre-AI of DHH versus non-disabled people, as well as the tool itself, what are the sources of that? So pre-AI, we estimate that about 90% of the benefit of DHH people is because they do more orders on the overall sample. That's slightly counteracted by the fact that they get more bad ratings, but because bad ratings are so rare, coming back to Nina's point, that actually doesn't disadvantage them that much. And then the other benefit from them is that because they quit less, you're less likely to be onboarding them. And that most of the benefits of the AI tool come from the fact that they're doing more orders, as opposed to lowering bad ratings or having less onboarding. Now, this is a little bit deceptive because by improving retention, you also increase productivity. So this doesn't mean that the retention benefit doesn't matter. It's just that it might manifest itself through order. So one thing yeah, go ahead, Laura.
Can you repeat what you mentioned to us earlier about what happens when competitors started adopting the tool? Because I guess that part does a little partial equilibrium on the retention front of them staying longer. Just if others also start adopting these, other employers start adopting these tools, then that's going to improve their outside option, and it feels a little bit more ambiguous. But you said that there's not, like, even when other employers adopt, people aren't moving more.
Yes, I didn't include that here in our robustness checks, but in the paper we show in the appendix that when you restrict the sample to the time period when both platforms are using an AI-enabled calling tool, you see very similar results. So we don't think our results are due to partial equilibrium effects. Yeah, but it's, yeah. So the AI-enabled tool doesn't solve everything. So here's an example that Yanyo actually, this is his field notes. The intelligent outbound call is frequently used when workers request customers to open doors. It's generally very effective. However, there's one exception. After the system connects, so they went into the building and someone opened the door, but there was no sound. So even if you let the customer know, there still can be challenges that the AI-enabled tool doesn't solve. And we found a number of examples of this in our fieldwork. So we don't expect that the AI tool is going to necessarily solve everything. So other work in the AI literature, very broadly defined, emphasizes there could be heterogeneous effects by pre-AI productivity or pre-AI tenure. We see none of that in our data. So there's no significant heterogeneity by pre-AI productivity, no significant heterogeneity by pre-AI tenure. There is a huge amount of heterogeneity, though, by the profundity of hearing loss. So for example, I'm sorry that this is so small. If you look at bad ratings, people who are with profound hearing loss have a 40% reduction in bad ratings, whereas people with non-profound hearing loss only have 7%. Likewise, if you look at the hourly wage benefit, it's about 1% for people with non-profound hearing loss, but about 6.5% for people with profound. Ben?
This might be nitty-gritty. If there are percent differences in productivity before the AI tool, I guess if there are homogeneous percent effects, in like monetary units, they are heterogeneous. So I wonder which unit is better to look at percent effect, because
I
the
think
fixed cost of adopting it, I guess the more productive workers benefit more. Is that fair to say?
So
those
is
percent effects are homogeneous.
I see. So you would also be interested in knowing heterogeneity by level effects. If there's differences, then have we done that? I think you also see that there are larger level effects, but that doesn't rule out. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's what you.
If there are homogeneous percent effects, if there's baseline percent heterogeneity and productivity, I guess in absolute amounts I have to be heterogeneous, which would be.
Yes. No. I think it accentuates because right exactly because so for like okay, so like bad ratings, the profound have many more bad ratings, and the tool has a larger percentage effect. So, yeah, that, yeah, we can think more about that, yeah.
Can I ask also
Yeah.
a question about heterogeneity among workers? Because a lot of times limited workers suffer from comorbidities. So having a hearing impairment is maybe associated with another form of, let's say, cognitive impairment. And I wonder whether some of the positive effects, because these are individuals who are truly only hearing impaired, but they don't suffer from any other, they don't experience any other type of limitation.
People with multiple disabilities were excluded from the data shared with us, yeah. But that, yeah. To conclude, yeah, I mean, obviously this is about one particular AI-enabled tool, one particular disability, but our sense is that AI-enabled tools might be useful for many types of disabilities, that many aspects of human cessation are prediction problems, and there are actually more and more tools like for visual impairment. There are AI-enabled tools that tell people where various things are and label them for people. For mobility impairment, there's smart routing for people with dyslexia. You might imagine they'd benefit from help with spelling or other things. Yeah. Thank you so much for your time. What do you think? What do you think the AI-enabled curriculum is acceptable?
Should I start? Great. Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to present this paper on managing innovation in firms. This is joint work with Isabella Melici and Jose Vasquez at LSE and Francis Wong at LMU Munich. So innovation is central to firm performance and economic growth, and most of it happens in private sector organizations, whether you measure it through R&D spending or patenting. But innovation is really not like routine production. It's uncertain, it's slow, it runs on tested knowledge, it's difficult to codify, and it requires you to collaborate, making it a very difficult task to organize. And this gives a very central role to middle managers. And here's an anecdote that kind of illustrates both the importance but also the difficulty of this role. So this is Gary Starkweather. He was an engineer at Xerox in the 1960s, and one day he had the idea to develop the laser printer. But when he approached his boss with the idea, his boss said this is the most brain-dead idea he's ever heard, and Starkweather was forbidden from working on this any further. And this is a good example how middle managers have a lot of impact on the fate of an idea early on by having to make these high-stakes decisions under uncertainty when sometimes they lack the technical expertise to do so. Starkweather's boss, for example, was convinced that computers are not powerful enough to make laser printing economically viable. So what do we need from a good manager in the context of innovation? In economics, you often think about middle managers in the role of monitoring. So you want to make sure that when your workers show up to work, they don't play Tetris. But given the inherent nature of innovation, you might also want some hands-on expertise and technical knowledge. Think about a situation like the Apollo 13 mission. When the mission goes awry, you might want to have a middle manager that has the technical background to go to the blackboard, rally his team, and come up with a technical solution to bring the astronauts back home. So this presents a different view of a manager in the context of innovation. You might want someone not just to monitor workers, but to help them navigate uncertainty to turn complex problems into solutions. Unfortunately, we know very little empirically about what it means to be a middle manager innovation. So this is the gap we're going to take to this data. We're going to ask in this paper, what's the impact of managers on workers' innovation output? We're going to focus specifically on this role of hands-on expertise, having personally gone through the task and having the technical knowledge to do it. To answer, we're going to use data from one of the largest manufacturing firms in Europe. It has over 200,000 workers. And the nice thing is that we collected the universe of all inventions at the firm. So we know everyone who invents, and then we can trace this out through the entire innovation pipeline. We see if an invention becomes a patent or if an invention gets used in a product and the firm makes money from this. And to the best of our knowledge, we're the first ones to be able to have such a granular view of inventive activities linked to very detailed organizational and personnel records. So we know which manager you work under, but we know a lot of background information of the worker and the manager, including behavioral ratings and their expertise, their experience, their PhD, etc. We're going to use manager switches, building on a large literature that's been using similar switch-based designs to estimate the effect of a manager and a worker. I'm going to show you that what we really find is that this hands-on expertise is what's really driving this. And this is more important than other manager traits you might be thinking about in the context of innovation. If you get an invention experience manager, it's going to double your output. This is a really large effect. And the beauty of this paper is I'm going to be able to show you a lot what exactly these managers are doing differently. And we're going to find this is a capability building story. So these managers make incumbent workers better at innovating by helping them figure out which problems to work on, how to navigate challenges, and how to turn ideas into inventions. We're going to try to contribute to this important literature on middle managers and effects on workers. Previous work also in this room has shown that managers have really important effects on workers' career outcomes. Our contribution is to look at innovation, which is really central to firm performance, but really difficult to observe empirically, and people haven't really studied empirically. We're also going to contribute to this literature on the drivers of innovation. There's a lot of theoretical literature saying that within firm innovation should depend on incentives, on authority, on allocation of knowledge. People like Holmstrom, Tirole, Aguillon, they've kind of provided background to think about how manager-worker interaction should go, but we know very little empirically. And most of the empirical literature is really focused on drivers that are easier to observe with its existing data, like government policies or individual inventors' backgrounds. But we're going to really focus on within firm production of ideas and the role of middle managers. And ex ante, this role is kind of ambiguous. You could think a manager might help you identify and develop an idea, but a manager might also impose hierarchy, distort incentives, discourage experimentation. So our contribution is going to be to open the black box at the firm and to show you it's really the managers with hands-on invention experience who are going to be able to help workers be better. And I'm going to describe how they do it. The setting here is one of the largest manufacturers in Europe. They produce technologically sophisticated intermediate goods for high-tech clients. That means what they do, like innovation, is really central for. You can measure it in patents, you can measure it in R&D spending. Innovation is really important at this firm. Otherwise, you should think about a firm as very similar to other large firms in terms of workforce or performance. We're going to focus on the firm's white-collar employees in Germany for two reasons. First, we have the best personnel data on them. Second, the majority of innovation happens among them. So what should you know about them? They're majority male, as is very common for manufacturing firm. Firm tenure is really long. The average is 15 years. They're highly qualified because they innovate. Like 70% have at least a bachelor's degree. And half of this workforce is engineers. And these are the workers we're going to focus on in this project because they do the day-to-day technical work through which technological innovation emerges here. And you shouldn't think about innovation in this setting as being the specialized task outside of routine work. Instead, it's kind of embedded in these client-facing product developing projects with existing resources. So as an engineer, what are your tasks? You have to make the client happy. You have to figure out how to technically implement the product, and you have to meet project deadlines. And in order to do this, often inventions happen on the go. To make this a little bit more concrete, let me show you some descriptions that engineers themselves posted about their job tasks to the firm's talent development program. So someone says, I analyze customer needs and define the optimal solution for the customer. I support future product development decisions, but I secure also inventions. Someone also says, I analyze and solve defects. I propose solutions for improvements, but I also drive innovation and execute patent analysis. So innovation is part of their job. And it emerges on their job, but also I want to highlight that in this setting, financial incentives are pretty modest at this firm and also at other firms. If anything, you should think about them a little bit like us, where intellectual curiosity is really important and it's really driving a lot of what they do.
Yes, just I'd like to understand a little bit more kind of the nature of this management-worker relationship in the sense like, is it like in research we would have like a leader with assistants, so that in a way they just help to implement ideas that the manager or the main innovator has, or is it somehow the manager helps developing ideas that are generated downstream.
Yeah, this is very good segue to the next slide. What's the role of manager? How does the manager enter here? Exactly. So to begin, like the corporate management, so like the top management is going to set the direction. Okay, we want to go in the next 5 years there. But the middle managers, a lot of them are team leaders. Like think I'm leading a team of 5 engineers. We're in this project, we have to make this product. Their role is to supervise them, but a lot of them are going to be technologically involved. I'll show you in a moment. So a lot of them are going to be working with them to invent, but they have some power to say, this is a good idea, you should keep working on this, no, go back. So it's like a little bit in this intermediate case. They do participate, but they also kind of provide guidance, they mentor them, they can task allocate. And so here are some descriptions of what the managers say themselves. Okay, someone says, I'm leading a team of scientists, we need to do know-how of customer requirements, I'm writing patents and invention disclosures. Someone else says, I need to be innovative and apply invention disclosures, I have to evaluate patents, but also I have to develop concepts or to steer development activities. So these managers have these roles of leading the team, but they often also are very involved technically, and I'll show you in a moment a couple of summary statistics on that. And we ran a survey with other German firms and suggest that this type of involvement is actually pretty common in firms. Okay? Now let me be very precise what we mean with innovation and how we can come up with a worker level measure of inventive activities in this setting. So we're going to focus on collecting the universe all inventions in the firm. And an invention is a really key ingredient for technological innovation at a firm like ours. The OECD defines an invention as a novel solution to a technical problem that could be patented. Okay? And so what's nice here in this setting is basically in Germany there's the Employee Invention Act that requires every employee to promptly disclose when they made an invention with firm resources. So as soon as you make an invention, you have to disclose it to the firm. You use the firm's online tool. It's going to timestamp the invention. So we know the content, the date, and the entire list of co-inventors. And this is really high stakes because your royalties are going to be paid out of this. And we did a bunch of tests to make sure that this is not only codified in law, but the compliance is really high. So we did a lot of interviews, managers, workers, patent officers that are saying this is really strictly enforced at the firm. And importantly, it also means that the contributor lists are informative. So this is different from being in a lab in science. As a supervisor, you're only listed on this invention disclosure if you substantially contributed, and the patent officer is actually going to review it as they think about applying for patents. So it's really high stakes to both disclose very fast, but also to list everyone who should be on the invention.
Do you have any sense what share of the engineering workforce would be working on things which could lead to invention disclosures, and is there a concern for the results that if you and I are both managers, but if I have a worker switch from my team and yours, and you're focused, you're doing projects which are connected to invention disclosure and I'm not, that it looks like it's your influence as a manager, but it's really just the unobserved projects?
Mm-hmm. So over 2/3 of all teams invent. So this is very common. And so a lot of them are in like these similar projects. We did a lot of analysis also looking at different job titles and things like that, but it's very, very broad. And I can tell you a little bit more afterwards, but it seems very balanced, like what time of teams are in here. So what happens once you submit an invention disclosure? You kick off the structured innovation process. The firm is going to read it and decide, do we want to apply for a patent? Maybe if they do, some patent will be granted, and some inventions are actually used in a product. Okay? What's really cool in this paper is that usually you can only see patent applications or granted patents. But for us, it's really important that we observe the invention disclosure so we know which manager you're actually working under when you had the idea. Because patents can take forever, and so then we wouldn't know which manager it is. It's also going to be really nice to have this commercialization because I'm going to be able to show you the effect of managers, like it does have economic value. This is something the firm really cares about. Now you can look at the shares. So out of our 40,000 invention disclosures, like 2/3 roughly are applied for a patent, 1/3 is granted. Now you can ask me, is this high or is that low? We asked the patent officers at the firm, and what they're saying, this is kind of high. They think they make money, like a lot of money, in 1 of 1,000 ideas. And their job isn't actually to narrow down this funnel. Okay? So their job is to try to figure out, okay, which ideas should we discard and which ideas do we want to keep. There's some recent evidence in the US with tech firms that finds very similar shares. So you shouldn't think about this firm as an outlier in terms of this innovation process.
Are you able to tell us more about whether you really only need like a one-time exposure to a really supportive manager who can kind of teach you how to innovate, or whether it's really to meet a manager once who can help you kind of find your comparative advantage in the firm. And so I'm just wondering here, is it what what's the mechanism we should have in mind?
So I will spend the entire second half only talking about mechanisms and coming back to that. And if I don't, remind me. But it's going to be a really important part of the story. Mm-hmm.
What if we found the reasons not to apply for a patent?
Mm-hmm. So in firms, the other way what you could do is doing a trade secret. And what I've learned recently since I've done this project is basically when I talk to patent officers is like a trade secret makes sense if you're in an industry where it's really difficult to figure out what you did. The firm we do, like a competitor could just take the product, take it apart, figure out what it is, and so it doesn't make sense to do a trade secret. So trade secrets are very, very rare. If the firm thinks that this has value, they're gonna try to apply for a patent.
You're gonna see the trade-off. On the other hand, you could be sued for patent infringement. So I see protection to the creative side and commercial side.
I mean, one way to see it, like I'm gonna show you our main quality measure is gonna be this. We're gonna find effects in all of them. Okay, so like maybe if you don't like this, you can look at the other ones. But it's like a setting where you shouldn't expect that this application and granting state to be really like strategic by the firm. Great. So I want to tell you 4 more things to the setting that really, motivate why managers might play an important role and motivate why technical expertise might be important. So first, the production process is really slow and uncertain. On average, it takes 4 years for an invention to get granted. This makes our publication process seem very, very fast. So, manager and workers don't always know what the value is to an idea. It requires a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience, so it's heavily concentrated in engineering. But even among engineers, it's really the repeat inventors that do most of the inventions. It's collaborative, like 2/3 of inventions have someone else. Often, think about an invention like a robotic arm. You would see a software guy and a hardware guy working together. So it really is consistent with like having to draw on different types of expertise. And lastly, managers are very involved. This goes back to the first question. Like half of all the invention disclosures have a manager on them. And managers actually keep inventing a lot, even once they take over a team. So these managers are really hands-on involved in this process. Yeah?
Is it part of the manager incentive to generate or to put their name on the invention?
I mean, the beauty of manager incentives is they're very short term, and so here it takes a really long time. So the manager's incentives are really like you have to make the project running, you have to meet the client deadline, but not so much that you want to have a patent in 5 years, we don't know. Yeah, very good. So let me tell you now about the data. We want to measure how managers affect workers' innovation output. So what do we need? We need worker level inventive output, we need to know who your manager is, and we want some background information so we can understand mechanisms. So as I said, we collect the universe of all inventions at the firm. So we have the date, the content, the list of co-filers. We know whether you applied for a patent, whether the patent was granted. We know the citations of the patent. We know the technological area, the IPC code. This is something like the GEL code that lets us see if you have expertise in this area. And we see if the firm used the invention in a product. We're going to link it to very rich data on the structure of the firm, especially who your manager was at that time, and very rich background information. So we know, do you have a PhD? Where did you get the PhD from? What's your firm tenure? But we also have 360-degree feedback, I'll show you later, on how people view you in terms of inventiveness, etc. And so putting these together is a very unique way, and we think with the best of our knowledge, we're the first ones to kind of link all these pieces together to study within firm innovation. So, with these data, you can measure an effect of a manager on a worker, but managers differ on many dimensions. So which manager trait do you want to look at? If you talk to practitioners, they often mention hands-on experience. So this is Steve Jobs in an interview in 1984, when he talks about Apple's expert leading experts approach. So he says, we went to hire a bunch of professional management, it didn't work at all. They knew how to manage, but they didn't know how to do anything. If you're a great person, why do you want to work for somebody you can't learn anything from? Know who the best managers are. They're the great individual contributors who never ever wanted to be a manager, but decide they have to be, because no one else is going to do as good as a job. Mm-hmm.
It's interesting because it's like the opposite.
But you will see in the end, Alan will like it. We'll come back to this. But this is like I will show you. Like we thought a lot about the Peter Principle, and I'll show you later that what we think about this. And it seems a very specific context where they need to have a lot of hands-on experience, which is very different from other contexts.
In your data, can you measure their social skills directly from some of the surveys?
So we use the 360-degree rating, and as a preview, we don't find that there were some other ratings.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. we would have thought too. Yeah, but and so if there are many other anecdotes like this where you kind of find that in the setting of innovation, it might be the case that hands-on experience is important. And what we mean here is that it's not just whether you have a PhD or whether you have generic leadership skills, but it's something that you have personally gone through. You know why it's difficult. You know how to uncertainty shows up, and you kind of know what to do about this. The question is how can you measure this? So what are we going to do in this paper? We're going to try to measure this in this context by using managers' prior own inventions. So we're going to say how many inventions per year did you do before you met the specific workers. And so the idea is basically that you have gone personally through this task of inventing, you know what it takes, and you might better understand what it takes to lead a team on that. The advantage is that this is predetermined to the worker-manager match. So we're going to use everything you've done before you met the worker. And it's also nice because it goes beyond having a PhD or having firm tenure. So you might be very smart, you might be at the firm for a long time, but you've never invented, and vice versa. I'm going to show you in a moment empirically that we find this hands-on experience really stands out, and other manager traits that you might be really excited about just don't do anything. So this is not just us coming up with this, but the data is very consistent with that.
Does the firm hire managers from outside, and if so, what do you know about their innovating?
They do hire from outside, and we actually can also measure for some of the years how they invented before. Firm tenure is really, really long, so it's 15 years. And so for most of the people, we can tell, at least for the last 15 years how inventive you are. And I can show you at the very, very end, I have a button where you can see the cumulative invention experience. And so it's not going to matter that much, but we can do even more tests to make sure that it's not driven by that.
So the manager's goal is not to maximize the innovation, right? They have to do the customer facing whatever. So you have other measures of manager ability, not their innovation ability, but managerial ability.
Yeah, so we have in the 360 degree a lot of other stuff, like stakeholder, it's rated by their peers, supervisors, subordinates, or stakeholders, but we have a bunch of other things. And so I can show you at the end. So these people with hands-on experience, they're not worse on other dimensions, like stakeholder management or turning around stuff on time, or things that you might care about.
So they are not correlated with their innovation ability?
If anything, maybe a little bit positively, but I can show you the graph.
Do you have any measure of how innovative these inventions are? Meaning, if you look at a lot of innovations or inventions in healthcare, it's I come out with this blockbuster drug, and then I just keep tweaking it and getting new patents. Or are these folks who literally come out with brand new ideas?
So what I'm going to show you today is patent citations and commercialization. Did the firm actually care enough to put this in a product? We have appendix results I don't have, but we also look at different novelty measures, so we can go back and do a little bit more on that. But I can definitely say it's not just a paper trail. It's really stuff that the firm then cares about and implements and pays them. I want to highlight that we have a lot of variation. So a third of managers have some prior experience. Conditional on having invented before, the average manager has 0.73 inventions per year. The top decile has 2. We're going to use this variation to ask if, as a worker, you're under a manager with more experience, are you going to be more productive yourself or not? In order to estimate this, we're going to use manager switches, building on this growing body of work that has used similar switch-based designs. And the key institutional feature here at this firm and many other firms is it is very routine. So in order to climb the career ladder, these managers have to go to different areas of the firm, a different location, a different division, and collect experiences. So they have to kind of look where job openings, what do I want to do? So we don't expect, in terms of identification, that these switches are driven just by managers matching to the invention potential of the team, but this being driven by their own career planning. And we did a lot of stuff to verify that this is the case. We did a lot of interviews with managers, for example, that say exactly that I've been trying to figure out which location to go so I can cross it off the list. We talked to HR. Before they saw our results, invention experience was not a criterion used by anyone. We also see this in the data. So for example, if we use key pre-switch team characteristics, we cannot predict what type of manager you get. So it's really hard to tell a story that this is really matching. This is not specific to only specific teams. It's also really hard for workers to anticipate when a manager switch, so they can't really hold off. And we do a bunch of robustness tests that we're going to show you in 2 slides. Mhm.
Do teams stay the same and then if the manager rotates, or is team composition also constantly changing?
So we will, in our cleanest design, will only look at people who have been the manager enough quarters before and after. We do see when an experienced manager comes, there's a little bit of an increase in team size, but it doesn't really drive our results. And everything I'm going to show you on the next slide, is going to be within Worker. So basically, we're going to look at people in these stable teams. So here's some characteristics of these managers. These are our switching managers. I want to highlight, these are very experienced managers. They've been with the firm for 18 years. And what I also want to highlight is that most of them are not executives. So most of them are like lower level team leaders that switch around all the time. These are not these like high stakes executive moves where you think the entire firm thinks about where they're going to go. And in order to estimate this, we're going to run an event study around the event of a manager switch. So we're going to regress YIT, that's the innovation outcome of worker I in quarter T, on a bunch of event time indicators interacted with delta E. So this is this difference in manager experience that you encounter induced by the switch. And we're going to put in worker fix effects, so this is a within worker design. We're going to put in event time dummies. These are not calendar time dummies, so we shouldn't expect any treatment heterogeneity problems as brought forward by the new diff and diff literature. We're going to cluster at the worker level. What I want to highlight is this is not a switcher versus non-switcher design. Everybody in our sample has experienced a manager switch. What's going to be different is variation in the change in experience. So maybe Alan gets someone, he goes from low experience to high experience, Mitch goes from high experience to low experience. And so what the identification assumption here is that absent this change in manager experience, those with an increase are kind of on similar trajectories than those with a decrease or with no change. And what could be wrong? It would go wrong if we have high experienced managers really being matched to teams that are either trending upward already or that we expect to be trending upward. For example, the CEO wakes up tomorrow and says, all of you are now going to innovate a lot and I'm going to send all my best managers. It's going to drive our results independent of these managers. So we do a bunch of stuff. I'm going to show you in 2 slides. We don't see any pre-trends. We also cannot predict which type of manager you get based on a lot of pre-switch team characteristics. Workers are very similar, whether they get a high or a low experienced manager. We tried our best to kind of capture what a firm strategy change would be. So we put in a bunch of fixed effects to see, okay, is stuff changing when we think about specific areas of the firm? We also look at moves or manager switches that are the least likely to have some kind of sorting, like lower level managers, lateral moves, internal moves, and our results are very, very similar. Mm-hmm.
You can defer if you're going to get to this in the mechanism section. But I'm just wondering, do you want us to think of this experience measure as being orthogonal to manager ability, or are these things like managerial productivity, are they correlated, and are you okay with that? Like, should we think of it as a bundle, or?
So we see a lot of variation. So basically, if you look at firm tenure, for example, which is one version, it's basically horizontal. So there are some managers who've been with the firm for a long time, and they haven't invented a lot, and some that have invented a lot, but they haven't been at the firm. So I'm going to show you in a moment these alternatives, but we also look at correlations, and a lot of the things are, like, for example, high experienced managers are a little bit more likely to have a PhD, but this is not driving our results. But things like firm tenure or stuff like that, or performance ratings, are kind of flat. Mm-hmm.
So does the manager's experience with innovation, does that include with their subordinates or just their personal independent?
Right now we do everything together, but I'll show you in a moment we're going to split it. And we also do something in the mechanisms. For example, we look at managers who led successful teams, but they themselves didn't have hands-on experience. We don't find an effect of that. So it's not just I'm in a hot area. It's like I have gone through this experience myself. Okay. Mm-hmm.
In your specification, why is the shock delta E, not the E?
So we
if
just
I go from high ability manager to another high.
Basically, this is basically taking both gains and losses. So we're just taking all the variation we have. In the robustness, we can also just going from a low to a high. But this is basically also high to low, low and high. So basically here we're allowing for symmetry. We also do some tests where we just separate both. But here we're just using as much variation as possible. Okay, so now I'm going to show you results in 3 sets. I'm first going to show you the main effect of managers on workers' innovation output. Then I'm going to ask, is this really driven by managers' inventive experience, or might it be driven by other things? And maybe Laura, you can stop me if it maybe hopefully answers some of your questions. And then at the end, we're going to try to ask, okay, what are the mechanisms? What are these managers doing differently, and what does this imply for the firm? So here I'm showing you our main result. This is the effect of a manager switch on workers' patented inventions. This means this is an invention at quarter T that eventually gets granted a patent later on. It doesn't matter when this happens. And here at the x-axis you have the quarters around the manager switch. The y-axis shows you the impact of a 1 unit increase in managers' prior experience on workers' innovation output. What you can see is that there are no pre-trends leading up to it. Around the manager switch we see an increase in workers' innovation output, and it stays there for up to 4 years. So in quarter 16, having a manager with a 1 more prior invention per year increases workers' own innovation output by 0.1. Just to interpret this would mean like going from an average manager without any experience to going a manager in the top decile would increase this by 94%. So going to an experienced manager basically doubles your innovation output. Mm-hmm.
Is there a sense every year that I'm a manager on the incumbent team, I gain a year of experience? Is there like some OLS kind of work, like innovation versus time or life cycle or manager experience?
To see which one.
So if you estimated like 1 year leads to a tripling, I guess then the incumbent manager should always every year triple the current.
Basically we do different things. So we can also just do number of inventions. And people like sometimes like you invent a couple of years, then maybe you go somewhere else and you invent more. So it's not perfectly correlated with firm tenure, for example. You could also just use the stock and not the rate. What we like about the rate is basically, it might have been that you invented 25 years ago and then you haven't done anything else, but now I'm treating you as the most inventive person, even though you've been at the firm for a long time. But both lead very, I can show you the appendix figure maybe later, it looks very similar. Okay? So what I want you to take away, this is a pretty big effect. An experienced manager that comes in, it doubles workers' output. Now we can look at the quantity. So this before was our quality measure. These are all inventions, regardless of whether they get patented or not. And you see it looks very similar. The pre-trends look okay, the manager switches, eventually it goes up. After 4 years, having a manager with 1 more invention per year, rate before, increases workers' inventions by 0.26. For interpretations, this would be going from an average manager to a very inventive manager, would basically increase this by 70%. So this is pretty big too. In addition to quantity and quality, I can also show you how this propagates to the innovation pipeline. This gets back to the question, like, is this important or not? So when we look at patent citations, for example, we find that this is now gaining this experienced manager increases patent citations by 92%. Meaning not only are there more inventions, but these are inventions with technological impact. You can also look at commercializations. Did the firm actually use your invention in a product? We find an effect of 173%. So this is a really big effect of having this invention experienced manager come in, and workers now make better inventions that the firm is more likely to use in a product.
Can you measure other innovative inputs? Like, if I'm a firm, okay, we really need to develop a new product in Division 1. Put in the high innovation manager, but I might also do something else at the like increase the R&D budget or.
So at the end, we asked, could another alternative be resources or networks? Yeah. And so I'm going to show you what I do to proxy this. So one thing is like managers at different hierarchies have differences in resources and budgets. We don't find differential effects. Another way of resources would be to increase, FTE personnel staff. We don't find like big differences there. So these things don't seem to be driving this. It also doesn't seem that people start networking differently. This would be another way how to do it. So it's not the most direct evidence, but the things that we can do, it doesn't seem to be case that this is all driven by like a resource story. Great. I also want to highlight that our results are pretty robust. We do a bunch of different specs. We allow for attrition. We use different measures of manager experience, like for example using the stock and not the rate. We use different outcome variables, and we find pretty similar results. The other question is like, these effects are large, but is this really driven by invention experience, or might it be driven by something else? So in order to answer this, we're going to repeat our manager switching design, but now we're going to use other manager characteristics to create the treatment. And so here what I'm going to show you is pooled estimates for the quarters 9 to 16 of our event study. The first coefficient is our baseline result, but we've scaled it so you can interpret it as going from an average manager to a top decile manager. It roughly, almost doubles it. But then you can compare this to what would it mean if you have a manager switch where you go from the P10 in tenure of the manager to P90. So you now gain a manager with a lot of firm tenure, you don't find anything. Or back to Mitch's question, now you gain a manager who's an executive who has a bunch of resources, a bunch of budget, it doesn't do anything. The same for gaining a manager, going from a manager without a PhD to a manager with a PhD. Maybe this is like some time of manager quality, you don't find anything. In the interest of time, I'm not going to show you this, but in the appendix we have a bunch of other results, like looking at homophily in age, homophily in gender, looking at managers who've led successful teams but they themselves haven't invented, and we don't find that anything is driving this. So it really seems to be the case that having personally gone through this, having this hands-on experience is really important in driving these results.
Maybe another way to show that is really like the workers' idea, and that they latently have this idea would be to, have you looked at like how long it's been since we've had an innovative manager? And then you have these exogenous variations. Some managers and some workers have just had a dry spell they've been sitting on the laser printer for 10 years.
I will show you some timeline, but I think this is a really good idea that we could do much more.
Is there enough variation in topic that you can think about the importance of matching up? Like, is it better if I was innovating in this similar idea?
I'll show you in a moment. Yeah, great. So I hope I convinced you managers have important effects. It's really the invention experience managers. So now we want to know, what are they doing? Okay, why do we have these effects? So based on what we see in the data, our interpretation is going to be this capability channel. These managers make incumbent workers better at innovating. And I think what's going on is basically they can help them select which projects to work on, which solutions to try, how to navigate uncertainty, troubleshoot bottlenecks, how to turn ideas into inventions. Think about your grad school advisor. This is basically what they're doing. Okay? And what could be alternatives here? An alternative could be it's just selection. These managers are just really much better at like finding talent or keeping talent. It could be the resource story. It could also be just incentives, maybe just giving them different incentives. And I'm going to try to start by showing you patterns that are really in line with our interpretation, and then I'm going to come back to these mechanisms and we can discuss more and what else could be going on.
How large are the teams on average?
I think 9.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
I'm sorry if you already said this, but once a manager switches to a team, roughly on average, how long are they with them? And did you tell us if the effects persist after they
I did not. So right now, after 4 years, roughly half of the managers are still with the team because managers switch and workers switch. Everything I showed you so far is with stable teams. In the appendix, we now try to think about persistence. It gets quite noisy, and so we can't reject no persistence. And so I'll show you in a moment what we find in the mechanism, and it kind of makes sense. So it does seem, if you look just at the coefficients, we don't have the power to really say that some of the effect stays and some of the effect goes. And I think I'm going to show you what we think is going on, and I think that's very consistent with that. We don't have the power to really nail it. Okay, so we think it might be a capability story. So managers might take their own specialized innovation know-how and try to give it to workers somehow. So in order to look at this, we're first going to split inventions into inventions that are co-invented with the manager and inventions that are independent inventions without the manager. So you see on the left is a co-invention. Once the manager switches, they go up quite fast. Okay. Now look at the independent inventions. They kind of stay down for a little bit, but eventually they go up. One interpretation would be that when an experienced manager comes into a team, they take you by the hand, they kind of work with you together, but eventually you get it yourself. And I think this is really important to rule out that the effect we see is not just driven by you gaining a productive co-inventor just because the manager comes, but eventually you're going to work on stuff without the manager and you're going to be better at this than you were before. The next question someone asked about areas. So if we think this is all about capability, then it should matter whether the manager has experience in this area or not. So we're going to use IPC codes. These are classifications of patterns, think like GL codes for us. And we're going to follow Bloom and all and measure the distance between the worker's prior inventions and the manager's experience using pairwise comparisons of these IPC codes. And we have over 300 IPC codes at the firm. So this doesn't measure is this just a hot area? Is everybody working at AI? But we have a lot of breadth of people working on different stuff. So here what we're going to do is we're going to, in the top panel, look at work as an outcome, workers' inventions that are very similar to what the worker has worked on before themselves. At the bottom, worker inventions as an outcome that are far away from what the workers has done. And we're going to include two types of manager experience here. Manager experience that's far away from the worker and manager experience that's close. What you can see is what's really driving the effects here. Managers have a really big impact in areas where they have worked on themselves before. I think this is very consistent with the capability stories. When managers have experience, they can kind of bring something into the team. I'll come back to this at the very end, but in many firms, in this firm, managers are forced to go to many different areas to collect generic leadership skills. This suggests that might not be the best idea because they seem to be really good if it's something that they're knowledgeable about. We also ask which type of worker is actually benefiting the most. So here we're going to split workers by workers' own prior inventiveness. Okay? So you have no experience inventing, low experience, high. We're splitting at the median. And you see that the biggest effect here is on high experience workers. And one interpretation of this is that you need to be able to absorb what the manager tells you. You need to be able to apply the knowledge in order to actually gain from this. And in innovation literature, as I learned recently, this is called absorptive capacity. Again, think about, if I get a colleague who's like a theorist, I'm not going to be able to out of a sudden do something in theory. I might have to have some basic skill, some level of knowledge to actually be applied. And I think this is something else that's kind of important here and tells you something about this worker-manager complementarity.
I'm having a little bit of difficulty squaring that result though with the result that with time people start to innovate without the manager. So it's like once you learn how to innovate, you can innovate on your own. In which case, why do you need the manager to show up?
But I think what it means is the response of these high experienced workers is even stronger. So even them, this just means these are people who have invented a little bit before, and so also once they have the manager, it looks very similar. They will be much more inventive once they're under the manager.
I guess one thing I was wondering is there kind of what else are these people doing when they don't have an innovation focused manager that they would be doing in the absence of that? And so maybe it's not only we don't know kind of what they're not doing or the opportunity cost of their time to innovate here. And maybe it's not only the experience of the worker, but the remit from the manager to actually spend time on innovation.
So one thing I can tell you is basically, we can't tell you exactly what else they're doing. This is part of the task. One thing we can say is basically, if a team is really bad at meeting project deadlines, they will have less bonus as a team, and the manager will have a less performance rating. So we can make sure here that this is not the case. Okay, but by them inventing more, they're not crowding out other stuff that that there would be a problem. We also don't really see that the manager comes in and completely switches what you're doing. Before Alan was doing all the inventions, and now Mitch is doing all the inventions. But it does seem to be the case, something like the manager comes in and helps you figure out what to spend your time on. You've maybe already trying to invent before, but now you're actually doing better inventions. And now you've had some inventions, but now they're actually becoming patents or products or something like that. So I think that's a way to think about that.
Yeah, my question was related because it would be interesting to see if this is sort of driven by the inventions together with the manager who seeks out the more experienced workers, or the other way around, and it's sort of those are the people who are absorbing. I think separating would be really interesting.
We can. So we've redone all our results with the only independent inventions, which is most of the stuff that we see. So it holds true, but we can do a better job showing that. Yeah. Last, we're going to use 360-degree ratings to try to tell you even more, open the black box even more. So these are ratings that are regularly done for all the managers. They're done by the manager's own supervisor, their peers, their subordinates, and their stakeholders. And they have many different modules. So they have stakeholder management. Are you on time? Are you good a communicator? How do you lead your team? But one module is innovation. And so there are 3 questions. One is, do you inspire curiosity and challenge current thinking? Second, do you support experimentation and reward unsuccessful innovation attempts? And do you secure time and resources to develop ideas? And here I'm going to show you how managers' invention experience relates to this. And so one way to see this, these are standardized measures of these ratings. You can see that gaining a manager, going from the average manager to the manager top decile, is basically increasing this by 1/3 to 1/2 of a standard deviation in these ratings. So these are really large effects. And going back, I will try to click on this. We all thought, is this the Peter principle? Are they going to be really bad in other dimensions? Now I'm going to just these are all other dimensions that I can think about, that I can find there. Some of them are act with integrity, but it's all delegations, it's about stakeholders. We see it's basically flat. Right? So it doesn't mean that these managers are worse in these other dimensions. They're fine. On the other hand, we also see something similar in self ratings. and most of the time we use normal ratings. So what do I want you to take away? So we interpret this as, it seems that these invention experience managers, they've gone personally through this experience, they kind of know what the challenges are, they know how to tackle them, and they seem to kind of be better at helping the workers get better, like they're making incumbent workers better. Our main specification has worker fixed effects, so it's everything within workers. But you could ask maybe, in addition, are these managers also really better at attracting or retaining talent? So we don't find any effects on turnover around the manager switch. We find a small increase in team size when a highly experienced manager comes. But even when we look at teams that are pretty stable, our effects are pretty similar. So it doesn't seem to be the case that selection alone is really driving our results.
Does an individual inventor move closer to the manager's past experience? So is it them drawing people closer to where the experience is, or does that stay the same?
I mean, it is true, basically what we're finding is that you're more likely to invent in an area that's closer to your manager. Yeah. You could also think about maybe they're just better at monitoring, or they give better incentives. I think what's not super consistent with that is that we see this time trend that like the independent inventions are kind of time lagged. And it's also not very consistent with just being very concentrated in a manager's area of expertise. If it's all about monitoring, we should find this more broadly. You also think about this resources story. As I said, for example, we look at differential effects of managers with a lot of resources and managers with little resources. We don't find any differences here. We also thought about networks. So it's all about managers kind of helping you connect, like our advisors connect us with other researchers to work together. We don't find, for example, that the number of co-inventors or the type of co-inventors necessarily changes. And so we also don't find that just having been with an inventive team where you might have been close to networks or you might have known the people who make the decision makes any difference here. So it really does seem to be the case that this hands-on experience of managers is really important.
You mentioned that managers are mostly incentivized on shorter-term targets, so meeting some customer demands in a certain time frame. I wonder if there's a tension between those targets, those goals that managers need to achieve, and how much room, how much time, how much opportunity they have to invent. And I'm asking particularly to understand to what extent managers have discretion on what customer projects to work on, and whether you have any evidence of managers that like to invent, picking certain projects that either have more room or time for this or are more challenging so that you have to.
So what the firm basically told us is that these customer projects are very long-term or medium-term. So it's more like the project is fixed, the goal's fixed, the manager's coming in. And the main goal is to make the customer happy. And people were telling us basically the customer didn't want to renew the contract. We were trying to figure this out. Then we figured this new thing out. The customer was happy, and then we got a patent out of it. So it does seem to be the case that these inventions are happening because they have to figure out how to implement stuff. But these managers don't come in and are really able to change. We've been working with this customer for 20 years. We're not going to do this anymore. Great. Let me conclude. So what I want you to take away is that managers really matter for innovation, something we haven't really studied empirically before. It seems to be really managers with hands-on experience that are able to make incumbent workers more innovative. What does this mean for firms? Firms may want to factor in invention experience into their leadership decisions. Steve Jobs may have done this in 1984, but most firms use their generic leadership skills to think about this. Firms may also need to kind of encourage star inventors to think about becoming managers. Again, Steve Jobs thinks that people want to do this, but not everybody else wants to. And firms may also want to think about this like manager-worker complementarity, especially in high-priority areas. In many firms like ours, you have to, as a manager, go to many different areas to collect expertise to rise up. But it seems that managers' expertise actually really matters and really drives the direction of innovation of teams. Thank you so much.
15-minute break. How are you?
We have a Mac
Nice to meet you.
Amber, that was fantastic.
Thank
It's
you.
going to be such a great paper on like strategic human capital and innovation and all these other big areas.
Tell me what you
you're sort of on a roll, you want to take or something like that?
Do I?
Well, two roles.
Is there another paper?
I can give you another one.
Not that I know of. I mean, it could be, like, maybe a couple. Yeah, no, I think my co-authors are, like, Jason and Layla were presenting something other, like, on trial evidence, like representative trial evidence, which I think is kind of related to the stuff that I sent you and Becky. And, yeah, you guys, I'm very excited to hear yours.
Yeah, I gotta take a look.
Yeah. I'm sure you've been busy.
Kendall's paper about ADI.
And what was that?
I asked him about your paper about the way the doctors act in the last hour.
Yeah, exactly.
The number of people that you saw in the previous 9 minutes, and then looking at how that affects whether you order tests, whether you admit somebody or not. So the same margins that other people have looked at. They could have a better job citing on those topics.
So actually discussed, it's been a while now, I discussed that paper in the same session that you were there.
It's very recognized.
Is it very different now?
It's very different. It's better. It's a lot more comprehensive.
Got it. Yeah. And I haven't seen the paper in a while. Does it have a cognitive implication, or is it kind of like saying descriptively we see that people that are cognitive? Well, I guess they're as good as randomly cognitively loaded.
That's supposed to be.
And when that's true, then like stuff like
they don't really talk about why the load goes up at certain points. So, there are papers where they look at things like, someone didn't show up for their shift and now everybody has to do it. And then they order more tests and they've got more people to
that's part of the good. Or there's another panel. One second. That's what I put in. Get the USB for you.
Talked about a little bit.
Yeah. This is the first time I did this presentation. Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Yours.
All right. Well, thank you very much. This is thanks to the organizers for the opportunity to present this paper. It's pretty new work, at least in terms of showing the work. So I'm very excited for feedback. It's also it's going to be hard following Ingrid's footsteps on this. But today we're going to be talking about time in the emergency department. If anybody's been in the emergency department, you might have wondered, why am I waiting here? Like there are many thoughts might have gone through your head, like, am I low priority? Are there just random things going on in the ED? My job market paper, we look at strategic behavior, like is the doctor just, dragging their feet in discharging me? And in this paper, we're looking at and all of those might be true. We're not saying that there's only one reason that you're waiting in the emergency department, but in this paper, we're looking at the idea that the doctor is actually using this time to make an important decision. And the motivation for this is that, we need time and scarce resources, decision-making resources, that need to be allocated across different patients. Individually, a doctor needs to decide how to spend their time on different patients. And also, the healthcare system needs to decide how to allocate those resources. Which patients should have follow-up visits? Which patients should see a consultant? A lot of healthcare delivery is about allocating these resources to make decisions for patients. And so we're looking in the particular context of emergency department physicians who are making a very consequential binary decision, and this is whether to admit or discharge a patient. There are costs on either end of making the wrong decision. If you discharge a patient who should be admitted, that patient could have a very bad health consequence, and they would come back and be hospitalized and potentially die. If you admit a patient who who could have been discharged, there are also very large financial consequences for that. Like each day in the hospital are thousands of dollars, and if a patient could have been cared for as an outpatient, that would also be a misallocation of resources. Now, when they're trying to make this decision, there are several things that they can do during this patient's ED stay. So they could review the information, they could observe, they could review the patient's chart, they could talk to the patient, they could observe the patient, see how the patient's symptoms change over time. During this time, basically they want to, there's a model that's a pretty reasonable model. It might be most valuable to allocate those resources to patients that are at the margin, at this decision-making boundary, not the obvious patients who definitely could go home, and not the obvious patients that definitely should be admitted. So what we're doing in this paper is we're asking, how can we identify patients near the decision margin beyond recorded patient characteristics? So we're going to use decision time as a potential source of revealed information. And there are many literatures that, I have a backup slide here that's even citing, a small fraction of these papers, but there are literatures that are, similar in spirit. They're using revealed information approaches to use behavior and outcomes to infer private information and selection. So there's related literatures in signaling and adverse selection. There's some experimental papers in behavioral economics that use kind of the time that you're taking to respond to a certain question or make a certain decision. And there's also a literature that looks at outcome tests in the setting of judges or doctors. For doctors that make a certain decision or judges that make a certain decision, what are the outcomes afterwards? Does the patient recidivate if they're given bail? Does the patient come back to the emergency department and get diagnosed with with a diagnosis that was missed? So most closely related to this work is this kind of newer literature on chronometric inference, so using the time that somebody's taking to reveal information. So slower choices may reveal either weaker preferences or proximity to indifference beyond the observed choice. And so we're going to use this idea to study endogenous stopping time, what the physician's decision process reveals when we kind of have this idea of this endogenous stopping time. All right. So in this paper, we're going to ask 3 related research questions. First, what does decision time reveal? Does it reveal uncertainty or what we call marginality, like you're close to being marginal for this decision? Or could it reveal other things, that are very natural things to consider? For example, it might just reveal severity. If a patient is very sick, you might have to spend a lot of time on that patient. Or it could reveal, priority. The patient is very sick, so you're actually going to get to the patient first, and that patient is going to be the first out of the emergency department. The second question is, how do we measure decision time? This is not something, we're not kind of looking into the doctor's brain and asking which patient is the doctor actually thinking about. So in this setting, when the doctor is particularly interesting from a personnel standpoint, when the doctor is actually managing multiple patients, how does the doctor divide their attention time across different patients? And we as econometricians cannot observe that. So there's this concept of the decision-making clock, this decision time clock. How do doctors accrue decision relevant time when they multitask across patients? And does the processing time match the decision relevant time? There are many reasons why those two things might not be the same. The time that it takes for the doctor to get this patient out of the ED is not necessarily the same thing as the time that the doctor is actually spending attention for that patient. Bentley.
One thing I was wondering is one of the things that's important in decision time is essentially the doctor's sort of human capital. So if you have this rare tropical disease and you've seen it before, the person comes in, boom, you get it right away. The problem with human capital is it creates a lot of discontinuity in terms of decision time. That is, it can go for very long or very short, depending on what the situation is. And I'm just wondering, is there a way to control for that kind of doctor experience and knowledge, in particular where you have control for the attending versus the resident and so forth? Just wondering how you deal with that. Because the problem with it just introduces sort of discontinuity in decision time relative to the problem that the doctor is being faced.
In the sense that this doctor has seen a case like this before.
If they've seen a case like that before, then it's boom, they make a decision very fast. Whereas if it's particularly, and that's worse for a hard case. So if it's a hard case they've seen before, boom, they do it right away. If they've never seen before, they do a lot of tests and so forth, even though those two doctors will have the same objective diagnostic skill.
Yeah, that's a great question. We haven't looked at that yet, but it might kind of generate some predictions, like there might be greater variance in the time that you're spending for these difficult cases. Absolutely. The third question that we're going to try to end on is, what is the quality of this signal for policy? So one version of this is we might ask, we observe a lot of rich patient characteristics in the EHR. Can we replicate like this marginality signal using the patient observables, or is decision time actually giving us something that we can't replicate using the patient observables? Second, how persistent is this kind of signal of uncertainty or marginality? We're going to look at how many visits later on is this patient still kind of coming back to the emergency department using a decision time. Can we predict this using decision time or other things that we see in the emergency health record? And then finally, can we use this to better target follow-up visits after the patient comes to the emergency department? Okay, so the setting and sample is the Department of Veterans Affairs. We focus on emergency department visits from 2011 to 2023. There's approximately 20 million of these visits. The key decision, as I said, is whether to admit or discharge the patient. In terms of the data that we're going to use, we have timestamps for when the patient arrives to the emergency department. This is before they're assigned to a physician, when they're assigned to a physician, and when the physician writes a disposition order. And that disposition order is, again, whether to admit or discharge the patient. There are other things that we can observe that the physician does while the patient is there, such as writing orders. One of the things that we look at is the order for a consult, like asking for additional help while the patient is in the ED. And then for a subsample of patients, we're also looking at the physician notes, in particular, a physician who is not the emergency department physician, but a radiologist's note, to get a sense of what the doctor is saying, describing the patient in terms of words. We are looking at outcomes after the emergency department visit, and we're looking at it on two sides: outcomes for patients that are admitted and outcomes for patients that are discharged. So if patients are marginal, if decision time actually signals this uncertainty or marginality, we would see that these outcomes go in different directions as decision time increases. So if you look at patients that are discharged and it takes a long time to make that discharge decision, those patients are going to be sicker than patients that are discharged in a short period of time. If you look at admitted patients and you look at patients that take a long time to be admitted, and this is again signaling marginality as opposed to severity, those patients are going to be healthier when it takes a long time to make that admission decision as opposed to a short time. In all of our analyses, we're going to be looking at within provider variation and also within state, time variation, and we're going to, we're going to control for rich patient observables. This is part of the question of whether, this is picking up something different than what patient observables can capture. But you should think of this as the same provider taking longer at the same time in the same, emergency department, or taking shorter. So again, I kind of was talking about this in previous slide, but just to kind of make it clear, this, we're thinking about something that indicates that decision time is a signal for marginality. So as decision time rises, discharged patients should look worse. There are more bounce backs. They should have more bounce backs or return visits to the emergency department and higher mortality. But as decision time rises for admitted patients, they should look better. You should have shorter stays and lower mortality. So these outcomes, should converge across the admission. These basically, as you become more marginal, the patients who are admitted versus discharged should look more similar to each other. So there should be a fanning in as decision time increases. And there are other reasons that patients could stay longer in the ED, such as operational delay, congestion, the severity or complexity of patients, high priority, strategic timing, but none of these predict this type of fanning in or reversal. So we can kind of think of this pattern as, how, if there are many reasons why patients might be staying in the emergency department, how predominant is this marginality reason or kind of trying to resolve uncertainty versus all of these other reasons that are in kind of written here. Okay. Okay, so for our kind of main results, we're looking at patients who are discharged on the left and patients who are admitted on the right. And on the x-axis for both of these, you have decision time, kind of like on a log scale. You have a doubling of decision time for every kind of tick mark. And when you look at bounce backs for patients that are discharged, as you increase decision time, you see an increase in the 7-day bounce backs. Patients who are discharged from the emergency department but then come back for another emergency visit. On the right panel, you look at patients when physicians are taking a longer time to decide on admitting these patients, you see that the length of stay as an inpatient decreases. So these patients are more quickly sent home. And so these are kind of like two of the primary measures that we're looking at this marginality signature. Discharged patients look worse, admitted patients look better as you have higher decision time to make this decision for the patients.
And the units on there, what's the unit on the x-axis?
On the x-axis, these are minutes. So these are, goes all the way from 8 minutes to 256 minutes. Mitch.
Is there any way to proxy how much thinking time they're like? Do you care about the overall time that they're deciding versus the thinking time after they've done all their tests? Or
Yes, so that's a great question that kind of segues into the second research question that we're asking, which is like, okay, this patient is sitting in the emergency department for this long. How much are they actually thinking? And so or how much are they actually attending to this patient? And I'm gonna get into that later. Jesse.
The question was kind of related. Are we thinking of decision time as including gathering more information, waiting for test results to come in, waiting to see how their pulse stabilizes, thinking their blood pressure, what happens with their symptoms?
Yeah, that relates to Mitch's question. Yeah. You could think of, even if they're not actively thinking about a patient, it needs time. If you order a chest x-ray, it takes time for that chest x-ray to come back, right. And you can count that time as being in decision time. You can count that time in terms of like gathering information to make your decision. So, there's part of decision time that could be rival, right? And I'm going to talk about this later. So if I don't answer these questions, then feel free to ask them again. But there's a part that's rival and there's a part that's non-rival when you think about dividing it among patients. Janet?
Sorry, the reason I was thinking about the x-axis is it seems like 4 hours is a very short maximum time for people to be spending in the ED. And so is that because it's the VA and it's just different from other places?
Oh yeah, I mean, so okay, this also relates to how we're measuring time. There could be time that you spend in the ED before you even see a doctor. We're not counting that yet. We're not counting that here. We'll talk about that later. So there's different kind of elements of time. One is when you arrive to the ED. The other one is when you're assigned to a doctor. Then finally, when the doctor writes a discharge order. And then finally, when you actually leave the ED. We're not counting that part. So this is just the part that you're under the doctor's care. I should also say that we have already, like in these results in this section, we have taken the liberty of defining decision time as being rival, meaning that if the doctor is caring for 2 patients at the same time, for like say a period of 30 minutes, we're going to allocate 15 minutes to one patient and 15 minutes to the other patient. But I'll also show you that it doesn't matter whether we kind of like measure it as being rival. We call this we're still thinking about words to call these objects. We're calling this divided time. Or if you just kind of use the entire time that you're under the doctor's care, it shows the same signature here, but it's key for the second question of how do we actually measure the time that the doctor is producing information for a patient. Is it rival or is it non-rival? Any other questions? Bentley.
Is there error bars? Do you have error bars for this thing, or are these all really?
These are very small. I mean, there's like 3 million observations here and 15 million on the other side.
These are
Yeah, and these are not just, I mean, they're bin scat. I think there are 100 points for each of these. There's 100 dots on each of these panels.
But I'm just wondering the variance in terms of
yeah.
For each person, what's the, be nice to have an idea what the variance.
So not necessarily like the standard error, but like the distribution at each of these dots. Absolutely. We don't have those, but that's a good idea. Okay. Now we could also look at mortality, which is a much harder thing to study. It happens less often, but you see a similar pattern. So certainly for patients that take a long time to discharge, they're more likely to die. But even for patients that take a long time to be admitted, you do see a downward sloping relationship there, even though it's slighter. So patients that take a long time to be admitted, they're less likely to die in 30 days. Okay, so now how do you think about decision time versus other things that we can observe about the patient? So this we plotted on two axes. On the x-axis we have, so two outcomes for in each of the panels we have two different outcomes, you could say. Like for the panel on the left, we have length of stay if you're admitted on the x-axis, and bounce back if you're discharged on the y-axis, right? So the pattern that I showed you where you have this fanning in with decision time, I'm plotting the coefficients on kind of these, basically if you have a positive coefficient, you're gonna be on, for the outcome on the x-axis, you're gonna be to the right. If you have a negative coefficient, you're gonna be to the left. And if you have a positive coefficient on the outcome on the y-axis, you're going to be above the horizontal line. So what I'm showing you here is that I'm just kind of showing you coefficients if we're running a regression where you have the outcome on the left-hand side and decision time on the right-hand side. And you have this combination of, you have this fanning in where one coefficient is negative, the other coefficient is positive. And you have like indicators for quartiles, or actually quintiles of decision time, as you're going from the first quintile being the omitted category, as you're going to the from the second to the fifth quintile, like this relationship is going northwest for decision time, right? You're going to have like shorter lengths of stay and more frequent bounce backs as you go from like low decision time to high decision time. Now, let's think about the other, if you kind of put on the right-hand side other patient characteristics, right? If you put quartiles or quintiles of age, or if you put quintiles of the number of comorbidities that you have, which is like these Elix-Hauser, Elix, quintiles, or if you just kind of put the number of abnormal vital signs that you have. And those show a different pattern. Like, so if you just kind of like have these, divide those characteristics into quintiles, as you increase in that characteristic, they tend to indicate severity as opposed to marginality. So this is kind of the signature on this kind of northeast side of each of the panels is a severity signature. The signal on the left, the northwest side of these kind of panels is a marginality signal. And so this kind of shows, if you were just to kind of use any of the other patient characteristics that we have and just look at them linearly and plot like this kind of relationship, it goes in a direction that's like more in the severity signal as opposed to marginality signal. And this kind of previews our third result, which is decision time is telling you something different than what we can observe in the patient characteristics. Janet.
Would it make sense to do this for some group of patients who are more likely to be marginal? Because it seems here you're including people where it's obvious that they need to be admitted and people who are obvious that they don't need to be admitted and they're never going to be marginal. So it's
So I don't know, because I think that so this is actually showing you the variation across the spectrum from very, very not marginal to more marginal, right? And also like, which side of marginal are you? Are you kind of like, so the different axes are people that are obviously admitted and people that are obviously discharged. And so it kind of is showing that variation kind of in marginality. If you were to kind of focus on patients that are ex ante more marginal, I'm not sure. It would be interesting if like we use patient observables to try to predict who's marginal, and then we can see whether this kind of decision time marginality signal continues to kind of hold for those patients.
But maybe it would be kind of a sanity check if you had a group of patients that were always going to be admitted.
Yes.
And then you look at the variance.
Yeah, you could kind of look separately for patients based on observables, whether they should be marginal or not.
Would the triage time give you some purchase on doing what Joe's?
That's a great question. We're going to look at triage time. So remember I said before that our measure of time does not include the time that you are waiting for a doctor. We're going to also look at what does the signature look like on triage time. And I'm I want you guys to guess. Do you think triage time is going to be a marginality signal, or is it going to be a severity signal? Okay, so it's kind of, you think it's gonna fan out?
So the people that they rush into the emergency room or into treatment are not going to be marginal, and the people that have a birthday cake delivered to the ER for the first anniversary of their are not going to be.
Yeah, so it'll be good for you to think about, like, what do you think is the signal for triage time? We've separated that out. We're gonna also look at what does triage time do. There's a question back there.
How do you separate like repeat customers from bounce backs and think about that, right? Like people who chronically use the ED as like their regular healthcare.
Yeah, it's a good question. So we can also control for past visits, like prior utilization. And do we, is decision time giving us something that those prior utilization, past visits is not giving us? And we've done that, and like the short answer is it does not. That is not explaining kind of the patterns that we see. All right. Okay, so we can look at other things. How much time do I have?
19 minutes.
Oh, okay. Good. So we can look at other things that are consistent with this marginality signature. So on the left panel, we're looking at, I guess this is kind of similar to what Janet was saying before. Like, can you use patient X's to see which patients are more marginal or not? And the patients with a probability of admission based on those patient X's that is close to 50% are patients that are more marginal. So we're ordering patients based on their characteristics projected onto the probability of admission. And we're asking what those patients, like what are these, how are doctors spending their time on these patients? For patients that are, we look at the probability of having a consult, like asking another doctor to weigh in on what to do for this patient. And you could see that it's non-monotonic and it peaks somewhere in the middle, not too far from 50%. There's like, it's not, that's the theory is it should be at around 50%, but there are other reasons why you might get a consult for patients. And then what we're doing on the right-hand side panel is that we have this measure that we call excess time. So we basically construct separately for patients that are admitted versus discharged. How much time are you spending beyond the quickest patient who's discharged? Or how much time are you spending beyond the quickest patient who is admitted? And we're kind of plotting that excess time on the y-axis. And we basically show, again, for patients that have probability in the middle, around 40%, or a little bit lower than 40%, this excess time kind of peaks. So again, that thing is non-monotonic, and they're using kind of time. So for patients, that are marginal, they're spending more excess time. As I mentioned, we can also look at how physicians are describing these patients. So we're using a sample of patients that get a chest X-ray. And these patients have a note that's written by a radiologist. So we're looking at another doctor who is not in charge of making the decision of whether to admit or discharge this patient. We're looking at the words that these radiologists are using to describe the patients. And we're going to use some natural language processing and some, basically to form a probability that this patient will be admitted based on the words that the radiologist is using to describe this patient. So we're plotting that on the x-axis, on the y-axis now. So again, we're ordering the patients based on decision time, the same type of controls. This is all within the same ED physician, same station and time category. And we're asking, do these patients descriptively look like they're going to be admitted or not on the y-axis? So for patients that are discharged and take a long time, and patients that are discharged and patients that are admitted, you can see that they kind of look more similar as decision time kind of increases. These two curves, the red and the blue curve, they converge as the x-axis, as the value on the x-axis gets larger. All right. Other things that I'm not going to have time to walk you through, the admission probability converges to 50% as decision time increases. ICU admissions, which is kind of a marker of a more severe admission, they're less likely as patients take a longer time in the emergency department. Short inpatient stay was just another way of kind of parameterizing length of stay, which is kind of like, are you admitted and discharged on the same day? They're more likely if you take more time to make that decision to admit the patient. And same day bounce back, it's another kind of short horizon outcome where you literally send the patient out and that patient comes back in on the same day. Those cases are more likely as you take more time to make your decision. Mitch?
How does adding doctor fixed effects affect your results? Like, are these results mostly driven across physicians or within?
That's a good question. I think qualitatively the results are still there without the doctor fixed effects. We just almost just like from a rhetorical standpoint want to make this all within doctor, like for the same doctor who takes longer versus shorter. I have other work that is kind of like when you look at doctors that take a long time to make a decision versus doctors that take a short time to make a decision. The doctors that take a long time actually are higher skilled. So you might see other kind of relationships mix in with this. But again, all of this is kind of like, without random, we know that there are a lot of things going on in terms of like how time is developed. And so we're not saying all of this decision is marginality relevant. So I think we could see it still persists even when you compare across doctors. Okay, and finally, uncommon diagnoses are relatively more frequent. Like Bentley was saying, these are not straightforward cases as you're taking more time to make these decisions. The diagnoses are more uncommon for longer decision time patients. All right, so for the second question, now I want to kind of spend more time thinking about how time is spent, how we measure time. So the key thing is that there are multiple patients that a physician has to attend to. And in this diagram, I've drawn the case where the physician is attending to two patients that overlap in terms of time. You have when the patient is assigned to the physician and when the patient is discharged from that physician. And in the case of these two patients, you could see that there's overlap between these two patients. And the question is, do we count this overlap? Do we divide this overlap time between the two patients? The physician can only attend to one patient at a time. So it's in terms of the time that you use for decision making, it's rival. Like you're gonna have to like increase the like you're gonna have to split this time between the two patients, and you can't think about two patients at the same time. Or like Jesse was saying, it's even if you can't think about those two patients at the same time, there might be some things like such as ordering a chest X-ray or waiting for a consultant to come, in which even though you're not thinking about the patient, this time counts as decision time for both of those patients. So it's a question like, how do we actually count that time when we can't observe what the physician's actually doing, or we can see orders, but we can't really see what the physician is thinking. And there's the other kind of type of time, which is not on this schematic here. What is the time that the patient is waiting before being assigned to the doctor? And we call that triage time. So just to state here, when we run the same regressions for triage time, it doesn't look like marginality, it looks like reverse severity. So the patients that you're taking longer to assign to a doctor are just not that sick. The patients that have a shorter triage time, they're sicker. And so you can kind of do the same different types of outcomes, and like instead they look more like this ordering here, on the northeast, as opposed to the ordering on the northwest. Okay, so how are we going to approach this? We are going to think of two ways to adjust decision time. One in which physicians attend. So if they have to like split their time between two patients, they're going to split it unequally between the two patients, and they're going to pay more attention to patients that are more severe, right? So this is kind of this priority adjustment, and we're using triage time because I just said that triage time, has this reverse severity signature. The patients with lower triage time are kind of revealed already by the triager to have higher priority or higher severity. So this kind of first thing adjusts if the doctor has to split their time among multiple patients, it's not divided evenly, and it's divided somewhat that the patients with lower triage times get more of that share of that time. All right. The second type of adjustment is this rivalry idea. And you can kind of think of it from two extremes. Like one is you just count the amount of time that the patient is in the ED under the doctor, and that would be like where gamma equals 0. So all of that time is decision relevant time. The other one is you have to divide that time between the other patients that are there, and that's when gamma equals 1. So it kind of ranges between those two things, T and D. Do I have? Yeah, sorry, I didn't write T, but T is just the sum of all of these components, you know, these delta kind of little t. That's when you count the entire time under the patient, as decision relevant time. And D is when you have to divide that time, and you could priority adjust that time. So does that make sense? So there's kind of two adjustments. One is like priority adjustment, the other one is a rivalry adjustment. Now, how are we actually going to now that we have these various conceptions of time, how are we going to look at, you know, what matches closely to how doctors are actually spending their time, right? So there's two ideas of two clocks, you might say, that, you know, we're considering. And they don't need to be the same clock, right? So one is, how long does it take for the doctor to actually discharge this patient? Like, this is a case resolution clock. If, just as a thought experiment, if a doctor is taking care of a patient and another patient as good as randomly arrives, is that going to increase the amount of time that the doctor has to spend on that patient or not? And if it doesn't increase the time that the doctor spends on the patient, then you could think that time, at least for case resolution, is not rival, right? The second type of clock is this kind of marginality signal clock. You know, this is decision relevant time, in which we ask, if we look at different values of gamma and kappa, which of these values has the strongest marginality signature? And this marginality signature, again, defined by these multiple outcomes. So these are kind of, they're conceptually, they don't need to be the same clocks. And empirically, they're estimated in different ways, right? The first clock is by how do arrivals change the time that you're going to discharge this patient or, you know, resolve this case. The second clock, we're looking at downstream outcomes. So they're using different parts of the data to kind of look at these two conceptions of the clocks. All right. Yeah.
I was just wondering, for some patients, they may have been sent to the ER, say by their own doctor, like somebody who has a post-surgical complication. And so there's kind of like a third doctor in the background who has given some instructions and so on. Do you think, like, so it's a rival thing, but going in the other direction, because somebody's already seen the patient, given some information about what's wrong with them and what needs to be done? Is that something that's quantitatively?
Yeah, that's a good question. I hadn't thought of that, but I would think of that as like, I guess it could go in two different directions. Like, one is that not necessarily, I'm not thinking about it in terms of rivalry, but I'm thinking about it in terms of this patient comes in with more information because another doctor has already seen this patient and has written up a long note to this emergency physician telling them what they need to do, right? So in that sense, like, uncertainty might be less for these patients. But on the other hand, like, of course, that's not randomly assigned, like whether a patient comes in with this, you know, if you're just descriptively comparing patients that come in with a long note versus patients that don't come in with a long note, the ones that come in with a long note, they could be more severe, but they could also be like, you know, more diagnostic question marks for those patients. So I could see that going either way. That would be interesting to look at. Laura.
Related to that, there's, since this is the VA, we also have telephone triage, and there's a recent paper showing that, which there's a judge's design, which nurse you get, it influences whether you go to the urgent care.
Yeah.
Oh, could you get that, or could you use that as a measure of marginality?
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to think about that a little bit more, but like patients that, you know, again, have like prior telephone triage, or, you know, again, we're not really relying on random arrival of patients like by a judge's design or anything like that, but like certainly kind of descriptively patients that come in with more or less information to the emergency department. Okay, so now for the first case resolution clock, I'm just going to describe it in high-level terms, and these results are fairly preliminary, but I think the idea is pretty straightforward. We have quasi-random variation in arrivals to the ED. So imagine the same patient that's under the care of a doctor, and the doctor gets to work on that patient undisturbed, versus there's arrivals of patients to the emergency department that then kind of like get assigned to this doctor, and now this doctor has to care for 2 patients instead of 1 patient. So we're just using that variation to kind of ask, when you have these arrivals, does it cause the doctor to take more time on a patient, all right? And we're going to use that to estimate these gamma and kappa parameters in this Cobb-Douglas formulation of time. And in this case, it's case resolution time. And what we estimate is that it's gamma 0.25, so there is some rivalry, meaning that like if you get an additional patient, and this kind of works out, if you get an additional patient, it's going to increase your length of stay by about 15% or so. So you need, like, doctors can't do they do have to kind of shift their attention from one patient to another, at least for case resolution. And then there isn't much prioritization in terms of severity. So kappa, they're roughly dividing their time equally amongst the different patients in terms of resolving this case. So this modest rivalry, no detectable priority weighting, and this uses arrivals as opposed to any downstream outcomes. We're not using any downstream outcomes for this estimation. The second one now, like I'm turning to this marginality clock. First, before I kind of tell, we think about which kappa and gamma maximizes the marginality signal, I'll just say that regardless of the value of kappa or gamma, we have a marginality signal, meaning like these are all blue, they're not red. All of the coefficients are going in the right direction in terms of marginality. In terms of longer decision time for admitted patients, all of the patients look healthier and they look sicker for discharge patients, regardless of the assumption on kappa and gamma. So from a policy perspective, you could do a very simple, how long did the patient stay in the emergency department? You don't need to do any of this kind of refinement of decision time, and you would still get a marginality signal. So it's not, qualitatively, it's not sensitive to that. But when we kind of ask where is it maximized, and what we're doing here is we're just taking a very simple idea. We're just taking these 4 different panels. We're kind of taking them relative to kappa equals 0 and gamma equals 0, so that like you'll see that it's a 1 at this bottom left here. And we're kind of taking the geometric average of those 4 different ratios, and we're kind of plotting that here. So it looks like, where do you have the strongest marginality signal? This is on the panel to the left, where we just take that geometric average. That is also happens to be around gamma equals 0 and kappa around 0.25 or 0.5. So where you have the strongest signal is where you assume that there is some rivalry, not too much rivalry, and no priority weighting. That's the strongest marginality when you just take the average of those signals. And then on the right-hand panel, we're just looking at the minimum kind of marginality signal, but it's kind of qualitatively similar, where we definitely know that, like, as you kind of increase in there's no evidence that doctors are priority, like in terms of what yields the strongest marginality signal, like priority weighting is not kind of helping that at all. And like, rivalry somewhat happens like when you're trying to kind of maximize the marginality signal. Okay.
So quick question. Nico Prisco has this paper on judges that shows that basically if judges peak at all, a lot of cases that their performance is lower and look at one case at a time. I'm wondering here, do you have data that sort of look at how long the doctor is spending with each patient, and whether or not it's the case that they spend more time with the patient before they go to the next patient, or whether they're sort of rushing from patient to patient, but that's measurable?
Whether you have the problem is like we have some artifacts.
Returning the patients while they're there.
So you have a patient comes in, and another one comes in, and rather than you go look at it quickly before finishing with this patient, and I'm just wondering,
Yeah.
that's actionable, because the ones that are more focused, I don't know if it's better or worse, but it would be, we have some evidence to show that when you churn, your performance falls because you sort of lose attention.
So when you're splitting your time between two patients, whether you're kind of like focused on one patient before
and
moving
then
to the
before
other
the next
versus,
one.
so we have some artifacts of that in the data, like how you're writing, when you're writing orders,
Exactly.
but they're just artifacts. They're not really, we don't see which patient the doctor's talking to. We certainly don't see which patient the doctor's thinking about. And sometimes the doctors will batch their orders, right? It's not like they're actually thinking about two patients when they write orders for two patients at the same time. They could have been thinking about one patient, and before writing the orders, thinking about another patient before writing the orders, and then going to the computer and writing orders for both patients.
Right, but the thing is, the reason I mention that is because that workflow is if there's variation in that workflow and it's measurable, then that's actionable, because if you actually say to the doctor, look, this is the way you should organize the workflow. It's not at all obvious how you want to do that.
Right.
Sometimes you bring these F1 teams to sort of help in the surgery, but it might be.
Yeah.
It's just that would be actionable.
That's a good point. Like we could just say it's a very complicated object, like
exactly.
the order in which you're writing these orders, but like these seem to be correlated with better performance, like this pattern of writing orders at least.
They probably have no idea.
Right.
Right.
Question back there, and then Christian.
Do you see any artificial cutoff to your marginality signal, maybe in response to quality metrics, right? Like all hospitals and ER departments are, tracking how long you spend with each patient, right? You have an incentive not to spend too long with patients. So do you see sort of an artificial thing where they're like, oh, we just got to do something?
Yeah, so as I mentioned in the beginning, there are many reasons why you're staying short or long in the emergency department, and this is still a predominant signal, and we have other papers that say, when you're nearing the end of your shift, you're going to want to kick those patients out sooner. So, we could look at those different cases where there is another thing happening, but on average, this is still the predominant signal. Am I kind of very close to time?
Yes, you're at time.
Okay. Let me just, Christian.
One very, very quick question. So I was wondering all the time. So when 2-3 times I went to emergency, there was always some kind of assistant doctor, some student who would kind of screen cases before and then inform the doctor who is in charge. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, so there are some artifacts of that as well. And again, we're not trying to hold anything constant here, but we could hold things and see does this pattern happen within each of these things. But yeah, the overall pattern is still consistent with marginality. Let me just wrap up, since I'm out of time. I want to say that even when we do a fancy machine learning model using the X's, decision time, it only explains 1.3% of the signal that we get from decision time. Or it explains 1.3% of decision time and only 20% of the signal that's covariance between decision time and realized marginality. Decision time is more persistent than other things that we can look at. So when you look at first bounce back and second bounce back, that kind of persists with decision time. And when you look at other markers, they, such as severity, that goes away. And then finally, there might be some ways to kind of reallocate follow-up visits based on decision time. Just descriptively, we think that there is definitely scope for that, but that's kind of future work that we're doing. Let me just wrap up. So we find that decision time, despite all of the other things that are going on in the emergency department, it predominantly reveals marginality. It's robust to however you think that doctors are spending their time amongst different patients. And this is something that we could use for policy. Thank you very much.
And our last presentation, the Benjamin Shelter.
All right.
And also, thank you, of course, to Benjamin who's filling in at the last minute as well.
Thank you very much. Is there a timer I can keep track of?
Yeah, 40 minutes.
65 minutes, right? Okay.
40.
Oh, it's 40, not 45 in this case?
We left
okay.
5 for,
Sounds
but
good.
you have the last and you flew in,
Perfect.
so you can have the
Great, sounds good, I'll adjust. Thank you very much. On the note of triage time, for the last minute invitation to fill that slot. It's a great opportunity because Pauline Carey, who's here in the audience, and I have been writing a new version of the paper. So what you see here today is different from what you see in the paper. We've been making some improvements. The slides reflect that. And I also want to thank, besides the organizers, Denise Yusel for a last-minute push on this slide deck that made this really possible. Now, what Pauline, Carey, and I do in the paper is to ask whether and how workers bargain, negotiate, settle during a job separation, by which we largely mean dismissals. So think of a situation, you're getting dismissed, what happens in that last period of the job? And I'll contrast that with what we already know from other literatures that sound a little bit similar, but are quite different from what we hope to do. Now, the motivation is that dismissals are costly to both parties, the firm, the employer, and the worker that's about to get dismissed. For example, the firm has to follow a procedure, there's mandatory notice that you have to follow. A lot of these things inherit properties of the employment protection legislation system. There's a just cause standard, you can't just dismiss someone in many contexts outside of an employment at will strict system. There's litigation risk in many countries, including the United States. On the worker side, there's career stigma from getting dismissed rather than quitting. There's a lengthy litigation if you take your employer to court, on top of many other potential costs. Now, there's a basic, compelling economic logic, in a sense, the Coase theorem applied to the separation, or in macro labor, or bargaining theory, bilateral efficiency between the employer and the employee. Absent transaction costs or certain frictions that we'll shed light on, the two parties should bargain to minimize these costs or maximize the remaining value of that employment match of that last period and beyond the aftermath. Now, what do Pauline and I do? We ask the question whether the employer and the worker involved in a separation, a job separation, a dismissal, or what might be a dismissal, do they actually engage and to what degree in such bargaining on the terms of the separation and, for example, minimize these dismissal costs? And which ones do and which ones don't, and which frictions might prevent that? Now, of course, as I mentioned, there's a large literature about whether the job separated, inefficient separations, like, for example, wage rigidity. Or Ingrid Hegel, who is here today with Sidney Caldwell and Jörg Heining, have papers on how wages get set, how wages are bargained as such. We're distinct from that because we zoom into the last period and ask, how do we separate, given that we're about to separate? Now, why is this an open question, or has it remained an open question, despite its potential importance, as we argue in the paper and throughout? Now, there's a real-world constraint. There might be a missing mechanism to actually, in every given match, in the typical match, except for, say, a high-skilled, high-wage situation, a low-cost mechanism to actually flexibly structure the separation terms, the kind of hypothetical bargaining, and to opt out of these rigid employment protection legislation rule constraints that you have. For example, you can't waive, for example, the advance notice period and so forth. Second, for us as researchers, how would we ever measure the extent of such bargaining? Because most data sets, surveys, but importantly administrative data sets, typically don't tell you how we separate it. It might show up as a quit or a dismissal, but we don't really know what happens. Now, the subtitle of our paper might be that Pauline and I take this to the bring to this question evidence from the 2008 introduction of what we'll call the separation by mutual agreement, rupture conventionnelle in France. Which I'm about to describe, but there's a question. Do you mind if I briefly describe this one over here? So what is this? It's a new separation mode, a way to separate, besides quits, dismissals, or just staying or retirement, that the government introduced, by which the parties, the firm and the worker, jointly decide to terminate a permanent contract, not a fixed-term contract, outside of the standard dismissal mode, the EPL structure, on incredibly flexible terms that really approximate the kind of cozy and bargaining situation, and essentially use a government-provided blueprint that you fill out, and that's really what a model of bargaining, for example, would prescribe. There's even kind of a severance pay, like a utility transfer line where you say how much do we commit to pay to each other to resolve that setup. Now, compared to a typical dismissal, we largely focus on the majority of dismissals in France, so-called personal dismissals, rather than collective ones. An SMA waives a lot of these fixed costs and constraints. For example, there's no just cause requirement for the firm. The process is much more flexible. You can shorten or prolong the advance notice period, and it's essentially, if you were to model this, it saves red tape, that firing cost that you would model in a EPL or macro labor separation or worker turnover model. It also forecloses subsequent labor court litigation largely. For example, only less than 1% of SMAs end up in labor court for reasons unrelated to what we typically take the employer to court for. In contrast to in France, 25% of personal dismissals where the employee takes you to court. Now, there was a policy motivation of this feature of this reform. It also, as I've mentioned on the previous slide, it lets the two parties flexibly bargain that hypothetical severance pay or the transfer of utility that a typical model with bilateral efficiency would feature. That's a line on that form where you say how much does the firm pay on top of the typically dismissal bargain severance pay could permit to giving to the worker conditional on signing.
it preserves, importantly, the worker's unemployment insurance eligibility. In other contexts, you might have something that looks very similar, but then it might show up as something that's quit-like, where the worker often forgoes that massive benefit from having a dismissal. So that usually shrinks the bargaining set. Here in this case, the SMA preserves fully the eligibility of UI as if you had been dismissed. And we validate this in a survey. It has much lower stigma for the worker. If you get dismissed, you kind of can say, well, maybe I quit. We jointly separated. So this is really this low-cost, universally available and observable administrative data in the French context vehicle to bargain the last period of the job during what otherwise would have been a dismissal, perhaps. Now, importantly, if you're French, you probably know this vehicle. It's been used a lot for things that aren't quite dismissals. In fact, about 16% of French separations now separate through this SMA. Now, this will not be what we'll estimate as kind of being how much bargaining there is during dismissals. It largely gets used for other vehicles, like collusion and quits. And as I mentioned, it's really like a unique laboratory in the international context where we both see this in essentially universe-level worker flow data, and it approximates this ideal bargaining opportunity that's institutionalized as well. I think there was a question at the back. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so you've been talking a lot about this risk of litigation, and so I'm wondering, you don't seem to think a lot about incomplete information as being an explanation here, right? So maybe I want to twist the knife just to see if you scream you're litigious, and then I back off.
So it's true that the first two slides, in a sense, paint a picture of an idealized bargaining situation where, say, complete information would be part of it. I kind of know what would happen otherwise. It turns out that one of these frictions that I had mentioned, kind of absent frictions or transaction costs, incomplete information of, for example, what would happen if we were to go to court, seem to block the bargaining in reality a lot. Now, that's not quite what you have in mind, but we embrace this as a potential departure that might lead us to end up in the dismissal, for example. Yeah, but you're absolutely right. All right. Now, what do Pauline and I use this opportunity for? Like, what's our test? Now, in a sense, we read take-up of that SMA during the dismissal after it's available, in a sense as a measure, an observable measure of the extent of bargaining on the separation terms, where you remove dismissal costs and you indeed bargain. That's the SMA will be your vehicle of bargaining and maximizing the remaining surplus. Why is that the case? The story is simple. It's relative to the standard dismissal in a simple model. The SMA is or can be made through this transfer that I had mentioned better for both parties, weakly better for both parties. That'll come out of a simple model. Formally, kind of the joint surplus from the SMA over dismissal is positive, and therefore you should kind of convert a dismissal into the SMA, and you kind of split that joint surplus, for example, the firm saving on red tape costs, by having this transfer to the firm, to the worker, who kind of gets the severance pay and an extra severance pay, and then you would prefer to sign that SMA because you're better off than with a standard dismissal. Now, in the kind of strawman model, this is why it's in gray, and we're already discussing departures from that. Everyone should take it up. Of course, that's not what we expect to see, but the extent to which we don't see that is, in a sense, our research question, and the research design will answer that. And these frictions are, in a sense, what we then embrace. And incomplete information would be part of that suite of frictions. But the basic idea is simple. Take of SMA during dismissals, kind of that conversion of dismissal or the incidence of dismissals of SMAs, converting the dismissal into an SMA, is a sharp observable test of bargaining on the terms of separations. Now, in a sense, this is a problem that a lot of firms face. How do you structure the last day? There's massive heterogeneity in how that works across countries in the United States or in Europe. And in a sense, we hope that this paper sheds a little bit light on the frictions that make this last period difficult or not. Any questions about this? Otherwise, I'll brief you the results. There are 3 slides on results. Yes, Michael.
My understanding from France was that depending on how long you've been working, like your notice period changes. And so if you've been working for a long time, like you might get like 3 or 4 months notice.
Yeah.
So I guess like even in the absence of frictions, I mean, I'm not sure if you would call it a friction, but like if I know I'm going to be able to find a job immediately, like I probably have an incentive to sign this thing. But if I know that I'm not going to be able, like I might be looking for a long time, I might prefer to stay. And so even in a frictionless world, like there might just be no case for trades to bargain in that case.
Well, suppose I move on immediately after the dismissal. The firm still has to give you the standard severance pay. You still have the stigma because the employer has to write a letter that says kind of what was the reason for the dismissal. Of course, if we can get together and say in a sense, well, I'm about to dismiss you, why don't you quit? That would be a situation where we would never see in the first place a dismissal in the data, neither before nor after. So in a sense, some job-to-job transitions that weren't dismissals before, but now be converted, because now the employee might say, wait a second, I'm not going to leave, give me an SMA. But you're absolutely right. We'll have a slide on institutional context in France where advance notice isn't all that long. It's kind of up to 2 months in a sense. So it's not the typical, say, Austrian massive step function, but you're right. What's the first result? The reason why Pauline and I, of course, now are here and wrote the paper is because we found the strikingly low number of this bargaining in the data. So it's just about 12% of dismissals that are actually bargained into this SMA, although it's kind of the stakes are in a sense high, and this SMA is so easy to write, this separation by mutual agreement. And we have 3 independent empirical strategies through which Pauline and I will walk you through today. They essentially yield things between 10 and 12% of what would have otherwise been dismissals, convert and hence are bargained efficiently into the SMA. We'll have some time series evidence. We just see kind of how do dismissals evolve. We just assume that the reduction in dismissals is a conversion into SMAs. Then we have a direct government survey, which I like a lot, which is just asking people who signed the SMA what would have happened otherwise. And then in a sense, the conversions are the workers that respond, otherwise I would have been dismissed. That's like literally this bargaining situation. And then we use a cross-sectional or panel variation across labor market cells and look at wherever the labor market, the SMA is taken up, how much do the dismissals shrink the most? So you have to suspend your identification hunch a little bit. I'll walk you through this as well. But all of these give very similar results. So despite large gains from trade, we just don't see in that important last phase of the job bargaining outside of 12% of these dismissals that are happening in France. So it's in a sense a failure to bargain at the final stage of the dismissal case. Now then, result 2, where do these 12% come from? Where do we see more or less? The simplest version would be, well, the transaction costs, wherever the costs are the largest, this is where you bargain them away. The costs are the largest in France, for example, if I take you to court. Now actually, what we find is that the cases that would have gone to court, they continue to go to court. So the SMA, although it's the vehicle for the parties to, in a sense, have a pre-trial settlement, is not getting taken up. So the costliest, most conflictual dismissals proceed as usual. This is a simple time series argument. Instead we find, and this sounds almost tautological, but it won't be, if I were to classify separations dismissals by how cooperative they look like before the introduction of SMAs. So we identify collusive dismissals, where in a sense, I dismiss you, you're almost at retirement age, you kind of use your unemployment insurance as a bridge into retirement. Those are exactly the ones where the dismissal conversion into SMAs is the largest. It's going to be a very simple argument. It's going to be more than 3 times as large. So nearly half of these dismissals get bargained away into the efficient SMA. And we'll have a cross-sectional design where we classify workplaces by how adversarial they look. It's a bit related to the second strategy, the opposite of the first one. And in employment relationships or firms where the workers or the firms say there's a lot of labor management strife, this is exactly where we don't seem to be able to bargain at the dismissal stage. So therefore, what determines kind of whether we bargain or convert or do the right thing at the last stage isn't really the size of how much we gain, but it's in a sense the nature of the relationship. Now we'll have a model that in a sense goes above and beyond the simplest possible strawman model that would have predicted all of these bargaining gains from trade should be harvested, and then introduce frictions that will smell a little bit like these 3. Now what are these 3 mechanisms that explain that failure to bargain, this kind of pervasive situation that 80% out of 100 dismissals don't do the right thing in a sense? Now the Cosian benchmark is rejected, of course, that kind of near universal benchmark we don't see in the data. And Pauline and I identify, ex post and ex ante, kind of from other literatures as well, potential mechanisms, twists to the bargaining model in a sense that would, by shrinking the joint surplus from doing the SMA, that's the mechanism, of course, it's a cost-benefit analysis, kind of keep the parties in the dismissal. Now we'll validate this. I'll show you in a second how. It's hostility. The worker or the employer might be angry at each other. We don't want to minimize costs because I value, in a sense, the penalty that the EPL system puts on you, or the firm might value the stigma that the layoff has. That's hostility. The discipline device, in a sense, an efficiency wage mechanism. Firms, in basic Shapiro-Stiglitz, use dismissals to kind of punish the worker for low performance. These personal dismissals often have that flavor, in a sense here. Doing the SMA rather than the dismissal, in a sense, takes it away. And firms, employers, in a sense, tell us, I'll show you in a second, that indeed this is the reason for why they don't let the worker get off easily in the last period. Lastly, asymmetric beliefs. We focus here on the labor court outcomes. That's the simplest thing to put into the model, but the general class would be asymmetric information. Yes, Mitch?
Are SMAs and labor court usage public? Like if I'm a worker and I've done something, can other employers look that up in the future?
There has to be a letter that they write, in a sense, that states the just cause. So an employer could call up the other employer and say, well, what did you codify? That's a dismissal. The SMA as such is not public, although I can call up the employer and I can kind of tell you, well, we did an SMA, and I could maybe show you that proof if I wanted to. The HR directors whom we identify as interview, in a sense, tell us an SMA worker that separated through an SMA is much better than a dismissed worker. But the verification process is plausible. That happens in the data, in a sense, here, through referrals implicitly, but here. All right, so how do we shed light on these? And this is something that we enjoyed quite a lot, because the model, anything could go, right? In a sense, how can we quantify these mechanisms? So we have a very broad custom HR director survey where Pauline, Carrie, and I, in a sense, interviewed through a survey, reach out to French HR directors and just ask them about the dismissal process, how they think about the SMA, to rule out alternatives besides these three. So these are the three ones that show up mostly. And also shed light on the fact that, well, SMAs do show up as an opportunity during the dismissal process. In 44% of cases, the SMA does come up through one of the parties, but we just don't sign it. And the three mechanisms explain nearly half of the failure to bargain. Put differently, about 63% of dismissals would be resolved through the efficient SMA if it weren't for these three mechanisms. Leaves about 33% unexplained, of course, but that's in a sense our take-home message for these three. All right, so this is in a sense the paper. The empirical evidence on these 63 versus 12% and so forth will be pretty straightforward, I'll show you, so I'll be fast about that. But I want to shed a bit light on the institutions just to paint a picture of what France looks like, show you the data and then the simple results before going into kind of the idea of what is actually going on rather than efficient bargaining in the last period. Institutional context, France is in a sense that kind of poster child of rigid employment protection legislation, labor law. It's very difficult to dismiss workers. If you try to rank these as 8th, but it's kind of very difficult to dismiss workers in France, of course. For these reasons that I had mentioned, just cause requirements and so forth. Now, there are two types of dismissals of permanent contracts, personal or economic in France, and what we focus on will be the personal ones. For that, you need a just cause, could be kind of fault by the worker, professional incompetence, or serious misconduct. That's the majority of dismissals that you see in France, except for like a plant closing, for example, or mass layoffs, which are these economic ones, or that the job just disappears. The process is that you have to have an interview, give the employee an opportunity to respond. There has to be an official letter and so forth. There has to be notice. That's a function of tenure, but not as extreme as in other countries. Then there's a mandated severance pay. We're plotting here, writing out here the step function. It's a function of tenure. There's no experience rating for unemployment insurance. You get UI even after personal dismissal. And 25% of these workers that get dismissed through personal dismissals, since it's so difficult and it's maybe a subjective process, take the employer to labor court afterwards. Now, this is a crucial policy debate, of course, in France, how this institution, this EPL institutions, makes firing difficult, dismissals difficult. I'll briefly contrast the other two that we don't focus on, economic dismissals, mass layoffs and so forth, plant closures, job disappears or quits. We're not going to focus on that. Now, because of that rigidity, in 2008, in an effort to make the French labor market more fluid in a sense and flexible, the government introduced the SMAs, the Rupture Conventionnelle. Now, it's a result of an agreement between the social partners that occurred in early 2008, then became active later on in the year. And the aim was to relax EPL while not making workers better off. This is why it's a mutual agreement. The worker has to say yes. The firm has to, of course, say yes. If we both say yes in the model, the worker can't be worse off in a sense, but I'll show you exactly why that's the case, even in terms of the institutions. Now, both of us, it's a mutual termination, have to agree and opt out of EPL. We meet and we determine a severance pay. Now, importantly, that severance pay has to be at least what I, as a worker, would get in terms of the outside option, the dismissal. And I can block it. I can say no. Now, there's a built-in extra severance pay that the firm can transfer as part of the termination contract, that SMA, that's a government blueprint. It's a very simple mechanism, transferred to the worker. So, by definition, it'll make you weekly better off, at least from the severance pay perspective. And it's much less costly for the firm. That's exactly how it was designed, while not kind of making, while lowering the essentially what in a simple kind of turnover model, EPL model, would be sort of as like a red tape cost for the firm. Importantly, the worker remains fully eligible for unemployment insurance. So there's, unlike if you quit, you wouldn't get UI. The SMA fills that gap in a sense, but you give up litigation. Now I'll show you a simple model that Pauline and I wrote, which is, well, an expectation. If I take you to court, there's an expected payoff. What the model will say, you'll just fold this into the severance pay. If we both have symmetric beliefs about what would happen in expectation, we just settle. It's a pretrial settlement mechanism. If you were to take the employee to court, the employer to court, and if anything, if you're risk averse or you discount the future as a worker, you would strictly prefer this, even if it was the same amount. Importantly, we can start a dismissal and then convert it later on. So we don't have to worry about some coordination frictions, at least in theory. Now, how do we measure the take-up of SMAs or the incidence of SMAs among dismissals that otherwise would have been dismissals in a sense? Let me just show you a data slide. The red components are the crucial ones. The worker flow data, in many countries you don't know in admin data. You know that there's a separation, but you don't know whether it's a quit, a dismissal, and what happens afterwards in a sense. In France, there's a fantastic data set, the MMO, which is kind of worker flow data that records essentially for nearly all, it's a micro data set, worker flows, transitions, what exactly that transition was. So we can measure the SMA rather than the quit or the dismissal. In Austria, you have something a little bit similar in terms of institution. It's not quite the SMA, but you would never see it in the admin data. It's really in France where these things come together, as I mentioned, I think, on slide 2. The second one is the survey in red of the HR directors. All the other data sets, I think you'll intuit along the way as I show you some results. For example, here. So this combines the employment database, the matched employee data, and the MMO, where we in a sense just paint a picture of what goes on when it comes to worker flows at the annual level. We have dismissals, we have total separations as a fraction of jobs in a given year. That's a black line. And then you see the composition into SMAs, that's the red line. It starts at 0, and we'll talk about this, of course. Then it goes up in 2008, and then it's relatively stable. And then you will have the personal dismissals, which is this line over here. That's the only time when you see any of these other worker flows in the data. Now, in the paper and briefly in the talk, we'll also talk about what these SMAs might do. They might, you see here, a reduction in quits. There's a narrative that actually a lot of quits got converted through some collusion, because you get UI then, into SMAs. That's not really what the paper is about, although we discuss it. That's a policy object that I think Pauline was called on recently to debate how to reform the reform in a sense. Now, what do you see in the data? You see take-up. Now we're zooming into the data set again. What's the share of separations that you see that are SMAs? And you see this fast take-up, 0 trivially before 2008, I guess. And then you see a fast take-up at the aggregate level at least, about 16% here of separations in the French economy, if you don't mind, in the French economy are now SMAs, and then it's a stabilization. Our sample period ends in 2014 just because there's a jump in the data time series. All right, 17 minutes to go, but I think you know the results. Let me just show how we get there. Now we define one quick letter in the paper, which is, or two, is sigma. Suppose that what you really want to know is how much of dismissals, there would be dismissals if we didn't have the SMA, get converted into the SMA. Now we know that these kind of counterfactual dismissals is an assumption about the SMA reform not triggering additional dismissals, we discussed it in the paper, have to be the sum of dismissals and converted dismissals. That's trivial. The object of interest is how many conversions do we see out of that object over here. We will in the data always see dismissals. We don't see the counterfactual dismissals or the conversions, because SMAs often do other things than convert dismissals. So what we'll have to do to estimate the share of dismissals that get converted, that sigma, is to either proxy for the counterfactual dismissals or measure directly conversions. That's exactly what we do in the first empirical section, to measure the fraction of these conversions. We have 3 strategies. We just extrapolate the time series of dismissals before the reform and say, well, there would have been the dismissals otherwise. We ask workers that sign on SMAs, would you have otherwise been dismissed? That's a direct estimate of conversions. And we do something that's a bit more complicated that I'll mention briefly and hope that no one will ask a question, but I like quite a bit as well. This is just the time series of personal dismissals. It's about 1.8% or 2% before the reform. We dropped the Great Recession when we estimate that sigma. That's what personal dismissals look like, the fraction of jobs that end in a personal dismissal in a given year. Then there's a reform, and clearly these don't drop to 0. So that sigma is below 0 because there are still dismissals. But we just don't know anything about the counterfactual dismissal time series, absent the SMA, of course. Now I could do something that, of course, would be a strawman. I can say, I know a benchmark. All SMAs, dismissals, there's perfect take-up of SMAs and hence bargaining. The last bit of the job to do the right thing. Then no dismissal should remain. That time series should have dropped to 0. Of course, we won't see that in the data, and we do not see this in the data. But we don't know the counterfactual evolution of the dismissals, of course. So we can't really tell you anything about right now about the dismissal share. Maybe dismissals would have exploded as high, massive conversion. Now what do? We do the first thing that will give us an upper bound on sigma. We just count all SMAs that happen in the data. We know what the dismissals are. We add all the SMAs. This is our counterfactual number of dismissals that we would have seen. So it's all dismissals. We pretend that all dismissals replace all SMAs replace dismissals. Add them to the dismissals. That's the counterfactual dismissals. We also wrongly assume that all SMAs are conversions, which they aren't. They largely kind of convert quits, perhaps. And that would give us 36%. That's going to be much lower than what we actually estimate. The 3 strategies that we sincerely then implement will give us something for the time series, the survey, and this difference and difference estimate. It's going to be much lower than, of course, 100% at benchmark, but also than the upper bound. So what do? The first strategy just extrapolates the accurate time series of dismissals, pretends that nothing happens in between, there's no accurate shock, and makes this the counterfactual. The second strategy uses a government survey of SMA signers, the workers, and asked, would you still have left the establishment of the separation by mutual agreement process, the SMA, hadn't existed? Of course, it's a hypothetical, but bear with me. Actually, only 20% of these workers, 22%, say, if it hadn't been for the SMA, I would have gotten dismissed. So if we multiply the SMA amount by 22%, that's an estimate, if we had this for every year, for the amount of conversions. We can divide this by the sum of actual dismissals and these conversions. That's exactly what we do. And that's a third strategy, where we look at labor market sales, ask how many, what's the take-up of separations at the labor market cell afterwards, and how do dismissals evolve, a double-stopping relationship. We use that kind of panel or cross-sectional estimate, of course we don't live an experiment, to multiply then the accurate SMA time series to back out what the effect of an SMA on dismissals is. Now this is not perfect, it's not an experiment, but you can see exactly that these cells drop the dismissals as the SMA goes up. I know that is a little bit fast, but that's the third complementary strategy. Now,
where is the variation coming from on the horizontal axis? The take-up across? Exactly. Yeah.
So we'll have a theory of where that might come from in a sense. Here exactly, that's why I mentioned this is not quasi-experimental. It doesn't have an instrument. We support it with this event time period, but that's exactly why I said, or hopefully alluded to the fact that this is not quasi-experimental, and it's endogenous take-up. But exactly where the take-up is the largest, we see it at time. So it's in a sense a panel version of what we did in the aggregate. But I take your point in a sense, this is the third strategy for your implied point. All right, so what do we want to do? We want to, in a sense, estimate how the introduction of SMAs affected aggregate dismissals. That'll tell us how many of the dismissals bargained in the last period to do the right thing, and according to the model. So we want to correlate these two time series. Now, not all of these SMAs are conversions. Say only 22%, that would be strategy 2. And here are our 3 strategies to estimate sigma in one time series. The table will give us the estimates of sigma. They'll be around 12%, as I previewed. And this here is just the raw time series of dismissals. I now superimpose counterfactual dismissal modes, this dismissal tilde, the difference between dismissal tilde and a higher time series and the actual dismissals are conversions. Now the first thing we do is to, in a sense, just extrapolate what we saw before. It's very simple. We just say, well, the counterfactual dismissal level would have been what we saw before. We dropped the Great Recession. The difference here will be conversions. There's a decline in dismissals. Let's attribute that to the introduction in 2008 of the SMAs. And this is how we get 11% of a reduction, just taking the difference and the average over here compared to over here, and 11% incidence or take-up of SMAs. Using the survey counterfactual, we multiply the SMA time series with a fifth. Since it's fifth, or 22% of SMAs, or SMA participants say, I'm a converted dismissal. We add year by year these conversions on top of the actual time series. This is now our counterfactual. As you see, it's strikingly similar to the simple extrapolated time series. The difference between the two is conversions. Divide these two numbers. We, as we show here, get about a little bit less than 11%. And finally, we do this kind of cross-sectionally based estimate of how an SMA, in the kind of correlationally at least, dynamically correlationally in an event study, at the cell level affects dismissals. You get a very similar number over here. Because the counterfactuals always look the same. Any questions about that? Otherwise, we'll try to understand what's going on and why this, which model of bargaining might apply to that dismissal stage. Yes,
so
thank you.
It looks like that for a worker, looks like they said like if they didn't get dismissed, then they would have quit. So that's like the largest share, right? I mean, is that from a worker's, like what's the worker's strategy space? Is the worker's strategy space like shirk 100% on the job until I extract some rents until I get dismissed and then I get my severance versus like how do you think about it from a worker who wants to like quit?
That's great. Suppose there's a worker who wants to do that.
Yeah.
Part of what we'll see in the data among dismissals might be exactly that. You can call it collusive, you might call it the worker wants to be dismissed. That type of dismissal should also get converted into an SMA because it's easier for the firm. Because if you dismiss me, I can still take you to court. And it's easier. Otherwise, I have to stick around for 2. So part of these conversions, in a sense, might also be collusive or even dismissals that the worker kind of by shirking induced in a sense. We don't take a stance on that, but the model would be pretty clear. Conditional on us being a dismissal, wherever it comes from. The surplus of continuation of the job would be negative because you're shirking in a sense. Even that match should end up being resolved through an SMA. Unless, now this is a worker discipline device, unless the firm would say, wait a second, if I do it for a shirker, then everyone would shirk. And we do that. And that's exactly what firms tell us. Tell us, look, there's a worker who behaved poorly, whether you behave poorly or intentionally want to get dismissed, we're not going through the SMA because of potential future effects, spillover effects on other workers.
Can a worker even negotiate over that? Because I guess if you can't tell a firm like I plan to shirk until I get detected. And then, but we could bargain ex ante before I choose to shirk and before you detect me. You know, you can't.
Yeah. And what would happen then? I think these. I think in our empirical design in our model, we would need to take a stance on whether these situations might have been dismissals absent the SMA or job continuations. It's possible that the SMA made new separations possible that otherwise wouldn't have existed because the worker would never want to get dismissed, but now would prefer to have the SMA continuing and can threaten that in a sense. So these are in a sense converted job continuations. That's how I would view it. But I'm squeezing your questioning a little bit in Pauline's and my framework. We focus on dismissals that would have otherwise happened. I think this type of situation that you described could otherwise have been a continuation. And that's not a threat to our design because we look at dismissals. Or it could have been previously happening dismissals that were collusive or induced. Both of these should have converted, at least in the Strawman model. All right. Yes, please.
Two quick questions. One is institutional. When a worker takes an employer who dismisses the worker to court, does the court only decide about the severance pay, or could the court also strike the dismissal itself and force the firm to rehire or re-employ the worker?
I think there's many contexts with employment protection in a sense. The just cause requirement. If the firm, in a sense, the judge could say, well, the dismissal as such was not justified, in which case the worker has the right to the previous job. In reality, that essentially never happens that the worker goes back. They would just show up as a much higher settlement, or like a severance pay that I compensate you for the loss of the job.
The other quick question, could I see sort of a slight uptick in dismissals just before the SMAs are being rolled out? And if so, did the rollout of the SMAs make it any harder in any way for firms to dismiss workers?
Yeah. That's a super interesting question. The issue is that the reason kind of we exclude here, it's kind of dashed over here for 2 reasons. That's an extrapolation, but the mean is over here. The Great Recession shows up over here. You see an increase in both personal dismissals, especially economic dismissals. In here, the uptick I think will be hard to distinguish. You write 2007, it's a bit hard, we don't have any scenarios. I'd be surprised if we could differentiate whether the 2007 dot is larger than what would be measured in here. But that's interesting. In principle, I think if anything, we should wait for the SMA, delay dismissals, but I think we don't see that. With granular time series, I think we could look into whether anyone dismisses you right before the SMA. Had we found that all dismissals get converted, I think that would be a great design. since we hardly see any dismissals get converted, I think that retiming would be particularly surprising. Pauline and I started thinking that I think the dismissal conversion share should be higher. Let me briefly show you which dismissals are bugging over. Now, this is what we've seen before. It's not 100%, it's about 12%. And what I now show you is that actually it's about a 0 conversion rate exactly for the costliest cases where we know that will take you to court. Exactly those dismissals don't resolve, although we now have this fantastic pre-trial settlement device, that's the SMA. Second, collusive corporate dismissals that absent the SMA would have been more amicable, less adversarial. They're the ones where the share is dripping. And I will show you some counterfactuals. So let me go over this. I verbalized this already. In the paper we do much more, or like a little bit more for edition 18. How do I show you that indeed the litigated dismissals don't convert? Very simple. It's using Pauline's fantastic court data, which just shows, well, let's look at labor court cases and ask labor court cases that were challenging, where the worker challenged the employer for person dismissal. Look at the time series of the counts. If you divided this by person dismissal, if anything goes up, because dismissals fall a little bit, there's no change whatsoever in the amount of court cases. There's no decline whatsoever in the amount of court cases following person dismissals. So it doesn't seem to be the case. We could also do a counterfactual. What if that 11% that we did see in the data would have stemmed 100% from these litigious cases, since 25% of dismissals go to court? If 12% of personal dismissals get converted into the SMA, this should have halved. We don't see this at all. So we can reject the idea that kind of the litigious cases, the ones that go to court, get converted. Second, this is in kind of a simple event study graph to show that dismissals that are plausibly more cooperative, less adversarial, maybe even collusive for the benefit of the worker, they are exactly the ones that also then show up as SMAs, and we don't see them as dismissals anymore as much. This is the age profile of the separation hazard rate, workers sorted by age. This is annual ages. As a distance, 0 is here from your imputed retirement age. -3, you see a spike. Why is that the case? This is known in France. It's not necessarily legal, but you see that on average in the data, 3 years before your retirement, dismissals spike up. Why? Because you have about a potential benefit duration of 3 years for these older workers. So they get dismissed or induce a dismissal, live off a high replacement rate French UI system, and then essentially retire early. It might be collusion, or it might be that the employer is nice and in a sense says, I'm going to dismiss the workers, or I wait to dismiss you until it's not as harmful to you. Either way, it's less adversarial, perhaps. Now this is pre-reform. When the SMA shows up, we see a decline in that spike. Now where does this decline in the spike go? We can either estimate that conversion here by just comparing these two. We'll get about 37%. But we get a very similar number if we look at who takes up the SMA. There's missing mass here. So we use we do some bunching methods here to quantify the missing mass over here. The reduction, first the excess separations, then the difference between these two. It goes nearly 1-to-1 into the SMAs. So this is really where you see conversion and bargaining and action. And that estimate is more than 3 times as large, I think 38%. So more than 3 times as large as the average conversion rate. Now, if we knew which cells are more cooperative to begin with, this is to begin with in a sense, it's not kind of by construction in the case, do we actually see more cooperative cells have higher conversion rates? So we run a regression. We're going to use a survey over here where we have a hostility or adversarial measure. Let me just come over here so it doesn't jump in terms of notation. We measure kind of an indicator for whether the cell, the employer, or the workplace seems hostile based on some proxies before, and then ask, does that labor market cell have a higher sigma, a higher conversion rate? So we estimate the sigma at the cell level. Put it on the left-hand side. How do we measure adversarialness or hostility or cooperativeness at the cell level? We use an employer survey, a workplace climate survey in France, and classify these cells based on these hard-to-read answers to questions. So for example, worker says manager never pays attention to me, I disapprove of my job, I'm not satisfied with my climate, there was a strike, or I have no freedom to work, and we kind of do the same thing on the manager side as well. The managers also get asked. This is where we don't seem to reach an agreement. Now, since I'm soon running out of time,
30 seconds.
and I don't want to bargain on the terms of the separation, I guess, there's a simple model, but the model is not that useful because it just formalizes what you already know. We should pick the SMA of the dismissal whenever there's something to gain from it. What could prevent us from reaping these gains? we isolate three potential theoretical frictions, hostilities, incentive-devising asymmetric beliefs, add this into the model, and then try to quantify it, these relevance. So what we're going to do is, and I'll close with that, we'll run an HR director survey in France. They say, we know the SMA, we participate in dismissal decisions. We ask them, kind of describing these two frictions, did these play a role? And we describe them in great detail. 90% say yes. This is why we don't convert the dismissal into an SMA. Either kind of one of these three was relevant. 60% say it was hostility. Nearly 60% say the worker disciplined device. Otherwise, everyone asked for an SMA. I want to punish this worker. Or the worker wouldn't agree to giving up the option to take me to court because they thought they would gain much more. Now we then do something, this is yes strongly, do something slightly crazy. We're going to ask them, go back to your last dismissal. Suppose that given factor, we loop through all of them, hadn't been present. Hostility, asymmetric information, discipline device, or none of these three. What would have been the probability that the last dismissal would have been converted into an SMA? So we in a sense look for micro counterfactuals. We've never seen anyone do it, maybe for good reasons, but it works out well because in a sense that's exactly what we need to ask how qualitatively important, that's what we do in a model. So what if it hadn't been the case, a counterfactual? Would you have converted this? And then we construct a counterfactual separation conversion rate. 12% already converted. Among the 88% that showed up as dismissals still, we're going to use the subjective answers, the average of that of these probabilities, to construct a counterfactual. And this is why we have a bar chart here. Because we have these empirical bars that are 12%, sometimes 37% for a small set of these workers. But what do HR directors tell us for what would happen if we didn't have these three frictions? And they tell us that in a sense we go to about 60, 50%, depending on which of these frictions we shut off, and we would have 33% of a conversion share rather than 12% if these three factors that we describe, that they report us on and paint a much richer picture on. That's in the paper. They described exactly what happens, give us examples for these three frictions if they weren't present. I have two conclusions for you in the last minus 10 seconds. One is graphical. We also ask HR directors about a similar bargaining situation, which is suppose someone has left and you want to ask them for a favor. Super low cost favor, for example, a password. What's a password? Where's a certain document? Now, you can maybe think about, this is realistic, it's not present in our models. What is a dismissal? Benchmark a retired worker. Yes, absolutely, they would help us to do this little favor in a sense. But does a dismissal indicate or cause a relationship where just everything goes off the rails, hostility prevails, and we do inefficient things? And separations are much costlier because of these frictions than they would otherwise be. The shift to the right, to the nose, absolutely not unlikely, is for the dismissal. So dismissals generate a situation where we do the wrong thing in a sense. The lengthy dismissal conclusion is in a sense widespread failure to bargain during dismissals that we document here in a high-stakes situation. Only 12% in a sense converge on that settlement. And exactly where there is cooperation to begin with, that's where we see this, the conversion. Hostility, discipline, asymmetric informations, each of these have important consequences for how we think about separations and, for example, employment protection. Think of hostility. Usually we take EPL and filing costs as given. The paper sheds light on the fact that actually these are endogenous. I can take a look at like a reform in France that had the potential to completely deregulate, get rid of these filing costs, but no one took it up. The standard models that Julian and I use when we write down macro labor models, for example, would be a fixed statutory filing cost that's exogenous. Our paper, in a sense, paints a very different picture, which is the parties don't get rid of it, if anything, they amplify it. They use these employment filing costs to, in a sense, increase punishment for each other rather than bargaining in a way. An open question is which policies, management, HR practices may facilitate bargaining during dismissals and make these dismissals less costly. On the case in point, Mitch, you could have told me, Benjamin, you're over time, but you didn't. Maybe because of these three frictions. Thank you. As the last presenter, thank you very much for this fantastic conference, of course.
And thank you so much for joining out the personnel sessions. The Martin Feldstein lecture is at 4:45 in the big ballroom. Anything else?
Nope, thank you very much
yes,
for coming.
Thank you all.
It's really great to meet you. Going back to the minute.